Welcome in to the IDP Plus NFL Draft Watch Party. My name is Michael Zaccoli, once again hosting this shindig. We love it. We love to do it every single year. I am joined right now for a little pre-draft talk with Joel Worth, my companion on the Dynasty After Party with Club Fantasy FFL, and our beloved co-owner here at IDP Plus of Ricky Rodrigue at RickyRod66, Joel at the Joel Worth. We're going to be talking about the NFL draft. We're going all night long, breaking down these picks as it's going, doing our best, and we're not going to spoil them for you. We're going to just provide that feedback that you know and you love, and we all want to hear immediately because we like instant gratification. But before we get into all the draft stuff, we still have some time before it kicks off. Ricky, how you doing today? How you doing this fabulous Thursday night?
I'm like a kid on Christmas morning or Easter morning or whatever. It's one of my favorite times of the year, and I am thrilled and excited to be here with you two gentlemen.
As am I. As am I, Ricky. And I know Joel from our time talking Dynasty for the past year. Oh my goodness, we've been waiting for this day for quite some time. We are no longer talking rookies. We are no longer talking what ifs, although we still are. But we are still doing both of that, actually. But regardless, this is the day we get answers. Joel, how are you doing today?
Doing awesome. Like Ricky said, yeah, it's like a kid in a candy store getting ready for Christmas Day. And yeah, like you said, we were talking before the show. I'm old enough to remember when this happened back in early April, and Goodell didn't make us wait for 3 extra weeks till the end of April. But it's all right. It's here. We made it. So yeah, let's fire it up. It's still an hour to go. It's crazy.
I know. It's crazy, but at the same time, we still get to speculate. And my favorite part about the offseason is speculation. I want to quickly shout out the few comments we've got here. Love to see Sean, as always, in our chat of Giraffe Day. And my uncle joining in. I already recognize the handle, and he's already getting right to the point of who will Tomlin in the Steelers draft. He is very anti-Tomlin. I'll spoil that for this stream. But we'll be talking about the Steelers, and we'll answer that question in particular in a little bit about what we think will happen. But in terms of draft night, I want to first start off. I tweeted this a couple days ago. I got a lot of interesting feedback, so I want to get your takes as well about what outcome would surprise you the most. We already heard about Brandon Ayuk and T. Higgins possibly being on the move. T. Higgins requesting a trade along with Trey Hendrickson, which could have some IDP relevance right there. Brian Thomas, maybe some medical concerns, or does he go ahead of any of the big three due to that athleticism? Do the Vikings trade up for a quarterback with their two first? Does a defensive player go in the top 8? It's never happened where a defensive player has fallen beyond that. So I'm curious on your guys, what would surprise you the most, or what surprises are you expecting with the draft coming up? I'll start with you, Joel.
From that list, I would say Brian Thomas going ahead of one of the big three would be the biggest surprise. I don't expect a defensive player to be taken in the top 8, so I don't think that would be a surprise at all. I don't think Ayuk's getting traded. It just feels like Debo a couple of years ago when he did the whole scrub social media thing. I think they'll get something done. Higgins, the same thing. It's like, they came out and said when Hendrickson was wanting a trade that, we're trying to win a Super Bowl. We're not trying to trade away good players. So I don't think those guys are getting traded. So I think the most shocking of those would be Thomas going ahead of, as much as I like Brian Thomas, I don't think he's going ahead of the other big three.
What about you, Ricky? What are your thoughts?
Well, the LSU homer that I think most people who follow know that I am, and that helmet doesn't give it away by any stretch of the imagination. But I have to agree with Joel in this one. I just don't see Brian Thomas going ahead of big three. Now, I did watch a little bit pre-draft festivities on TV, and Ryan Clark was breaking down, showing many plays where Brian Thomas was more than a 9-route runner. Showed him doing hooks, showed him cutting across the middle and finding soft spots in the zones. I think he'll go actually higher than they're talking about, like in the low teens or, around 20ers or so, but not enough to leap into ahead of the top 3.
So with that in mind, so I take it you're not worried about the recent possible smokescreen reports about teams being worried about a neck injury that he had a couple of years ago. Then again, that hasn't been a factor in him being on the field. I've seen a few Twitter doctors that I respect say that they're not really concerned about that either. But are you calling smoke on that? It sounds like you are.
Yeah, I'm calling what the season is that leads up to the draft, and it's called lying season. and there's so many people putting out various statements, and he actually did have a little shoulder trouble, but there's nothing that is significant to worry about. It never showed up on the field, was never an issue when he was at LSU. I think that's a smokescreen, hoping to let him fall a little bit for someone who really wants him.
And we already have people in the chat battling it out over Brandon Ayuk, and I am so here for it. And Sean saying, right, Ricky is an LSU fan. Brittany bringing up the important facts about Ayuk to the Steelers, which, to answer that question from before, it would be a pretty nice move if the Steelers didn't make a pick at all and then instead sent 20 for Ayuk. I'd be pretty happy with that. But I do want to bring up an important question. Also, good to see McBrodad in the challenge. Go Cowboys. I can't say go Cowboys, but hey, listen, I hope everyone has a good draft tonight. Maybe we. I think Jonathan Brooks will be a Cowboy. I don't think it happens day one. Could happen day two. But either way, I want to bring up an important question that Brittany brought in. And I know Joel and we love to spin our hot takes out here. That's the wrong one. Brittany Foxworth bringing up hot takes. Let's hear them. I want to hear some hot takes from you, gentlemen. We have a lot of unknowns in this draft. We always get surprised. Who wants to get ahead of that heat, make a prediction, and feel so much smarter and a little bit dumber when it doesn't work out, but smarter when it works out? Joel, what's your flag plant, your hot take of the draft?
I put a mock draft up on Twitter today. I think Dallas Turner falls. I think the NFL is going to like Latu and Verse more than Turner. I think they're just more pro ready. They've got more experience. So I've got him going at 23 to the Chargers. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes earlier because he's super talented. But I just think the NFL is going to like those guys better. I think they're more ready to go. So I think Turner of the three is going to. I think he'll be the third of the three edge rushers to go, and I think he'll take a pretty convincing fall from where he's being mocked at like 8 to Atlanta. So yeah, I think he's going to fall from there.
Yeah, most are expecting either Atlanta to take him at 8 or the Bears to take him at 9 if they still have that pick and they don't trade back. So it certainly could happen. Anything could happen in the draft. So who knows? Ricky, what about you? What are your hot takes?
Well, Joe hit on one of them. I have Turner falling all the way to 21, though, not 23, with Tampa Bay trading up into that 21st slot to take him, when flipping with Miami. So that's one of them. Another hot take on my mock, and unfortunately I didn't post it on Twitter yet. I got too excited watching some of the pre-show stuff, but I have 5 quarterbacks going in the top 9 picks.
Whoa. Well, we can imagine we know the first 4. You're saying Penix is making it inside the top 10?
Penix is going to go at number 9. The Bears are going to trade back to recoup an extra pick. And because they're going to want one of these defensive folks, whether it be Verse or Latu or Murphy or someone along those lines, they'll move back. The Raiders don't want to take a chance of Denver potentially letting Penix fall into their lap, because I really think that if Sean Payton, everybody likes to do the Bo Nix, Drew Brees comparison, but I think Payton would actually be happier with Penix. So not taking the chance, the Raiders trade up to 9 into that Bear slot. That's your 5th one that goes.
Oh my goodness! Well, that is a hot take. That would be a hot take because, as Joel knows, I've talked about him at length that I'm not the biggest Michael Penix fan. But that said, I have warmed up to him getting first round capital, just because I'm not an NFL GM. I have no saying power.
This is the Devontae Adams discussion with Antonio Pierce and the new GM there. Wait a second. I'm going to finish out my career with Gardner Minshew as my quarterback. Okay, AOC's a nice guy too, but get me somebody who could chuck it to me. And so they don't take a chance. Penix moves up. So that is the hot takes for today.
Fair enough. I've been trying to think of one myself, and I will say this feels like the draft that I have the least, not knowledge, but the least confidence about. I've been doing mock drafts for the last 4 years. I've been doing this, live streaming these for the last few. There's so much unknown in this class. The draft starts early in this one. Sometimes it starts at 6. Sometimes it starts at 4. It starts at 3 this time, and arguably you could say it starts at 2. So if I had to say a hot take, it would be that. I think cornerbacks are going to go higher than we expect. I think we're going to see 5 cornerbacks go in this class in the first round, which I think most are mocking 3 or so. Yeah, you can thumbs down all you want, buddy, but cornerbacks matter. Terry Arnold is a stud. Quinion Johnson is intriguing. Not the biggest Kool-Aid fan, but I think there's a lot of other talent in this class that I like. I think Max Melton could sneak into the first round. I wouldn't be too surprised. A little Rutgers action out here. Jamie, what's up to you, man? Good to see you in the chat. And of course, an interesting comment from Boxes713 on Twitch. I tend to agree. Minshew does get too much disrespect. Now, that said, I agree with Ricky that it's probably not the person that Devontae Adams wants to end his career with. But that said, I think Gardner Minshew is a very capable quarterback that the Raiders would be satisfied with, but could make a run for a Michael Penix type of upgrade there. We got a Minshew as the GOAT comments, and we're clearly all sober up before the draft even start here with McBrodad.
Yeah, someone's been tapping the whiskey already. I have a feeling there with some of these comments. But I do want to circle back, if it's okay, Michael, to the whole Brandon Ayuk thing. There was a rumor out there, Roto-World placed it out there, that supposedly the 49ers are trying to jump all the way into the top 10, have offered a first, a second, and either Ayuk or Debo to do it. So you want to talk about rumors and all now, that would be something interesting. And I saw someone also posted on here, Debo to Dallas for the 24th pick, who says, no, I hate to say McBrodad. I think the 49ers said no to that. That's not nearly
I think both
enough.
teams say no.
Yeah.
Honestly. But yeah, I mean, it's a great point, Ricky. And that report that came out with Ayuk earlier today, I mean, it makes sense because you look at this class. We've seen this before where teams decide to do basically 1-for-1 swaps of, what the Titans trading AJ Brown and taking Traylon Burks, the 49ers trading DeForest Buckner and taking Javon Kinlaw. Two examples where it didn't work out at all. But teams are more than willing to try to find the cheaper option. If they're going to find a cheaper option at wide receiver, there's no better class to do it than this one, especially if they can jump in the top 10, get one of those big three receivers, or if they covet Brian Thomas that much. There's certainly reasons to believe in that. Now, Joel, I'm curious on, I know you said that, the Ayuk stuff, the Debo stuff, you're not totally buying into it. So do you still think that both of them are going to be 49ers for the 2024 season?
I do. Like I said, it just reeks too much of Debo a couple of years ago. Why do you want to get rid of these guys? They're kind of homegrown players. They're really good. I just like, what would San Francisco want in the top 10? Obviously, there's really good players in the top 10, but what would they be looking for? Like a tackle? I mean, obviously they need someone opposite Trent Williams, and obviously he's had trouble staying healthy. But yeah, what would they be looking for in the top 10? I mean, obviously, it's an interesting rumor. I saw that as well. But yeah, so I'm going to stick with, I think they're both playing for the Niners, but it certainly would shake things up.
Yeah, a tackle would make sense. I mean, when you're thinking about where 31 is, they're playing the game of whether, a Tyler Guyton, Marius Mims, someone falls to them at 31, or maybe they make a small move up to get someone else. But if they jump in the top 10, they're getting their pick of the litter. And they probably have, it's such a good offensive line class, and we know how much the 49ers covet their offensive linemen. So it wouldn't be all that shocking, but to move from 31 into the top 10 will be quite the move, quite the expensive move. And who knows, the 49ers are prepared to make an expensive move on draft night again after how it went for them last time with Trey Lance. Now, Sean brings a great question into the chat, and I think it's important to ask. Will Tyreek Hill have more touchdowns or kids in 2024? He is a resident Dolphin fan, so I feel like he should know the answer to this. But any thoughts?
I mean, you're basically saying, will he get hurt or not, right? Because I
can
see it,
maybe Sean meant total kids.
Yeah. Let's say total kids. He's currently at 10.
Is it really? That's insane.
Yeah, I believe he has 10 kids. So will he have 11 touchdowns in 2024, or maybe 8, maybe 12? Who knows what's in the works?
I'll say kids.
Okay, we got kids. Ricky?
I'm going to go kids because I saved another hot take that I didn't share a little bit earlier. I actually have the Dolphins, after they do that trade down with Tampa Bay that I mentioned, Xavier Worthy getting picked by them to pair with Tyreek and Jalen Waddle and Achane and Mostert and have the fastest track team / football team on the universe. And because of that, Tyreek won't quite get to as many touchdowns as he has kids. So kids wins out.
All right, Tyreek Hill washed. You heard it here first from Ricky. An unbiased take from us here of nice shirt Ricky from IDP Plus. I wonder who could have said that. And is a wonderful shirt. I gotta say, it looks great on you. Looks great. It makes you look even more muscular than you already are.
Yeah, I don't want to brag or anything, but I can't say on the air what my wife told me when she saw me in it. I'll just leave it at that, guys.
Well, I'll try not to brag as well, but I'll yeah, sure, why not? Yeah. But let's move on to another talk here. You mentioned Xavier Worthy, and that's someone that a lot of people have in the first round after that, after the 40-yard dash, which we already knew is fast, but record-setting fast adds an extra flair to it. I know Joel thinks he's going to get day one capital. It sounds like you do as well, Ricky, but do you think there's a chance, or what are the odds that someone jumps Miami to take him? Do you think anybody's going to take him earlier than 20, 21? We'll go with Joel.
Actually, in my mock, I had him falling to the second round. That 165 just screams second round. As fast as he is, that's really hard, especially in such a loaded class. So, it wouldn't surprise me. We did the mock the other day, and you had the Dolphins taking him there. It would not surprise me at all. I think they've got bigger needs. Like they need offensive line, they need defense because their entire defense is hurt. But yeah, it wouldn't shock me.
What about you, Ricky?
Did I just hear that you also picked Worthy to the Dolphins as well, Michael, in your mock?
I might have. And listen, I tried not to go chalk, but it was just too tempting to pass up. And I truthfully, I really believe that the Dolphins have been incredibly unsatisfied with what they've got at their wide receiver 3 position for some time now. They've tried to fix that over the last 5 years, and they have really swung and missed on everyone they've made. So I do think they got to start also thinking about life after Tyreek, whether he forces himself into a bad situation or not, because we once again had another legal situation that they had to navigate this offseason. So Worthy makes sense to me, but go on, Ricky.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And there's only one or two teams realistically that would target Worthy. So I could see Joe's in his mock having Worthy fall out because you look at the Dolphins, for example, they need certainly offensive line help. Yeah, they signed a bunch of older guys to help replace Wilkins, but they could use some defensive line help. Both Chubb and Phillips on the edge coming off of big injuries, significant injuries. So you see they have a lot of needs. But so if someone like McDaniel doesn't take a Worthy, then I think he does fall into the second round. But I can just see it happening. I think they're going to think that Tyreek announced he's going to retire in the next year. This gives Worthy a year to catch up. They picked up his 5th-year option, but he's been known to get injured, doesn't play a full 17. The third wide receiver is an issue. So I still think he's going to finish in the first round with the Dolphins, but they're, if not them, if they choose to go a different direction, which they could, then I see him fall into the second round as well.
And that's an important thing to note as well, is any player that we feel so confident that he would fit so well with this team, if that team disagrees or that team wants someone else, will he fit with a different team? Will Worthy fit on a different offense? Certainly he will. But to the tune of a first-round pick, that's the big question mark. And that's the thing that we just don't know the answer to, although we hope that Miami, in that dream situation, is the pick that they make. McBroadbad to bring up an interesting point and something I want to bring up as well. These day 2 quarterbacks could be a good source of super flex dynasty value with the Bo Nixes of the world, the Michael Pratts of the world, maybe Michael Penix if he slipped out of the first round, as I think he should. Will Dallas take a quarterback in the second round? That's been the big rumor of the last few weeks, is with Dak and the Cowboys working on extensions, hasn't really gotten anywhere. And, the perennial discussion of whether Dak is the real answer in Dallas remains the question. So, Joel, what do you think?
No love for Trey Lance?
No love for Trey Lance. No, I don't believe so. I don't even think he wasn't the backup.
I do not think they're taking a quarterback. They can posture all they want with Dak in the negotiations, but yeah, he's not going anywhere. It's noise. Dak's not going anywhere. So they're gonna have to eat their vegetables. They're gonna have to pay him, but they will. You're not going to start over when you have a player like that.
Ricky, are you as confident as Joel is?
I'm confident Dallas is going to draft 0 quarterbacks over the 3 days. They gave up the 4th rounder for Lance last year to see what they had. When they traded for him, Jerry Jones said they had a quote 3rd round grade on him. But you have Cooper Rush as your established backup. Prescott's not going anywhere this year. You got to see what Lance has, and throwing another rookie in the middle of that just muddles the waters and the snaps and the opportunity to evaluate Lance. I just don't see it happening. And Prescott, even if they don't, they can't put the franchise tag on him. That's right, I forgot about that. That just hit me. So I'll take that comment I was about to make back, but I still don't see them picking a quarterback. Just don't see it happening.
And I agree with that. I think it's all contract talk, smoke. It's not even contract talk, smoke. It's just to kind of maybe put some emphasis on forcing teams to trade up. Whatever. It's smoke. I'm with both of you guys entirely. Dak Prescott will be the quarterback. This is Jerry Jones we're talking about. That man is perennially in win now mode. And how many years does that man have left? Honestly, let's talk about it. But let's talk about Sean mentioning that he wouldn't mind taking Joe Milton in the middle rounds. I mean, it's certainly a project. If you're going to take anybody behind Dak, I guess you might as well.
I can see like a 6th, 7th round
Lance.
guy, sure. But I don't think it's any kind of a value pick. I don't think it's any kind of a day 1 or day 2 pick.
Yeah, I mean, will Dallas take an uber athletic, big arm project quarterback? I think they already did. Trey Lance. So,
yeah.
So that's, I mean, Joe Milton will go somewhere and someone will talk themselves into it. He is all tools, no substance. And it would be really nice if Joe Milton worked out. Are either of you guys fans of Mr. Tennessee, Joe Milton?
I'm a fan of the arm, but yeah, like you said,
okay. Well, we all are.
There's a long way to go before he's an actual quarterback.
Yeah, Joe's spot on. And once again, that's why I think with Lance, I just don't see Milton ended up in Dallas or, any quarterback ended up in Dallas. I don't think Milton has any future. These gentlemen with big arms going, and there's many Ryan Leaf examples. There's Jamarcus Russell, as I mentioned in an article the other day, all great arms. But there's way more to it than being able to throw the ball 80 yards down the field. And these guys just aren't ready for it. I just don't see enough of a makeup for them to ever be worthy of it. I'm certainly not thinking about Joe Milton in rookie drafts for Dynasty at all.
Yeah, it would take a very deep super flex for me to even consider stashing him. And it all depends on where that draft capital goes. So regardless, our good pal here, who will be on this show soon, in home. I don't exactly know how to say the handle. I'll be honest. Ricky, can you help me out? Homer Vendor.
That's a great question. I don't know how Billy actually pronounces that. So when he comes on the air here in about 35 minutes or so, you'll be able to ask him that.
The legendary Billy Mansell. We're going to have to ask him. But yeah, we mentioned that you would love to see Khalil Herbert moved at some point this week. And I think we all have everyone has their not star running back, their beloved running back that they want to get traded. That will never happen because people don't trade for running backs. But let's talk about Chicago for a second here. It's not exactly draft related, although we certainly could see something happen. You got an interesting backfield there. Roshan Johnson, Khalil Herbert, DeAndre Swift now added to that mix. Is this something that, Joel, are you remotely interested in? I mean, we got an improved offense coming in with Caleb Williams, but very, very murky situation.
Yeah, I'd love to see Khalil Herbert moved. I mean, free Khalil Herbert. I've been a big fan of his for a long time, but he's got limitations, right? He's not great in the passing game. He's pretty poor pass protector. So, but he's a good running back. So I think you hit the nail on the head. It's just teams aren't going to trade for, limited running backs when they can look at somebody in the draft and think he's probably a better player than what did DeAndre Swift go for last year? Like a 5th or a 4th or something like that. So yeah, I can't imagine somebody like Khalil Herbert's getting any kind of draft capital in a trade. I'd love to see him move though. That'd be great.
What about you, Ricky?
So this is a horrible running back class. For everybody wants to have their hot take. Jalen Wright runs below 4.4. Oh my gosh, he's a top 3 running back now. Guy has no vision in the hole. Okay, I mean, you pick Will Shipley. Oh yeah, he can run routes. That's fantastic. Oh, Dylan Labe from New Hampshire.
Everybody's got Long Island kid, Dylan Labe. This is a pro Dylan Labe show.
I didn't mean to start a fight. Okay. Boy, I picked a bad one, didn't I, Joel? My bad.
Yeah, pick a different
Ray
running back.
Davis, Audric, it goes on and on. So all of these guys for, everybody's doing their, rookie mocks and blah, blah, blah. But, all of these guys are nothing more than flyers in your dynasty rookie drafts. And one or two will hit. They'll end up in the right spot with the right injury, and they'll have one good year, and the next year they will be worthless. So the reason I bring that long-windedness up in relation to Khalil Herbert is that I could see a team saying, okay, do we really want to draft Will Shipley, Ray Davis, et cetera, or do I want to give up a 6th-rounder for Khalil Herbert? I think I'd take the chance of Khalil Herbert. He can return kicks too, and with the new kickoff rules as well. So I could, so if there's a trade, it'd be something along those lines, a 6th or a 7th kind of thing. I'd rather have Herbert than some of these other rookie running backs.
Fair enough. Although I do like Ray Davis, I gotta say, I'm not loving the slander there. But it's okay, Ricky. I forgive you, but only if you answer this question that I believe Nate has thrown our way. Planting our flags on way too early 2025 predictions of keeping in our NFL draft theme for the events that are going to be coming up in just 30 minutes or so when that clock ticks and the draft begins. Plant your flag way too early 2025 predictions for the first 5 picks, the first 5 teams picking in the first round. Joel, are you ready to give your top 5? You thinking it over? Are you ready to just immediately say the Carolina Panthers?
I would start with New England. I would have Carolina in the mix. I think the Chargers are going to be pretty bad. I think it's going to be a tough first year for. I don't think Harbaugh has the team that he wants. So I think it's going to be a struggle early. I'll say Tennessee and 5. That's tough. Maybe Tampa. No, I'm going to change that. The Jets.
A fall from grace. Oh, did you say the Jets? Oh,
that
is brutal for that fan base. So what happened for that to go wrong, Mr. Former Aaron Rodgers quarterback for you guys?
It's gonna be tough for him to come back from that Achilles, right? Yeah, the stadium. I don't think it's a good team, right? We'll see what happens today, but yeah, I think he's more of a problem than he's worth at this point. So I'll say the Jets.
Fair enough. What about you, Ricky?
All right, so we're going to go with the Patriots for sure. They're easy, and I think I'm right there. And if JJ Winter's listening, JJ's going to kill me later, but I'm going to go with the Jets and Joel as well. One of the things I did in my mock is I actually had the Jets trading with the Chargers, not to draft Joe Alt, but to pick Rome Odunze. And so those 2 tackles that they signed and traded for between Smith and Moses, there will be injuries there. They're going to regret grabbing the wide receiver and not a rookie tackle who could step in for them. Rodgers gets creamed again because of lack of an offensive line, and the Jets are right back picking near the top again. So the Jets are in there. As much as I hate to say it, my beloved New Orleans Saints are in there. This is going to be just an ugly, ugly year for the Saints. Even if they get Fashion New at pick 14 or whatever, the O-line's going to be horrible. Derek Carr had a few good weeks at the end of the year. They don't have much wide receiver depth. The defense is so old. Demario Davis, 35, going on 36. Cam Jordan, 35. Matthew at 32, 33. There's no depth. There's a lot of age. So my Saints are going to end up in that pile too. Who at the other 2 I'm going to throw in there? I got to throw the Panthers in there as well. They're there. And probably the Broncos. I think the Broncos doing it with Bo Nix, and the combination Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham just doesn't do the job. And so the Broncos end up in the top 5 as well.
Fair enough. I think you can justify all those. And along the similar thinking of our hombre vendor, that is how it says. It's a Spanish, leaning the Spanish, and then combining the 2 parts of his name, man and cell. So very well done there. And honestly, it feels like we've answered a question that's been on the mind of a lot of people. So we're doing a service out here. I'm gonna take it one step further with mine. I'm saying Tennessee's picking first next year. This is a bad team. This is such a bad team. This is such a horrifically bad team in the first with a new head coach. I just don't think they're ready. I don't think it's going to work out for them in a suddenly much improved AFC South as well. I'll go them number 1. I'll say the Patriots pick 2, Broncos 3, Giants 4. I don't think this is going to be a good year for the New York Football Giants. And I'll take the Panthers at 5. Right on that cusp are the Broncos and Raiders. I think they are right there. Oh, I said Broncos, but the Raiders and I had another team, but it's dicey. Either way, that kind of wraps up the top 5 picks next year. So 30 minutes away from this beloved NFL draft. I want to talk once again, go back to those. Let's actually talk about Brock Bowers. Let's get some Brock Bowers action in here. And then suddenly our beloved Faith pops up in the chat somewhere. But talking about Brock Bowers, by far and away the number 1 tight end in this class. Now, how far does that actually get him in the draft? The report came out today that he will not make it past the Jets, which makes sense to all of us. He's been commonly mocked to the Jets at 10. But will he go earlier? Will anyone jump up for him? The Broncos, who I think will end up trading up to get Brock Bowers, are heavily rumored and linked to him. So, Joel, where are you thinking Brock Bowers goes in this draft as the far and away best non-receiver in this class?
I think the Jets thing is smokescreen. Rodgers does not like throwing to tight ends. I don't think he's in play for them. They need to tackle much more. I've got him going to Denver, like you said, but I've got him falling. I don't think they have to move for him. I think they get him at 12. But wouldn't be surprised if he's in the top 10. I think he's a top 10 talent. Now, the thing that you've heard recently is you shouldn't draft tight ends in the top 10 because you're losing out on the value in their first contract. But tight ends don't make that much money, so you're making that value back in their second contract. So if he's as good as you think he is, and you're going to get that production for 4 or 5 years, and then you get a second contract at whatever it ends up probably 17, 18 million by the time the cap goes up over the next 5 years, that's still a pretty good. You're still going to make that money back if he's a legitimate top 5 tight end. So yeah, I don't think that you shouldn't take tight ends in the top 10 thing really holds water if they're as good as Bowers is.
I completely agree with that because these type of guys aren't just tight ends, they're wide receivers as well. And think about how much money you're paying wide receivers, let alone just on the 5th-year option. It's a lot more than you will with a tight end. So I find contractually it makes a lot of sense. And Ricky, I want to hear what you say. But first, McBrode had saying Bowers to Miami. Now,
that would
desperately
be fun.
need also Kathleen coming in and saying that as well, if that's in reference to Brock Bowers. So either one of you guys, I would love to know how that happened because he's now fallen to 21. So what moves are being made to get Brock Bowers to be Miami? Because that would be everything that we hope Mike Gesicki was and everything he wasn't.
And then
so
some.
That would be awesome. But yeah, then some, and I could keep going on with that for the rest of the night. So, God, what a terrible player.
Debating my friend Mr. Joel on that one, I have to disagree with him a little bit there. Said Arthur Smith about picking Kyle Pitts in the top 10. If teams really have to redesign their offenses around picking a tight end and really trying to make a star out of him if you're picking him that high. And tight ends, particularly if it's someone who you're going to use for blocking, is one of the hardest positions to adjust to. A lot of studies have shown that it takes 3 years to age roughly 3 years and or age 25 for a tight end really to be successful in the NFL. I know there's the outliers of this past year like Laporta, Kraft started showing a little bit, etc. But that's been a lot more unique and a lot more recent and so forth. But I do agree with him with Bowers going in spot number 12, except that's where the Rams have traded up with the Broncos because the Rams are loaded with draft picks. The Rams trade up and grab Brock Bowers, who Sean McVay will use him creatively in all kind of different motions and so forth. The Broncos then pick Nix when he falls down to number 19 and get an extra second-round pick to grab another wide receiver. So there you have it. Agree with you on the 12 spot, but it'll be with the Los Angeles Rams.
Oh, my goodness. Now, that would be one way to snap a streak. Yeah, well, that would be, a fantastic fit and a better fit than Miami, with all due respect to our viewers in the chat. Mike McDaniel doesn't really need a tight end in that system, as we've seen. But my goodness, Brock Bowers to the Rams would be fantastic, and it would be a great way to break that amazing streak of not picking a first round player since Jared Goff in, what was it? It was 2016 or 2015. I always mix it up, but
I think it's
one of the
16.
most. I think it was 16. So we are talking an 8-year streak that would be snapped tonight if the Rams make their pick and if they trade up to do it. What a sentence that was, Ricky. All the picks that the Los Angeles Rams have. How many times have we said that over the last few years? Not often. Not too often.
I think it would be never, Michael.
Yeah, I think it would be never. I always give him some credit, but yeah. But either way, let's. I want to talk about some of these key fits. Now, if you look at these wide receivers that we all know and love, we have Odunze, we have Marvin Harrison, we have Kathleen, same Miami Dolphins, Bowers. But we talk about the big three. You got Brian Thomas, A.D. Mitchell, Vlad McConkey, a lot of other guys that could get first round capital. If you had to assign any of them, if you pick one, pick two, whatever you feel like, and put them on a perfect team, the perfect fit that you would want to see them on, what would it be? Now, Joel, I'm curious about you. Where would you want to match up some of these talents?
So if you want to get spicy, again, going back to my mock draft, I had the Colts trading up to 6 to get Malik Neighbors.
Oh my God, I'd love that.
Put him with Anthony Richardson and let him play that kind of Tyreek role, that kind of Z receiver and opposite Pittman. I think that would be a lot of fun.
With Josh Downs in the slot?
Sure.
That's
Alex Pierce running the 4?
I love that, Joel.
I think that would just be a ton of fun.
And from a fantasy football perspective, I'd much rather see Neighbors in Indianapolis than with the freaking Giants.
Exactly.
And that does feel that is where I think he ends up. And I really hope it isn't, because I am such a Malik Neighbors fan. It feels so unfortunate that Marvin Harrison Jr. is on this class, because he deserves to have that number one spot to himself. I think he's just such a sensational player. But Ricky, where would you match up any of the top receivers in this class? Where would you want to see them go?
Well, Brian Thomas, Joe talked about the Colts. I would love to see Thomas with either the Colts or even the Bengals. I think T. Higgins, they say they're not going to trade him. He expects to be a Bengal. Maybe if Thomas falls to 18, suddenly Higgins goes for a second rounder for day 2 kind of thing. So, and then Thomas would be reunited with Burrow, who there was a little tidbit of overlap. If I remember correctly, I could be remembering wrong. But anyway, there's the LSU overlap, of course. So, but anyway, those would, I think Burrow throwing those deep balls to Thomas would be spectacular, because Thomas has a different gear that Higgins doesn't have. And with Thomas and Chase on both those sides, the more I'm thinking about that, I love that even more than the Anthony Richardson, Michael Pittman thing.
As do I.
I just got all tingly when I was saying that.
This is what LSU does to you, Ricky. This is what happens. But fun fact, Joel and I were actually talking about that exact situation not too long ago, just a week ago. Broncos trading T. Higgins to Arizona for pick number 27, and then adding Brian Thomas with pick number 18. And who says no in that situation? All of a sudden, Arizona gets a Marvin Harrison, T. Higgins stack with the cap room to spend on that contract, and the Bengals get an affordable Brian Thomas. Who's to say?
And another piece at 27. I love that.
Yeah, and they address that offensive line or whatever they want to do with it. So,
just as the three of us here are talking, I just can't understand why, if they had GMs watching right now, why they wouldn't hire us as their assistant GM.
I wonder that every day.
I'm struggling with that right now. Why we haven't gotten calls yet?
Well, truthfully, I have gotten calls, but then I'm just a little busy. No. They call me once in a while to be like, hey, what do you think about player X? And I'm like, call me during business hours. That like talk to my assistant. That's what I need to.
I was going to say, I thought you'd have to turn them down because they're not offering enough.
Well, I might need a little bit more too. Maybe I need to be taken care of. We're talking about generational money here that people are going to be making tonight. Can't a man get I don't know, get some gas paid for? I don't know, something. But either
that yacht thrown in.
Yeah. Okay, I'm already taking us off the rails. 40 minutes in. We do have the draft popping up in 20 minutes. And again, I want to remind everybody, we are going to do our absolute best not to be spoiling any picks here. We will not be. But we are going to be breaking them down as it goes through. I will be following along with the NFL Network stream, which I know is going to be a little bit different for everybody. However, I will be spacing out enough so that we're going to be talking about it in unison. We've done it in past years to some success as well. So hopefully you guys stick with us through this whole thing, and be sure to hit that subscribe button down below. It really does help us out quite a bit, and it always helps you guys see the amazing content we're putting out now. As Ricky can attest, we have been putting out so much YouTube content over the last few months, more than we have ever not just done before, but really even dreamt of before. And I don't think that's an overstatement in saying so, Ricky.
Absolutely not. It's an understatement. In fact, we have so much incredible YouTube content out there. We even have UFL bets that we're placing out there on YouTube. We have some fantastic articles that are out there. The rookie draft guide is fantastic. And by mid-May, by the way, in the rookie draft guide, we will have projections, offensive and defensive projections for all the top rookies. Will be in the rookie draft guide by mid-May, if not sooner. So a lot of great stuff coming out. And by the way, we do have a jersey giveaway, 2 jersey giveaway actually, that if people want to go to IDP Plus and check that out and sign up for the free jersey giveaway, highly encourage it. And it'll be given away during one of our mailbag shows coming up in the next week. So take a look on IDP Plus for that.
Can't go better than the price of free, in my personal opinion here. Again, as someone who's not making NFL GM money yet, so if they're not, if I can't get that, I need to go through, these are some great giveaway options. That's all we're getting at here. But regardless, draft being that 18 minutes away from the clock ticking and then waiting another 10 minutes for Caleb Williams to get picked. Good to see Rugaroo in the chat as usual. Good evening to you.
What's up, Rugaroo?
Yeah, I realized that I never answered my own question of what player I would like to put in a fit in a certain situation. So I'm going to go a little bit interesting here. I think Ladd McConkey could be such a great player in the right scheme. And I know people think, and I tend to be somewhat of the same mind, that he might have a limited ceiling, but I think there are certain circumstances where he can really thrive. And I'm trying to think of one. No. I think he could really do great work with the Rams. I think he could take over that Bob Woods role that has been vacated. I know Puka Nacua has really been doing that as well. And I fully expect the Rams not to take receiver on day 1, but maybe on day 2 if that happens. I think Ladd McConkey would be great. I think he's that gritty type of player that, they kind of saw deep down in Puka Nacua. And he does great damage after the catch. He is a chain mover. And if they don't get a Brock Bowers, as we hope, they do need some help in the middle of the field because they know Cooper Kupp is on the downward trend, at least. Not necessarily in terms of talent, but in terms of longevity and health that he has left on those knees. And the shame that really is. But they could use some help there. And after getting rid of Van Jefferson, last season, they desperately need some help there. And also, why not? I think Ladd McConkey would be a lot of fun there. But
what do you think about Ladd McConkey with the Vikings? They lost KJ Osborne. Granted, they have Addison from last year, but he could be their number 3. He could be an Adam Thielen type. So I don't know what you think of that fit.
Joel, what do you think of that fit?
Adam Thielen is my comp for Ladd McConkey. So yeah, I think it makes sense. I think he might be a little redundant with Addison. I think they're pretty similar players, but a third receiver there would be, you put him with Jefferson, Addison, and Hawkinson once he gets healthy, and it's going to be a rookie quarterback, but it's pretty scary receiving core.
And it does feel like a pick that Minnesota will make at some point this draft. Maybe it's not Ladd McConkey, maybe it's not early, but they will address that third receiver spot. Because if we know anything about the Vikings and how Kevin O'Connell runs this team, and it's 3 personnel, 3 wide receiver personnel, 11 personnel all the time. And that's even with TJ Hawkinson coming into town. So they like to spread it out. And to do that, that means, maybe they change it for a rookie quarterback if they end up getting one, or however they address that, or they just run with, they have their franchise guy on the roster. Yeah, Joel knows what I'm saying. Sam Darnold, comeback season. Here we go. Some fantastic input here from IDP Plus of isn't Ladd McConkey. Last name and first name is spelled Nate. What Greedo says before Han Solo shoots him in cold blood. Anyone have the answer for that? These are the questions that we need to ask.
This over my head. This one's over my head. I cannot confirm or deny.
Good old Cantina reference, and
I think it's a
that's
loose
okay.
translation. Yeah.
But, oh, Lad McConkey, what a fantastic name. I'm glad he worked out. But let's talk about some people that we might not get the chance to talk about tonight, and that's the running back. Oh, also good to see Average Joe's in this chat. Always love to. We'll be seeing him later too. But let's talk about the running backs a little bit because we fully expect them. I don't think any of us expect to hear their names called tonight, but Jonathan Brooks, a very good running back out of Texas, Marshawn Lloyd out of USC, a lot of guys that are still cracking the top 50 on big boards by Daniel Jeremiah and other big name draft analysts. So which running back do you guys think is going to be the first name called? That's what I want to hear. Joel.
I think it's Brooks, and unlike Ricky, I think he will go to Dallas. Their team doctor is the one who did the surgery on him. Sounds like it was a pretty clean ACL tear, so it shouldn't be a massive rehab. So, if they think and I think that'd be really good for fantasy, just because I think that would be an indication that they think he's ready to go. Will be ready to play early in the season. So I think he's the best talent in this class, and I don't think it's particularly close. So I think I would bet pretty heavily that he's going to be the first running back taken.
I 100% agree that he screams Dallas, and not just because he went to Texas and not just because of the surgery, but he is a perfect fit for what they want to do. He has the size to carry that workload that they want to see from their running back, and they've shown so much interest in him, and I think they're the team that takes a chance on that post ACL life. Ricky, what about you? Who do you think is the first running back taken?
Well, I got to start with a story, Michael. Remember several years back, the Dallas Cowboys needed a tight end when Witten retired for the first time.
Dallas Goedert.
And everybody knew that they were going to pick Goddard. And what did the Eagles do? The Eagles traded right in front of them the pick before and took Dallas Goedert away from Dallas. Same thing's going to happen with Jonathan Brooks. And I think it's going to be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that jump right in front of the Cowboys and take Jonathan Brooks and leaving Trey Benson for the Cowboys. Those are the only two running backs I do expect to go in the first two rounds, and that's how I think it's going to play out. I think Jerry Jones can't keep his mouth shut, and I just, in terms of what they want to do. And I can't wait to see him do something like he did last year. And they were questioning him, or a couple years ago with Tyler Smith. He's like, "Look, you don't believe me? See my list. Look at my draft list. There's Tyler Smith right there." And everybody's taking pictures and all of it. He's going to do something stupid like that. But anyway, Brooks goes first, but he goes to Tampa Bay. Trey Benson ends up in Dallas.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I told you I had to tell a story first.
No, that's a good story. It's one of my favorite draft day memories as a longtime Dallas Goedert lover and just someone who enjoys watching the Cowboys get blundered. Does anyone remember the tight end they took that year? Because they took another one. I can't remember the name, but he completely flopped and did not work out. I'll have to fact check it if we don't have them on hand. Okay, well, that'll be the trivia for the chat, actually. We'll leave for the chat. Does anyone remember the tight end that Dallas took instead of Goddard once Goddard was off the board? Because they still took one, and it did not work out. Trivia for the chat, like I totally know the answer, but I will when it pops up. All right, so no tricks. All right, I know you people. McBroden adding that he loves some Trey Benson, and he's one of those guys that is so polarizing where he looks so good sometimes and he looks so bad at other times. I want to be the biggest fan of Trey Benson. I like FSU. I like the athleticism and that long speed and that burst that Trey Benson has. But if he keeps running right into the butt of the guards and the centers on his team, I will just flip a table because he makes some really silly decisions sometimes. Sean also adding Blake Jarwin. It is not Blake Jarwin. He was undrafted, I believe. That is where my mind went as well, even though I knew it wasn't the answer. What a guy, Blake Jarwin. Such a shame for him with the injuries, but it's not Martellus Bennett either. But any thoughts on Trey Benson? Because I know Ricky, you mentioned he's a day one, day two type of guy in your mind. Joel, I know you're a little bit more apprehensive as well on him.
I think he will probably be like a late second round or early third round pick. I think he's going on day two, certainly. I didn't like the consistency. For me, it was just, he was kind of a, nothing, and then he would break off a big run. So I just don't. I'm not really a fan of those guys typically. So I think he's got a chance to be good, but I think he needs some development at the next level.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and especially on third downs, he really needs to make up a lot of ground to be trustworthy on third downs in my book, even though he took a step forward in that regard. Now, surprises, people. I know we started off with hot takes, but if we're talking about actually, you know what? Before I get to hot takes, we'll wrap up our pregame show with exactly that, or not just hot takes, but surprises. We talked about the running backs and guys that we might not hear their names tonight. The same goes on the defensive side of the ball with the linebackers of this group. We don't expect to hear many inside linebacker, maybe small chance we hear Edgerrin. Is it Edgerrin or Edgerrin? I always forget.
Edgerrin.
But Edgerrin Cooper of Texas, the linebacker, possibly hearing his name, maybe Peyton Wilson. But chances are not going to happen. So I'm curious on what your guys' thoughts are on this linebacker class. Are there any IDP studs in the wake, or are we really just waiting on landing spots to do the best for us? Ricky, we'll go with you first.
Okay, so obviously landing spots, draft capital, and talent, those three are the big things when it comes to, dynasty value of a lot of these players. I think Cooper ends up going in the second round, and I do think probably of all the linebackers and all, Cooper does have the most upside from an IDP perspective. Peyton Wilson behind him, but if you're talking about from a dynasty perspective and all, you have Peyton Wilson with the huge injury risk and so forth, shoulders and knees and so forth. And I read something the other day that someone wrote that he didn't have an ACL in one of his knees. I hadn't heard that before. I don't know if that's true, but I'm not quite buying that one. But regardless, there's a lot of injuries. If Wilson didn't have the injury background, he is a little bit older too, so I'd still put Cooper ahead of him, but they'd probably be a little bit more close right now. But Junior Colson, I know he had some pass defense all in college, but some of the stuff I saw, I didn't look. I didn't get to study tons of it like some of the other folks do, but I didn't necessarily like everything I saw in pass coverage for him, and I worry about him potentially only being a two-down thumper, to be honest with you. So my two would be Cooper and Peyton Wilson in the linebacker position.
What about you, Joel? Do you have any favorites at linebacker?
My love for Edgerrin Cooper knows no bounds. I think he's a legit. I think the position is devalued, but I think he's a first round talent. If there was obviously I'm a Packer fan. If there was a draft of players I think are most likely to become Packers out of this draft, I think he would be my number one pick. He is like, whether you want to put it, whatever label you want to put it, like a Sam, Mike, Will, whatever. He is a modern NFL 3-down backer because he does everything, right? He's good against the run. He's good against the pass. He can cover. He's got really long arms. He's got good length. He led A&M in sacks last year as an inside linebacker with 8 sacks. So he's a great spy. If you've got they used him as a spy against running quarterbacks, which happens a lot in the SEC. So yeah, I think he's a legit first round talent. I would not be surprised if I think the position is the only thing that's keeping him from being a first round pick.
And that is what we've seen in past years, right? Is linebackers slipping more and more and more, and we've also seen that as recently as last year, even with Jack Campbell going in the first round. It's not. I mean, we like Jack Campbell still, but he didn't exactly show that he earned first round capital. And whenever those things happen, it adds the apprehension of the years going forward and how the position is valued.
And our beloved Jolo and I have a bet, Michael. Jolo on Twitter, but Joe Harlow, he is betting that the bet is that Cooper gets drafted in the first round. I'm saying no, he won't, and it's because of the positional value. So it's on record now, Joe, our bet. And the second thing though is, I think Cooper next to Quay Walker in Green Bay would be fantastic for Green Bay's defense. I'm right there with you, Joel. So with Campbell now being in San Francisco, they have a hole there. I don't think McDuffie's the answer. So I would love to see that particularly from a Packer fan.
Yeah, Cooper is like Quay Walker with instincts. If Quay Walker had any instincts at all, he'd be Edgerrin Cooper.
Oh God, Quay Walker is one of the most frustrating IDP assets out there. Like, actually, let's ask a question. Is there anybody more frustrating to roster for IDP in fantasy football than Quay freaking Walker, who either ejects himself or gets 2 tackles or gets 16? And it's just like no in between. Does anyone else bother you guys like that?
I know you love Anzalone, Michael.
I've forgiven Anzalone. Honestly, and he didn't do anything wrong. Like I should. I apologize to him. I should. Either way, with that in mind, of just the last thing I want to ask, I know Joel, we're going to be heading out here, well, with you here, and we really appreciate you hopping on because it's always a blast when you're joining me on the show, man.
I
But
appreciate it.
with that in mind, yeah, with what I want to hear what surprises we're expecting. I know we talked about hot takes, but is there anything that you expect to happen that the consensus aren't? And somewhere in between the boiling hot takes that before, somewhere between realistic that we're going to shout you out on this show if we get it right, for the rest of the year. That's how it works.
I don't know if it's too surprising, but I'll say I brought this point up in the IDP Plus mock draft chat we had the other night. The last time the team at 25, where the Packers are picking, actually made that pick was 2017 or 2016. So that pick has not been made by the team that earned the 25 pick in the last 7 years. So I 100% think the Packers are trading out of 25. I don't think they're going up. I think they're probably going back because I think, like Gutekunst the other day said, I would like to have 12, 13, 14 picks in this draft. They've got 11. So that means he probably has to make at least a couple deals. So yeah, I think this draft kind of falls. The strength of this draft is in the like early day two, that like 35 to 50. Like there's a lot of really good players, a lot of guys that he would like. So yeah, I think the Packers are going to trade out of 25, and I think they're probably moving down. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't make a pick today.
I wouldn't surprise me too much either. But what about you, Ricky? What do you think?
All right, I'll give you one more that I contemplated a lot today. So the Giants pull the shocker. Arizona doesn't want to go down too far. The Vikings get screwed and end up with no quarterbacks in this thing. Okay, so the Giants trade up with Arizona to number 4 from number 6, and the Giants take McCarthy at 4. The Jets trade up with the Chargers to 5 and take Harrison, leaving Neighbors at Arizona with number 6. So that's my wild prediction. And with that, then Penix goes to the Raiders, Nix goes later to Denver. Minnesota leaves this draft without a quarterback.
See, you know what's funny is that when I sent this,
there's your Sam Darnold love right there.
Oh, listen. I surround the man with talent. Let's be honest here. I mean, this is a Vikings team that's ready to win. You need that veteran experience, and that's Sam Darnold. The man has been through hell and back. I'm with you, Ricky. Give him Malik Neighbors. Give him everything. Give him the keys to the kingdom. Give him an extension already, I would say. Is that too? That's a little bit too spicy. I'll pull myself back. But
tomorrow morning, there's going to be a lot of unhappy Vikings fans. You traded up, you got 2 number 1s, you didn't use it for a quarter. They're going to end up with like a Byron Murphy and Kool-Aid McKinstry or something like that, and their fans are just going to be not happy. And Joe, as a Green Bay fan, is going to be really happy about that. I have a feeling.
My wife would be very sad if they do not come out of it with a quarterback.
Their fans, as well as Justin Jefferson, who is desperately trying to get him, not desperately, he's trying to get himself an extension, probably doesn't help with Sam Darnold under center, even though it should and it will in the long run. You heard it here first. Sam Darnold, comeback player of the year. It's booked. The answer to the question before, I was wrong that it was a bad tight end. I must be mixing it up with someone else, but it was Dalton Schultz was who the Cowboys ended up taking couple rounds later after losing out on Dallas Goedert, and they took Connor Williams right after that for the offensive line and ended up taking Dalton Schultz instead. So I'd say that probably worked out, to be honest, but not Dallas Goedert level. Let's be honest here too. But Joel, thank you so much for joining us here. I want you to enjoy your NFL draft night, and especially, with the Green Bay Packers, let's hear it for you. Who are they going to pick? Who do you want them to pick?
I don't think they're picking tonight. I think they're taking Edge Cooper tomorrow.
Okay,
I think it's Edge Cooper, Jaden Hicks, Roger Rosengarten, some combination of those 3. But I think they're making a lot of second round picks.
You're believing the surprise. It's not just a surprise to you; it's what you're expecting.
I do not think they're making a pick tonight.
All right. Well, then I won't be pulling that banner up on the screen anytime soon. I guess I might as well delete it now. But either way, Joel, thank you so much for joining us. It's always a blast to have you on at the Joel Worth. Be sure to follow this man on Twitter. The man got into Scott Fishbowl today as well. Ricky, let's give him a clap. He is a Scott Fishbowl recipient once more.
Thank you.
As the champion that this man is. So thank you again for hopping on, Joel.
Thanks for having me. Have a good show, guys.
Thanks, Joe. It was great,
we'll have
man.
a great one over here.
You bet.
Oh, what an amazing man. What a handsome gentleman this guy is. I know he's still here. I know he can hear it, and he knows it too. Either way, we're bringing on a couple more as the draft begins shortly. Bringing on our beloved offensive points team, and you've already seen some of them in the chat, and that's Billy Mansell. We got OP Joe coming in and Josh Hall. The offensive points crew is in the building here. How we doing, gentlemen? How we doing?
We're doing great. If we're showing our shirts off, let's just we'll get into the AJ Brown talk later.
Boo to your Eagles, Josh. It's all
Eagles will
about
be
the plus
talked
and the
about
possums tonight. Woo! Ready for this. Wait.
And Michael, I'm going to sign out as well. You are in such fantastic hands with yourself and the OP guys.
I'm hoping you stay.
Well, if y'all want some love, I'll stay a while. All right, I'll stay for a little love.
Stay for the
Let's
first
do it.
couple, Ricky. Come on now.
All right, let's do it. Okay.
It's just about to get fun.
We really needed to twist Ricky's arm for that one.
Yeah, he really that was quick. He was like, good. I want to stay.
Oh, come on. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's good that we're all in the right spirit for the excitement that's coming up tonight. Gentlemen, I want to hear from you guys, the hot takes. This is what we want to hear before it gets all so crazy. I want to hear a hot take from each of you guys. I'll start with you, Billy. I want to hear what's the spicy take that's going to be happening on the NFL draft night of day one.
JJ McCarthy does not need to be traded up for. Vikings are going to get him at 11. No need to trade up at all.
I love that. That's what I want to happen. I feel
it sounds boring,
won't,
but
it would be a slide. We're talking about him in the top 5. It would be certainly a slide if he went all the way down to 11. And if the Vikings, didn't have to spend that second first round pick to move up, I'm sure a lot of people will be happy with that as well. What about you, Joe?
So Billy and I talked about it last night. I think the record for defensive player taken, the latest pick was number 8. I have a feeling Atlanta's going to be trading back, so I see us breaking a record tonight with either the Bears or later. So I think we're going to set a record for the latest defensive player drafted.
Yeah, and we brought that up at the top of the show of whether we see that happen of the Falcons. Do they address that edge? Do they address the secondary? Do they move back? What do the Bears do with that defensive line at 9? It certainly seems like the class to do that with the talent on the offensive line, the receivers that we have, the quarterbacks we have. If it's ever going to be broken, it does feel like that'll happen tonight. What about you, Josh? I want to hear those spicy takes.
Yeah, that Joe one was just great because you're right. It's going to be quarterback, running back, or wide receiver. Sorry, my bad, not running backs. My take is that a running back gets drafted in the first round. I think every year no one ever expects it to happen. I feel like it always does. The Cowboys, the Bucks, there's a couple teams down at the bottom there. The Bills could be in the market for it. I think a running back goes in the first round. I don't think we should be shocked about it. I think
this is why I love Josh, man. I love this.
Coming from the guy that hated on Bijan being taken in the top 10 last year.
I didn't say in the top 10. I still hate that it's a top 10. Actually, well, he's doing fine. But yeah, no. My main thing would just be that a running back is getting taken today. The lack of defensive help. There's 5 corners. 5 wide receivers at least, 5 quarterbacks, some offensive lines, a couple else, and then it kind of just tails off a cliff after 2022. I could see a running back sneaking up there, whether it's not, John. I don't know if it's gonna be John. I don't know who it's gonna be.
Benson, right? I don't know.
I would say Brooks or Benson if I had to put.
That is so spicy. That is legitimate spicy.
I also have a second spicy take, but I don't even want to get into it because Billy already hates it.
Okay, well, I definitely want to hear it more now.
If there's going to be one big trade, that we got the T. Higginses out there, the Ayuk that might be moved, I think the Cowboys should be right up there with them. They are in the contract year with CD, and they just saw how much people got to pay for him. I'm not saying it's CD that's going to get traded, but Dak could also be on the chop block as well. This team eventually is going to have to figure it out, and I'm just saying I want to say that there's a possibility the Cowboys make some moves tonight, and it's not.
We did talk last night about Dak possibly being on the move, so
that's true.
It was very brief. It was very.
So you finally agree with me now? All right.
We're just
Well,
talking
calm
about
down.
teams that could blow it up. That was all.
That's one of the teams I think could blow it up.
If Dallas blows it up, I think Jerry Jones is going to have something to do with it. Maybe he's blown up his Death Star room that he's drafting from.
Well,
but
the argument was that since they won't sign the extension, what better way to just send him on out the door right during the draft, which just would be bananas if it actually happened.
My thing is the lack
Minnesota
of
sends you
moves
first?
that they've done. The lack of moves that the Cowboys have done over the offseason just suggests that tonight might be a show for some fireworks.
They brought in Eric Kendricks, man. They're and Royce Freeman. They're golden. That's
Yeah,
all
they're
you
going
need.
all in.
All in.
All in on Freeman.
But I just found on Twitter, Jerry Jones showed the media his draft list from from this year again, because you know how he likes to prove himself. And I don't see a running back on there, Josh. I don't see him sneaking into the first round on the Jerry Jones list here.
Well, why would he lay his cards out on the table like that? He's got a flush, he thinks, but it's really just a pair of twos.
He's got that 2 pair, and he is going to spend that 2 pair on Jonathan Brooks. I genuinely, I wouldn't be surprised either. I really wouldn't be with that 26 pick if they sent that on Jonathan Brooks. We were talking about it a little bit ago with Joel of players to fit combo with Jonathan Brooks to the Cowboys just makes so much sense. There's so many connections there, from the doctor that did that ACL surgery to the fact that he went to Texas, and has been in that state. And Jerry Jones certainly loves to lean on his home. So he leans with his familiarity. So that's
Michael,
what
I was going to bring up that surgery as like his unofficial top visit.
Yeah, it feels like that as well. And I'll be completely honest. That was a stat that was something that Joel brought up. That was Joel's point, and it's an excellent one. But those connections it allows a lot of insight. And with Jonathan Brooks, the number one question is, how is he after the knee, right? So if you're going to get that type of opinion, you might as well have the guy that you employ the doctor. So no one's going to have access like the Dallas Cowboys do for Jonathan Brooks.
And if he doesn't pan out, you know who to fire. So it's a win-win either way. Yeah.
Exactly. And we do have a lovely gentleman coming in here, our other co-owner of IDP Plus here, and that's Nate Cheat, our founder. Oh, wearing the merch, looking as dapper as ever.
All the
How
merch.
we doing?
What's going
How we
on,
doing,
guys? I figured if you let Ricky stay longer, that I would come in and crash for a little bit and just say hi to everybody. What is going on? Are you guys excited for this draft? We've been waiting for this for months now.
Yeah, this is our third draft together as a group, and then joining us three, of course, and the rest of you three. I mean, I know it's supposed to just be Michael, but at the same time, the you three joining here as well. It's just more cooks in the kitchen, more analytics that we can get out there, and we're excited. Honestly, this has always been a fun night.
You got Eminem on stage right now.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is that someone who doesn't look excited is Eminem. My man has no emotion on his face standing on the stage right now. Of Nate's beloved Detroit Lions, as the draft is in Detroit this year, and as Roger Goodell goes through his shindig. So I want to ask you, Nate, as the resident Detroit fan and as the draft being held in Detroit, who do you want the Lions to take in that back half of the first round?
Oh, man. Well, as I alluded to in our staff mock draft yesterday, that Kool-Aid man, gosh, I forgot his last name.
Yeah.
That's all I remember. His name was Kool-Aid man. Yeah. I've seen him mocked to us, and look, for those people that are listening, I am not a draft Nick. I leave that to the professionals up over here and over here on your screen. I'm just here for the fun and the shenanigans. But hey, we need defensive backs. We need cornerbacks. We need to stop those long bomb touchdowns. And if we can get someone that can do that, phenomenal. I've also heard talk of possibly trading up and getting a second edge rusher to go on the other side of the line there from Aiden Hutchinson. So, I'm not going to pretend to be an armchair GM. I stopped doing that a few years ago, when everything I thought just put us more and more into misery. And once, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell came into the building, I just said, hey, they're capable. They can do this. And look, we were very close to the 32nd pick this year. So hoping that we can pull that off next year.
But it did feel weird as I was writing in the draft order, doing my notes for this. Detroit picking in the bottom 5 of the first round. What a world we live in, huh?
Yeah.
I do need to get after you, Nate, a little bit because I'm seeing way too much Honolulu blue right now. I mean, you got M up there, you got Calvin, you got Barry, you got Hutch, and they're about to announce Maximus, the Lion Slayer, Caleb Williams. How does that make you feel?
Well, I believe that. Yeah.
When? When will he be the Lion Slayer? That's what I want to know.
Right now, he's already the Lion Slayer.
Nate, as I went to a Cardinals game yesterday. I live in St. Louis, as the STL will give you. And I went to the Cardinals game with my dad, who's a big Lions fan, and his analysis isn't always great. He's 67 years old or whatever, but he just goes, I just bet Dan Campbell does something that's just super weird and nobody believes it, and everybody calls him an idiot afterwards. And then it's like someone who was not even mocked in like early second round, and then we're all just sitting here like, what did they do? And then it turns out to just work out again. Just like last year.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? After last year's draft, they had they traded up for the running back, and then everyone shit on him. Hey, this is my stream. I can say bad words.
Oh, don't you worry. If you're the first one to say a cuss word, that's a good thing.
So all of that grief last year, and it worked out. Like, hey, they were very close to winning the whole thing, or at least being in the final game. And so if they go crazy this year, I'll roll with it. I trust them. And I've also heard of talks of them possibly trading back, trading down, if trading out of the first round if the draft goes a certain way. So, you know what? I really don't know what they'll do, and hope that it's as genius as it was last year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You'd be happy with another Jahmyr Gibbs type of impact as Detroit lined up that draft stage. You saw Aiden Hutchinson up there, Jared Goff up there, Barry Sanders making an appearance up there.
I love the booze.
Suddenly, I made the Lions making amends with the greatest player to ever tote the football at running back. Ricky, I want to thank you for joining us for the first hour of the pregame show, and we're going to see you later as well when the world changes, and we're going to have a whole lot of stuff to talk about the next time we see you, Ricky. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. And thank you all. Thanks for all that are listening. And I'll be back on in the last hour of the show to help out. But take care, everybody. See y'all soon.
Yeah, thanks, Ricky. Great to see you.
Brock Bowers to the Rams at number 12. Let them know, Michael.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. How spicy would that be? And the Broncos could use those picks. Same thing to Nate as well. Thank you for hopping in, my man. I'm so glad to see you in this. So good to get that Lions perspective, given that the draft is in Detroit as well. And, we'll see you. Maybe you pop in later when those Lions make the pick. Who knows?
We shall see.
Depends how happy you are.
Funny, one last thing to mention is just 2-3 months ago, I was right in this area when I went to the playoff game, that first home game, which was the win, and got to see. I wasn't there to see it built, but I got to see the location. So kicking myself this year for not going. But hey. At least I got to see that playoff game. I will see you guys later, and enjoy the draft.
Oh, we will. We will.
Thanks,
Nate. Thank you for hopping in. Oh my goodness! Now it's just us and me and the offensive points crew. This is how we're going to be cooking it up this night. The Bears.
I'm sorry for inviting Ricky for longer. My bad, guys.
Oh, no. I'm hoping he tuned in so he heard that. But either way. The Bears are on the clock, guys. Who do you think they're going to take?
I don't know. It's a mystery.
Nobody cares. Anyway, can we talk? I got some bones to pick about the Chicago Bears. All right, I got some bones to pick about the Chicago Bears. So number one, they've never drafted a good quarterback. They've never had a good quarterback. No offense, Jay Cutler. We know he's smoking Jay is great, and then
Rougarou.
Are we just do we call Caleb Williams a bust at this point? Like, not for fantasy. I'm sure fantasy would be fine. Fields was fine, but do we just go ahead and call Williams a bust? Or are we just gonna keep pretending?
He's the chosen one.
We're gonna keep this facade up that this is a real thing.
coming as a Bears fan, I'm already seeing the draft. I mean, they're running the lowlights for the Chicago Bears here. Never had a 4,000-yard passer. Haven't won a playoff game since 2010. So just let me have this, Josh. We're going to get Caleb Williams. He is going to be fantastic. He's going to be way better than that hack Jalen Hurts. Sorry.
Dang.
That was
Anyone
fun
could
to
win with that
one, so
supporting cast. So, yeah. So Caleb Williams is going to be awesome. The Bears are going to be relevant for the first time in, 40-plus years, and it's going to be a beautiful thing.
all right.
How
Well,
optimistic are you? Yeah.
I mean, I actually like it. So, Michael, when we did the draft, I think it was 2 years ago, or maybe it's 3. I don't even know. It's been a long time. But when Joe watched Justin Fields get picked by the Bears, this man did a front flip onto the bed that was behind him in the room that he was streaming in. And we thought that was it. That was the world changing for the Bears. Finally, they've gotten over the hump. They finally got a quarterback that's going to take them to the future. And we're back here again with them drafting another quarterback. So this is kind of funny that we've made a full cycle, basically.
Yeah, and thanks to that trade from last year, they're in such a different circumstance, right? Of this not being their own pick. They're actually, their normal pick is 9, but they're picking via Carolina right now. And that trade that went down, just to recap it, Carolina and the Bears to make this, to get to now be picking number 1 with Caleb Williams. Yeah, no, it did not age well for Carolina. Darnell Wright being traded over there, plus Caleb Williams now, Tyreek Stevenson in the second round, and a 2025 second that is obviously still yet to be picked. So quite the haul that is going to be setting up Caleb Williams for quite the first round here, with the number 9 pick to come as well. And that pick still isn't in, guys, believe it or not. Why do we do this? Why do we
working
do
the
it?
phones? We're working the phones
Every
right now.
year.
I
year
feel like
we do
they're getting some food. They're getting everything set up. They're just making sure everybody's creating that last little social media post that they can blast out on Instagram.
yeah, the marketing team's not ready
Threads
yet.
or whatever. Yeah, exactly. The marketing team's like, hold up. We're finishing the
Wait, who
graphics
were we
now.
picking?
Right.
They've
Now,
only
honestly,
had months to do it.
the Bears are just happy to be in the limelight. They're like, look at us, 6 minutes. All right, this brings me to my second bone to pick with the Bears, if it's okay if we transition. They call themselves the Windy City, right? That's like their go-to. They love the Windy City. That's their motto or whatever slogan. And they're going to build a new stadium that has a roof. A roof. So the whole point of whole weather football and the wind and like you having that benefit of like coming off the lake, like fun, cool stadium, like what's that about? What are we doing?
We're trying to get a Super Bowl, man.
That is fair. All right, never mind. I'll shut up now. All right, cool.
I mean, I think every Super Bowl should be played when it's minus 10 outside with the wind whipping through there. These guys are professional players. I mean, but we got to have a Super Bowl because the NFL will not allow it.
Fans be damned.
That's fair. If you're paying to rebuild a stadium, Super Bowl, I didn't think about the Super Bowl part, but I was just sitting here like, it seems weird for like to lose another like open stadium. It's just really sad to see because I love like weather that comes with football, and like that's the whole point in my opinion, or at least part of it.
Yeah,
my dad wants you to know that Jim McMahon is a good quarterback.
Your dad said that?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, man. I wasn't alive, so I'm sorry. I don't remember.
Oh my goodness. Well, either way, the pick is in for the Bears. I think we all know what that's going to be. I want to quickly take a second. Thank everyone for watching in right now. We are at over 300 viewers right now. So awesome to see you guys in this chat. We'll be going all night long, so be sure to stick around so we can get even crazier as this night goes through. And also want to remind a lot of people who are watching on Twitter. I know a lot of people watching on Twitter. It's a lot easier to submit those questions comments if you guys want to join in on YouTube or Twitch. The Twitter ones don't always come through, so highly encourage you guys to switch over to the YouTube if you're watching on Twitter. But we are happy to hear you guys and have you guys listen to us no matter where you're watching. That pick is in. Shocker, everybody. Caleb Williams, who has spent 9 of the last 10 minutes on the screen of this broadcast, is a Chicago Bears fan. I feel like you're going to have to go first.
I'm just very happy right now. I love Caleb Williams. What he has done is incredible. So I'm very excited to see him get out on the field. He's got a ton of weapons. Hopefully we get him some more weapons. So I think Ryan Poles actually knows what he's doing with this franchise. He has a vision, and we're finally starting to see it come together. So I'm willing to give it 2 thumbs up. Extremely excited. Only knock on Caleb Williams is he holds on to the ball for a little bit long, which is what Justin Fields did. So hopefully you can get that behind him. But no, I'm very excited. Get the ball, and the Bears will finally be a fantasy relevant team outside of DJ Moore and Cole Kmet to a lesser extent.
Little Herbert a little bit.
How did you type that name so fast? Like, how did you know?
Oh, believe it or not, this banner was set months ago. This banner was wrote months ago. This is I kid you not, I wrote down banners for every single team in the order that they're picking. This is the only one that I wrote in beforehand. So
yeah, this one's easy.
Believe it or not,
Money.
Caleb Williams was preordained to
So
become up.
I have a question for you guys. So you know how Alabama likes to claim Jalen Hurts? Like, I'm an Oklahoma fan. And so when Alabama tries to claim Jalen Hurts, everybody's like, oh, well, he played there for a lot of his career. He started his career there. Can we, as Oklahoma fans, claim Caleb Williams? Started his career at Oklahoma. Oklahoma quarterback, right? Can we put him on a graphic as the Oklahoma
Absolutely
quarterback?
What
You act like I'm bad for bringing in the Eagles, and you just bring in Oklahoma over here, claiming a freshman year.
They played Oklahoma highlights on this show. I watched it. He played against
maybe
Texas, and it was incredible.
Billy's defense, he brings up Oklahoma like, 3 times a year as opposed to every 10 minutes?
I was about to say, Josh, first 5 minutes. I'm surprised we haven't talked about the A.J. Brown contract extension.
I tried
already.
to, but everyone was like, shut up.
No. We're talking about this draft
let's
right
take a
now.
second. Let's take a second and talk about that.
We'll get there. I actually wanted to, as we were thanking all the listeners and everything, I just wanted to thank our most loyal fan, Rugaroo, in the chat. I see him there. He's been with us since day one. I don't even know why, because day one was rough, but he's always around, and I really appreciate it.
He's a New Orleans fan, so we'll get to him at some point in this draft.
Yeah, he will be. We'll probably get some sad stuff to talk about at some point.
Probably. He does also say Jane Daniels over Caleb Williams,
which is interesting.
That's because he's an LSU fan.
Yeah,
get out of here.
You want to hear something funny about Jaden Daniels, and we're going to talk about this in a minute anyway. But like, he threw a touchdown pass to Brandon Ayuk in college. Brandon Ayuk's been in the league for like 4 years, and Jaden Daniels threw a touchdown pass to him. It's insane.
I saw that. That is so bizarre. Like to see that. Whenever you see like the names, you're like, oh my gosh, wow, that feels like Justin Herbert's been in the league for 7 years. Okay, so at this point, Washington's on the clock. We know that it's between two people, pretty much. I'm personally on the not Marcus but Drake May train. I know that somebody here has to be a Jaden Daniels truther at this point. I just would love to see May go there because we got the more traditional pocket passer, the guy who has a lot of weapons immediately walking in the door. And then Jaden Daniels, more of a mobile, as Billy said on one of our pods back, one of our mock drafts, I think it was our 2.0, was after RG3, I don't know. Jaden Daniels seems like they might not want that smoke on their team after having that kind of jaded personality with a mobile quarterback.
Always fun to see. And with this number 2 pick here, like you said, there's only 2 directions that it's going to go, and it's most likely going to be Jay Daniels or it could be Drake May. And I know our beloved Dynasty Santa in the chat has been saying Drake May should have went number 1, has been calling him Caleb Bustiums. Ruguru does also say Drake May is the best. Bustiums is good, but Ruguru is saying May is a better fit for Washington. And Washington is equipped to do whatever they want with the quarterback they take. They can start him week 1. They can sit him behind Marcus Mariota for a little bit until everyone gets tired of Marcus Mariota once again. And Drake May kind of needs that situation to sit behind. So either way, it's going to be interesting to watch. I want to get some final predictions here, as I'm sure the pick is going to be coming in any minute now. Who's going to be the pick here?
I think it's Jaden Daniels because, Cliff Kingsbury, he's going to want a guy like Jaden Daniels. I don't know why anyone trusts his input at this stage in his career, but that's probably what it's going to be, and it's going to be awesome. I'm excited to see him with McLaurin and Dotson.
In his defense, as much as I hate Cliff Kingsbury, he is a fantastic offensive coordinator. He is a disaster as a head coach. That is always his problem. That was his problem with Arizona is he could not focus on the whole team. He just needed to focus on the offense, but couldn't quite do it. So I think this could mean good things for Washington with him there. Bomber, what's up?
What's up, Bomber?
Welcome in.
So at this point, Fields wasn't a bust, at least a messed up pick, but you had the whole Mitch Trubisky over Mahomes thing, which I don't think any of us knew. Let's be real. That was one of those wild things. It's like Puka Nacua at this point. But I'm just hoping that isn't for the Bears. As much shit as I'm talking, I just love pissing off Joe to start the podcast to get this a little spicy in here.
That was just unnecessary.
I don't know.
I mean, taking shots is all about like live. If you're not taking shots at our co-hosts on the live stream, what are we doing here, right?
I'm just saying we should be worried. We should be worried as Caleb Williams drafters in the future.
Saquon is not going to work out in Philly.
Oh my goodness.
We haven't even gotten to Philly yet. You guys keep bringing up Philly. I really appreciate it. It must be because of all the decorations behind me. I just put those up yesterday.
Well, before we not talk about Caleb Williams for the rest of the night, where do you guys think he's going to slot in for dynasty purposes? He's certainly in that top 12, I imagine, when he's from day one, which is today now. But going forward, how high is he on your ranks? Does he crack the top 10? Is he top 12? Does he go even higher?
One QB leagues, obviously, I assume we're talking about because Superflex, he's probably number one. One QB leagues, I think he's at least like 6 or 7. I mean, that's right when the right after the 3 wide receivers go. Maybe Brock Bowers goes that early. I hope not. Hopefully, we all learned our lessons from Kyle Pitts a few years back. But even the next couple wide receivers, I think at one point I don't know where you draw the line in that line of 10 to 12 receivers, but there's a line somewhere in there, and it's past Neighbors and Adunze. And honestly, I could see him going 4th if you're a quarterback needy team and you're at 4, and that's what you need to succeed in the future. But I personally am not going that early. I'd say 6 or 7.
I would say he's definitely a top 10 quarterback for me. Probably right at 10, 9, 10. I haven't really slotted him in anywhere. If we do get another receiver, if we do get a Dunze, like a lot of people have projected, then I would have him higher because that stable of weapons will be ridiculous.
It's fair enough indeed. And that pick is in for the Commanders, and that pick is made for the Commanders. It is a Heisman winner coming into Washington. Jane Daniels, quarterback out of LSU. The new quarterback in Washington, and then like we mentioned before, a very good fit in this Cliff Kingsbury offense. Fantasy-wise, people mobile.
I don't know really what to make of him. Fantasy value first year, like this is going to be very interesting. I think right off the bat. I mean, he does give them a different dynamic, but I'm not going to lie. He is 210, and that's what LSU weighed him in, which means he's actually probably like 206, 203, and they gave him a couple of extra pounds. That is scaring the bleep out of me. He tends to run first and then pass, which is also scary. But at the same time, like, I'm excited to see what it looks like. Cliff Kingsbury did work some magic with a mobile quarterback once, at least for fantasy-wise. It might not necessarily be a bad thing.
I just feel
after watching Taylor Heineke and Sam Howell, this is such a breath of fresh air to watch the Commanders. I am so excited to see how he plays on this team, and hopefully they take the Eagles down to bring him up for the 5th time.
I'm not gonna lie, they keep beating they steady beat the Eagles with Sam Howell. They're probably not gonna be able to do it with Jay Daniels now. But no, honestly, Commanders are probably the one rival that the Eagles have that I actually like. I've always been a fan. I bought my wife an IE Nacho jersey at one point. He's a defensive back, great name. So we had a good joke about it. But honestly, never had a problem with them. I love that they have a quarterback at this point. I hate it for fantasy purposes. I think Jaden Daniels will be good for fantasy purposes. I think like points wise, he's going to take some. Running backs, the Brian Robinson Eckler split. I have no idea what that's going to look like now. You add in more legs toting the ball around. McLaurin and Dotson is a split. I mean, it's one or the other is going to have a good day. I mean, that was always going to be the case with a rookie quarterback coming in, but I actually kind of hate this for the Commanders. Actually, I already said that I hate it. I hate it.
Why is that, though? Well, what do you hate about it?
There's so many stars on this team that aren't going to be able to get the right amount of touches. You know what I mean? They already had a weird split with the 2 running backs. The Eckler addition was kind of weird. They love Brian Robinson, who I think is just kind of mediocre. I mean, good-ish, I guess, at that point. But I thought Eckler with Drake May would probably look a lot better. I don't know. Maybe him and Daniels can have a little pop step to Eckler, but usually the pass catching backs don't get much from mobile quarterbacks, and that's looking a little rough for both of those guys. And then the wide receivers, I can't tell you who's going to be the good one there.
We're not going to talk about Eckler too long because he already needs to retire here. What this is really good for is McLaurin and Dotson. We know the strength of those guys, and we know Jaden Daniels' strength is getting that ball to him. So The running is going to get them open, and let's see how they perform in the scramble drill, because you're going to get a lot of cheap points from these guys late in games, especially when he's out of the pocket, because defense is going to have no idea what to do with him. So you're going to get a wide open McLaurin, a wide open Dotson, and a lot of garbage time points from them.
Got Zach Ertz running around that field too. So, I mean, that actually might be a good cheap tight end for redraft purposes.
Definitely retire.
Yeah. And I think Billy got a good eye on some news that Adam Schefter dropped there, because the pick is in now for the New England Patriots. The report that came out 5 minutes ago, the Patriots were not going to be trading their pick. They are making it. So the pick is in for New England. The first pick made in the post Bill Belichick era here. Is it a quarterback?
Has to be.
Has to be, right? Number 3 has to be. Marvin Harrison.
I'm just excited the draft can actually start now. After Drake May gets drafted, now we can actually get this draft going. Like this is what we need to get going here. Get started.
Michael, I'm not gonna lie. I thought you had the pick in your hand and you were waiting, because I was like, I see pick is in, but I might be a little bit behind. And I was like, who is it?
No. This is as this banner goes across the stream. Spoiler-free stream. I'm a gentleman. Spoiler-free. I promise.
I honestly, my stream might be a little bit behind because I got a lot going on here. I got the Sixers game going on, 3 headphone situation.
He's a man of
the
integrity.
Knicks game, I think you mean the Knicks game.
No, I said the Sixers. It's a home game, so it's the Sixers game officially.
Well, I just say I think the higher seed, it's their game personally, but that's just me.
Wow. 2 of 3 co-hosts. This should be great.
This is going to be a long night, isn't it? But listen, the Patriots are in here. I want to get some predictions on who this pick is. I feel like Drake May feels like consensus. I'm going to say it's JJ McCarthy, just because that would be so amazing. That would be so amazing.
I need that to happen. I need that to happen. Please
we all need
introduce
that to happen.
Chaos into this draft, Patriots. Please do it.
I would love to see Marvin Harrison Jr. They do not have a wide receiver on that team that is worth shit. I understand. Figure out the quarterback later. We can figure it out. There's someone out there.
Figure out the quarterback later.
I'm just saying, man, you get a star receiver, get your Randy Moss on that team. Too late, Randy Moss. But you don't have Tom Brady anymore. Maybe you can convince Tom to come out of retirement. Maybe he'll come for a year. But
there is a Michigan quarterback in the draft.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be able to get them both, unfortunately. But
yeah, I suppose there would be chemistry concerns.
Yeah.
But
maybe.
Either way, this pick is in. This is going to be fascinating because like Billy was saying before, the draft does begin now. Whether that is Drake May or not, this pick is going to be quite interesting and set the stage for this Patriots team going forward. So I believe that pick is in. I wanna make sure everyone's on the same page on our stream. Is the pick in for everybody before I write this one in?
I mean, you can write it. That's fine.
Oh yeah.
If it's live, it's live. You know what I mean?
Hey, you know what? I love that thinking. So as I type this in, the pick is in, and it is Drake May. I am wrong. You guys are 100% right. I'm hoping that will not be the theme the entire night, but hey, listen, if you guys are right, I'm happy. So Drake May to the Patriots, the new quarterback in New England. Thoughts on that selection?
Wow.
They didn't have a choice. How about that? It was 1, 2, 3, whichever way you slice it. Yeah, I mean, I think they're fine with it. Maybe they convinced some scouts for Washington to get Jaden Daniels because they really wanted May. There's that possibility. But me personally, I mean, the 1, 2, 3 was written. It was just how was it written? We didn't know. Yeah. So I mean, I would have loved to see Marvin Harrison go there, but obviously it was a pipe dream.
Yeah,
it's going to take some time to develop Drake May. Not going to lie to you, Joe. You're muted. We can't hear you anyway. Honestly, I think Drake May is kind of lead this team to a bad record this year. He's a developmental project a little bit, and with the supporting cast that they have in New England, I just don't. I don't see. Yeah, I even see Ricky say it in the chat. He probably needs to sit this year and just let's build this team out a little bit more rather than let's just not throw him in there and Mac Jones him, and kill his confidence right away.
I say this every year. Some of these quarterbacks, sure, Caleb Williams, we know he's not sitting behind anyone. We probably assume Jaden Daniels isn't. Drake May has the opportunity to sit for a couple games at the very least. We see 3 amazing. I have 3 of the best quarterbacks in the league at this point. If you put Jordan Love up there, Love, Hurts, and Mahomes all sat a year at plus. Well, for some people, Love had a little bit extra. So I hate to see quarterbacks who aren't QB ready or NFL ready to just go in and be thrown to it with this abysmal receiving staff. And I actually like a lot of these receivers, but it's not a star-studded cast by any means. So it's just one of those things that I would love to see a little bit longer.
And I'm 100% on board with you guys because I also think he needs that time to sit, and they can afford that. And throwing him in when he might not be ready with a shoddy receiving core is exactly how you ruin prospects like Drake May, because he's a great one. He is such a good prospect. But
I think his mentality is not going to work if they throw him in right away. So, yeah, he needs to sit behind Brissett this year and just kind of learn. It'll be fine.
What is he going to learn from Jacoby Brissett?
I mean, just learning how to get hit, I think, will be probably Jacoby Brissett's.
It's a good value. It's good value.
You got to learn. Yeah.
I think Adam Schefter is tweeting spoilers by not actually tweeting spoilers. By the way, like his latest tweet,
having fun,
is a spoiler. I think he knows who the pick is, and he's just like, I'm gonna dance around this as much as possible. So probably gonna stay away from the Adam Schefter tweet.
I was just gonna kick it to you because you've always been our Twitter rat. You know what I mean? I don't know what that means.
If it's a trade, I think we should go to it. But like Adam Schefter just blatantly spoiling the picks, just not saying the words of who they are. So I don't know. Probably gonna let go of that. But I don't know. Patriots fans, I don't really know what to tell you. It's gonna be a long year this year, I think.
It'll be a long year, but I mean, the one thing we saw about Drake May is that we saw him struggle when he lost a lot of weapons to the draft, and he lost a lot of talent to the draft. The Patriots do not have a lot of talent. So if he does take a lot of time to rest this year, or not rest, but learn this year and to acclimate himself to the speed of the NFL, I think it really shapes up well for him to take over next year with a little bit more draft capital or so forth. Arizona's pick is in. They do not trade out. We are 4 picks in without a trade. And the pick is in for Arizona.
I haven't loved that so far, by the way. We need a trade. Like I was really
coming
thinking it was never gonna be these top 4. There a lot of people mocked the Cardinals trading back. Why would you trade away from this Marvin Harrison? Like, you're getting a generational talent at your pick. You don't have to trade up for it. You don't have to burn any capital. I'm sure that you could have gotten good capital and picked a Dunze or whoever else later, but we know who it is. I mean, but okay, back to the quarterback thing, because we're not done here. We are for the moment, but for the first 3 pick, all 3 of these quarterbacks. What rookie quarterbacks don't throw for 4,000 yards. I mean, we're not getting 4,000 yard seasons, 5,000 yard seasons from these guys right off the bat. Rest your guy and sit there and don't have high expectations.
What did CJ Stroud just do?
Yeah, you say that right on the heels.
You just watched CJ Stroud do that.
CJ Stroud is built different. All right, we're not talking about CJ Stroud. Okay, all 3 of these guys aren't going to have good years. There's like you can say this is a good fit. This is a good fit. Jaden James is good.
Why wouldn't Caleb have a good year? He's got Keenan Allen. He's got a potential. He's got DJ Moore. He's got Cole Kmet.
See, that's the problem is we are looking at like, oh, CJ Stroud did this. Caleb Williams can too. Can he immediately?
Caleb Williams is better than CJ Stroud as a prospect.
I think we need to lower our expectations on rookie quarterbacks coming into a new system, a new team, a new offense. Just
same Josh, different.
All right, fireball bet with Caleb gets 4,000 yards.
1,000%, I'll take that bet.
All right, first fireball bet.
I didn't know what I was going to write down on my notepad. I'm glad you gave me something.
I think it's fair to temper the expectations on rookie quarterbacks. Caleb being the exception of the bunch, given that because he's walking into a situation that a lot of rookie quarterbacks don't, where it's a team that's not supposed to be picking as high as they are and getting the prospect that they are. They're getting a team with a tackle that's already set up. They got the Keenan Allen, it's already mentioned. But either way, the pick is in for Arizona, and we know who it is, and we knew who it was before the draft even started. It's Marvin Harrison Jr. Kyler Murray has a new friend, and he has quite the family heritage, and he's such a good player as well. Marvin Harrison Jr., the Cardinals.
The Cardinals are about to be nasty this year. I like their entire core now, honestly. Like, I like Michael Wilson. I like Greg Dortch. I mean, and then you put a top line guy like Marvin Harrison Jr. here. It's probably another wide receiver they're going to add. And you got Trey McBride and James Conner. I like this offense. I mean, they're a defensive-led team by the coach, but like this offense is a very good built offense. I think they're going to actually have quite the bounce back this year.
My only knock on Marvin Harrison is he's 6'3" and not 6'5", because I'm not sure if Kyler's going to be able to see him. I think he needs to be at least 6'7". to get the full
Kyler's
use
throwing
out
to
of it.
Rondale. Kyler's throwing to Rondale Moore, man. It's if you
Yeah,
can
that's
see
after
Rondale,
that's when the line creates the gap that they probably should have ran through, and he just sees him right there. It happened time and time again.
I actually love this for Michael Wilson for the future. I know Marvin Harrison is obviously the guy, and he's going to be the wide receiver one. But I think Michael Wilson, if you can acquire him in Dynasty, I would do that because he is going to be the 2 there. Obviously, a pretty decent rookie year, but nothing super splashy on paper. Like I say, boring name. So a lot of people are like, oh, whatever, it's fine. Marvin Harrison would have a boring name if he didn't have the junior underneath him, but Michael Wilson might be one of the more boring names. My name's Josh Hall, so I can't say anything. Pretty boring. Just don't think about him too much. You get a guy named Roma Dunze, you're like, oh, that's a cool name. Oh, that looks good on the back of a jersey. See Smith and Wilson and Williams, you're like, oh, whatever.
So what does this do with Trey
that.
McBride? Is he still
That is the
tight end
question.
too in Dynasty? I don't know. Because Marvin Harrison's going to be a sponge there.
I think so. I think he's still fine. I mean, I think it just gives a better chance of him not to be the funnel, but still eating. Kind of like Sam Laporta and Amon Ra. Like they can still coexist. Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think the other part of adding a Marvin Harrison is that it dramatically improves the offense as a whole, and that allows them to stay on the field. And staying on the field means more plays, and it means more touchdown upside as well for someone like Trey McBride. So and also we still like Michael Wilson. I agree that he's going to be quite the interesting target and probably someone I'm sending a few offers for, but certainly not proven. That number 2 role is very much in the open, and I don't think they can afford to ride James Conner as much as they have in recent years. Like I love James Conner to death, I really do, but he can only hold up so long. I
imagine there will.
Michael
I'm
Carter's
sensing
there.
negativity in the bottom left of my screen right now.
I was actually watching the Sixers game and I was happy they drilled a 3 and it was looking really nice. But then you started talking about I love James Conner and I was like, ugh,
I do.
yeah.
It's like quite
James
a solid,
Conner has been solid the last 2 years.
He's been solid, but he's not like I don't know. They're going to draft a running back 100%.
Y'all are sleeping on Michael Carter.
They will.
They might
a little bit.
They
too
might
much
be
here.
actually one of the guys who drafted him in the first round.
Joe, shut
Hold
up.
on. We are
Not the
not
Michael
sleeping
Carter.
on Michael
What?
Carter.
What?
Yeah.
Just sleeping on the
That's not
Michael
going
Carter,
very
man.
Back
No,
to
we're doing
Michael
that again.
Carter, this guy. Unbelievable.
He's a phenomenal buy low right now. No one's.
He sure is. You bought him low from me, so I
I think
a
I said that about
buy
Brian
low.
Edwards once upon a time. Oh, my God. My king. Did not work out. Either way, the
Brian
Chargers
Edwards.
are on the
I forgot
clock.
about
I'll
that
never
train that
forget.
everybody was on. I wasn't.
Yeah, I'll never forget. But either way, the
Hakeem
Chargers are on the
Butler,
clock.
Dre Fitzpatrick. I mean, I have all sorts of guys that are just weighing in wake of who I liked in the past.
Terrace Marshall was my biggest one lately. It was just like I think it's finally.
I can't
over.
believe that didn't work. Terrace Marshall. I really thought he was going to be the next LSU wide receiver.
I don't think it's
but-
truly his fault, but it's definitely not looking great for him. Hopefully he can
Elijah
find some
Moore for
some.
me.
Well,
Ricky
actually, I don't
says
think Elijah
that
Moore's done.
Joe's
yet,
done too many fireball shots, bringing up Michael Carter.
Okay, I just want to preface: I was not on the Michael Carter train back in the day at all.
You
But
weren't,
I think
actually.
he has
You
a really
made-
good fit in Arizona, and I think he could absolutely be a PPR, mid-level PPR guy for your team. That's essentially free right now. But because we know James Conner's durability, it's not good. It's not good.
It's been on the field the last few years at least, but yeah, I and that's why I do agree. I do agree that they will be adding a running back to this room because the backup situation, with all due respect to Michael Carter, which is none, it's not great.
I think we're doing him a little dirty. He actually had some flash in the pan. I'm just saying. I think that
I didn't love him at UNC, so I come off with not a
That's
prospect I didn't totally believe in. I didn't see much in the NFL to disprove that type of thing, but
yeah, Billy was on
the
that
Chargers
train too.
still pick is not in for the Chargers yet.
Well,
so
Michael
surprised.
Carter and Javonte Williams coming out was like, how this is so nasty.
I love Javonte Williams.
Should have been cool. I would have wished that
Didn't
one
work
worked out
out
too.
the way.
Circling back to Elijah Moore while we're sitting here waiting, Elijah Moore's not done. I will say the Judy trade, Joe would say it's nothing, but I will say that took a hit for him. But I don't think Elijah Moore's done. Like if Amari Cooper or Judy don't have a good season, Elijah Moore was getting just about as many targets as Amari Cooper was midseason. I know it wasn't with Watson, but I do think that Elijah Moore still has some flash in the pan there. Like there's something left. Like he can't just be done,
I'm definitely not going to say that Jerry Jeudy is done for how much the Browns paid to get him on their team.
Gonna
So
have to pay it and throw him the ball.
yeah, they're going to have to throw him the ball. I mean, I don't believe he's what everyone thought he was going to be, but I do think the Browns are going to get him the football this year.
Yeah, they paid him quite a lot of money to do that. 58 million reasons to get him the ball.
Still no
Chargers
pick.
Chargers are confused, I think, and that's not surprising. I mean, let's be honest here.
What if they missed the deadline? And
yeah,
I was about to say, do you think
forfeit
Harbaugh's
their
even in the room right now, or do you think he's out taking part in recreational stuff?
let's say
What kind of recreational stuff?
Michigan
I don't know
Friday.
if it's legal there or not. Oh, it's in California. Oh yeah, I think he's smoking a blunt, waiting for it, man. He's like, we're drafted tonight. I thought that was. Oh, what day is it? Like, I think that's how.
Someone
Harbaugh
got him
was.
on the phone because the pick is in for the Chargers. I thought this would
I'm
be the
proud of
trade
them.
back
They
spot.
used
for,
the entire 10 minutes for it.
They might not have been
Yeah,
able to get a
take
hold of
it.
him. They had to go to the GM after he wouldn't answer his phone. Went straight to voicemail.
No, what I think happened is that NFL Network needed to find a camera to cut to Blake Corum because they were not expecting him to go in the top 5. And
Yeah,
here we go.
exactly.
Yeah,
Well, I was
that-
thinking the
Where
same
is
of
he?
like he's just holding up a sign saying JJ McCarthy, and they're like, John or Jim, get out of here. Not doing that.
oh,
We got
God,
Justin
that would-
Herbert. Stop it.
he's got his
that'd be so-
radio outside the window of McCarthy's house.
Exactly.
Yeah. This has
Well,
got to
let's
be
see.
like J.C. Latham, right? I mean, that's totally what
Could
this
be
is going to be.
that's been popular. Joe Alt's been popular.
Malik
Somebody.
It's a
Neighbors.
wide receiver, guys. Come on, it's neighbors.
Yeah.
It's
I
gotta
have
be
to match
Neighbors.
his neighbors.
They traded out their entire wide receiver room. There's no way it's not neighbors. Like, I understand that Joe Alt would be great, but it's not it. It's got to be a wide receiver here. This is where
I will draft
this is where.
Malik Neighbors so high. Sorry.
Oh
go
yeah,
on.
I mean, you have to imagine unless he's the same as their wide receiver they drafted last year, and hopefully we don't have to do that again.
Man, I seriously love Malik Neighbors, so this would be a fantastic fit for him. But it's gonna be interesting to see where the Chargers go because with Jim Harbaugh calling the shots here, we know how he favors his run stuffing offensive linemen, and they do need some of those run stuffing offensive linemen, which is why I thought they might trade back, but I suppose not. And Adam Schefter is saying now that the Patriots Patriots and Vikings reached out to the Chargers about trading for Justin Herbert. The answer was a quote, big fat no. So I'll spoil that this is not going to be JJ McCarthy. And I hope that wasn't a spoiler for anybody. But
It would have been interesting if they traded Herbert for a wide receiver, drafted McCarthy, and he just was like, all right.
Roman Wilson.
There was actually a 100-1 bet, Josh, that they would get JJ McCarthy and Blake Corum on their team. That actually on
I'd put a
DraftKings
dollar
had
on it. You know what I
that
mean? Just for
exact
fun.
thing.
Oh boy.
Let's
Well,
see.
this
Who do we
this
got?
pick is coming in
God,
right
Goodell looks
about
like
now.
death, by the way.
And we have an interesting pick coming in. Not a ton of reaction on the man's face, but the pick is in. The pick is made for this Los Angeles Chargers team. It is not Malik Neighbors. It is
Dumbass.
Joe Alt of Notre Dame. And sure enough, it
Billy,
is that
And
one
guess
only
who
reason-
was right, Josh?
The only
whole
reason
time I was right.
The only reason you're cheering about this is because you put a bet in on it. That's the only reason.
Not only no, because
You didn't know that it was
yes,
a
I'm
thing.
happy. I'm happy. No, I'm happy that I won my bet because this is incredible. However, this is what he wanted to do. I told you he traded away all the wide receivers to build the O line to build a run game. It's exactly what we're doing here. He's not veering away from his plan. This is not shocking at all to me. This is exactly what should have happened. Exactly what should have happened.
Titans fans just jumped off.
Yeah, Ricky adding one of the best comments of the night so far with Titans fans jumping off the cliff for that Joe Alt pick. Although I imagine if Malik Neighbors fell to them, they'd be quite happy. But now the Giants on the clock, not to move away from
man.
this Joe Alt pick yet, but Giants on the
And
clock
there-
with Malik Neighbors here.
There's
That's
the
quite a
wasted
change.
talent of Malik Neighbors going to the Giants. Tough.
Man, I fought so hard in our mock drafts to have Joe Alt go 5, and these guys.
I didn't
mostly
believe you
this
because
one,
you just
was like
you
they're
put a bet
goalie
in.
neighbors, dude. There's no wide receiver
You-
on this team.
There isn't,
Here we
and
are.
they should have grabbed him.
Here
I
we
think
are.
it's gonna slam the door in his face one day, where they're just like, "Why didn't we grab a wide receiver when we had the 5th pick?" I guess they'll probably have the 5th pick next year. I don't know.
They might.
Maybe better.
Well, they got Justin Herbert. It can't be that bad. Oh, sorry,
We
Gary.
need
I mean,
to
I put
float
that in a long
second
time
to the
ago.
Bengals
We're
for
gonna
T.
do that.
Higgins, and that would solve it, right?
Oh my goodness, that would be fantastic. But it really would be. I mean, it's a good pick. it makes sense with what they're wanting to do. I would love to take Malik Neighbors. I think he's the best player on the board, so I would have went that way. But to the Billy's point, I mean, Billy makes a great point that this is exactly what Harbaugh wants to do. We knew this is what he wants to do, which is why, it makes sense. It makes sense that they're going to ground and pound and run the ball despite having Justin Herbert. And they're going to turn this team into a run-first team. And they have the
1,000%
personnel now to do that. And Rashawn Slater on one side, Joe Alt on the other, you could do worse. You could do a lot worse than that in the NFL.
Because we were deciding whose contracts are they going to shed on this team. We had all come to the conclusion that Derwin James is probably gone. Khalil Mack's probably gone. They're going to start rebuilding, and they got to get some of these. Bosa might be gone. Got to get some of these bad contracts off. Well, we had no clue that they were going to go the opposite direction and just shed all of Keenan Allen, Mike Williams. They don't even. Who needs a receiving core? And get rid of Eckler, get him out of here too. We need another one, another running back in here. That told me all I needed to know about what their plan is.
They even shipped off Gerald Everett to just put the nail in the coffin of any pass catcher on that team at the moment. So, yeah.
And now, interestingly enough, we have gone now 6 picks without trade because the pick is in for the New York Giants as that comes up here. JJ McCarthy, a quarterback, still here if the Giants want to go that way. Obviously, two of the
calm
drafts.
Down with the JJ McCarthy talk.
I'm not. My job. Let me just get this.
All right.
My job is to throw possibilities out there, and then you guys shoot them down. But I have to throw them out there first.
Okay.
Gosh, let the man do his job.
My bad. I'll sit back.
This is going to be the Michael Penix pick, right? They're just all in on it. They're doing it.
No, I mean, we have to imagine this is a wide receiver, either Dunze or Malik Neighbors.
Either way, it's the end of their career, or at least for the first 5 years.
I really don't want to.
I'm sorry, bud. What do you think's going to happen?
Okay, well, we'll wait until the pick because if Malik Neighbors goes here, he's a bust in fantasy. There's just no way around it until they get a quarterback there.
See, now I that's the thinking I used to have, and I just refuse to think that way with talents like Neighbors because I talents like this transcend situation, and eventually the situation will change. And Neighbors is just, to me, it's as close to a can't miss prospect as I have without being a can't miss prospect. He's a sensational talent that can do it all, and if he stays healthy, then he's right there with me. So I'm in on him. I honestly almost prefer him going to the Giants because it's going to dramatically impact, maybe not dramatically, but will impact his rookie value. We will be able to get him a pick or two later, and that could be all the difference because I will still take him exactly where I would have taken him beforehand. Giants not making the trade. Goodell stepping up to the stage.
They will end the Darius Slayton holdout very quickly, which is
yeah, that was hilarious. That news was hilarious. What was that? What was a Darius Slayton?
He was the wide receiver one. I mean,
it is Malik Neighbors. It is Malik Neighbors out of LSU coming to the New York Football Giants.
Wasted talent.
Fantasy gods, why did you do this to us?
I will.
Everybody with the third pick right now in dynasty drafts or just rookie drafts are like, oh damn it, I'm getting Neighbors to the Giants now. Because it doesn't matter where a Dunze lands, it's a better landing spot than this. Quite possible.
Unless it's like the Titans, that would be.
No,
that
so
would suck.
My thing is if you looked at rookie mocks, Hyatt was a first round pick, and before pre-draft, so we were like Hyatt was 11-10. We were like, yeah, we're pretty excited about this kid. We go to the Giants, and I think he stayed there, around there, and got drafted around there, maybe a little early second round. And I think every single person who drafted him was just like, I messed up. Could have got Laporta 12 picks later. Could have drafted him right then. Could have got, I don't know, anyone better than that. A chain a couple picks later. Tough. I'm not saying that this is I have said it, but I'm not saying Malik Neighbors is an official bust. But for this year, you're not getting the talent out of it, or the stats out of him that you want.
I'm gonna actually disagree with you, even though I know I've been very vocal about my love for Malik Neighbors already on this show. But if we think about the volume that this New York Giants team is going to be throwing, I think it's going to be more than we've seen in past years. Of just we don't have Saquon Barkley. There's no Saquon Barkley for this Giants team to dump the ball down to or plot up the middle. They have Devin Singletary, and that's certainly not the same thing. That hurts the offense significantly, but it also opens up even more target opportunity. I think we're going to see. I think Malik Neighbors would be my pick to lead the rookies in receptions right now. And that's over Marvin Harrison Jr., who I think will just be a little bit more efficient with his touches. But Malik Neighbors is going to be seeing everything. He'll get 100% snaps from week 1. He'll be facing positive game scripts for the passing game. I think I'm going to be just as in on Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, Michael, I'm sure the brain with you on that.
Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I am 100% with you guys on that.
What's good is it is tailor-made for whatever quarterback does come in to be like, all right, look, you've got Malik Neighbors. I don't know if they have Darren Waller still or not. You got
they don't know.
Plethora of random other receivers that are around. It might work out. I would have loved it not to work out this way, but whatever. We'll see.
No, yeah. It did feel like for a second, even though you were on board with that Joe Alt pick, that one pick away from being on with Justin Herbert. One pick away from being with Justin Herbert in a clear-cut number 1 situation. Instead, it's Daniel Jones, which is a little bit disappointing. But either way, Titans on the clock here. Everyone mocking Joe Alt to them. They're going to have to change their plans because Joe Alt.
This one will be the first one that I truly am not sure who they're going to, because it would have probably been Joe Alt if there would have been a trade, but there hasn't. So I don't know. Interesting.
It will be. It really will be. So, I mean, it makes you wonder whether they're interested in trading out now. If Joe Alt was really their guy, there's a bunch of great offensive linemen they could still take by moving back a few spots. If somebody's in love with the J.J. McCarthy or Roma Dunze, Brock Bowers, one of those guys that's still here that are the end of their tiers, if people have McCarthy in that range. So, it could be suddenly a trade back spot if that ends up happening, but either way, Tennessee, a lot of needs, not a lot of question marks. We got a new head coach.
I like the idea of this being our first trade, actually. I mean, I would have loved an earlier one, but at this point, I feel like what they need can be acquired in a few picks. And I'll allow the JJ McCarthy conversation now, because this really is the time where if JJ McCarthy was ever going to make the top 10, this is the pick. This is where he would go. So I mean,
the Titans could draft JJ McCarthy and just double down on the quarterback position.
Keep drafting quarterback every year.
They went all in on the rest of this team
and still have the ugliest quarterback room in the NFL. But
Dude, what are you talking about? They got Mason Rudolph now, just in case.
Wait, oh my God, they did sign Mason Rudolph. Oh, I missed my. I
just saw it. To be fair, I was thinking corner. I mean, this is right where like one of the top corners could go, but I don't really know their cornerback room's fine. You know what I mean? So they got Snead, so I doubt they address that now, especially too. They addressed that in free agency pretty well. So I honestly don't know. They could still go offensive line if nobody wants to trade with them. But
yeah, I mean, this is a great offensive line class. So you can the people going to have them really high and similar on the board. And it like we've said over and over again, this is a spot that anyone can go with. Titans will make this pick. The pick is in. It is submitted. So that is the question mark. Do they take a Roma Dunze? Do we think that could be on the table here?
Dude, I hope not. I mean, although would that be the end of Treylon Burks? Because I mean, it's not Hopkins and it's not Ridley. They signed Ridley for long enough, and Hopkins is still going to get targets because it's Hopkins.
It would be the end of Treylon.
I was trying to make the Bowers to the Titans argument. I figured the wide receivers would be gone. These guys shot me down, but it could happen. We'll see.
I thought about it slightly, and then I was like, you know what? I'm still stashing pigs somewhere. So I'm gonna keep hold on to my Okonkwo hopes of maybe I can get the next Jonnu Smith and get one tight end 8 year out of him. But
yeah, I've got Chig in so many leagues. It's got to happen.
I'm trying to make Chig.
Before we get this pick in, can you all believe how uncrazy the first 6 picks were? Like everybody had just thought a million different scenarios of trades, of people coming up, people going down, like blah blah blah. It's gone almost chalk. That's so far.
That's honestly why I'm so happy that we're here at the draft day, because I was so tired of seeing mock drafts with 7 trades in them and stuff. Like as much as I love mock draft season, that was a month ago. It's been a month of just full on just everything, and everyone's coming out with a mock draft, which we also contribute. We threw out mock drafts out there. We all did. But seeing so many of them and seeing the same thing, and then people trying to be different and wanting to add something else in there, and that this might happen. It's like we all kind of knew what was happening. I mean, for most part, I mean, these picks kind of made sense. I didn't understand the Chargers one, but Billy did, and that's what matters. Collectively,
Rougarou, we have not seen the pick.
We haven't, but it's been out for like 5 minutes.
Watching sleeper notifications.
Yeah, I saw the sleeper notification as well. I didn't see who it was.
Been out for 5 minutes. What is happening? Like, what is going on?
I know what's happening. That the player doesn't want to go to Tennessee.
They're rejecting. Like, no, thank you.
He's blocked himself into the green room.
No thank you.
While we're waiting, Ricky, we're gonna have to eventually stop talking about you, but you keep saying funny things. And Neighbors, young OBJ for the Giants. That's the best joke he said all night. That's the best joke he said all night.
Listen, I mean, well, in a similar way, as much as as great as OBJ is and all, we did get some people knocked him when he went to Eli Manning in the late career of Eli Manning. Of, oh God, he's got to deal with this dead arm quarterback that is surprisingly funny. And we didn't learn that until later. But either way, and OBJ ended up being a what's that?
You like Eli Manning? Oh,
no, I can't stand Eli Manning. I wrote
complimented him. I didn't like it.
No. I'm glad you pointed that out because I want to confirm that I do not like Eli Manning.
Shut up,
but
Steve.
That's my point. Dead arm. But either way, this pick is really special, isn't it? But
shut up, Steve. Oh, sorry, I was trying.
What are we waiting for?
This is quite something, but
they do know we're on for only 2 hours, right? We need to get through some more picks. We need to chat.
1 hour.
The pick is in. I have seen who it is as Roger Goodell steps up to the stage. The chalk is over, people. The chalk is over. Mostly.
This is weird.
Kinda.
Gave you plenty of time to write down that on the graphic.
You did not have that ready.
And that is, I did not have that ready. No, I did not have J.C. Latham, offensive tackle from Alabama, going to the Tennessee Titans. The Titans clearly slid to number 2 on their board and just took the number 2 on their board in J.C.
So nobody would trade with them though, like because he was mocked pretty much 20th, and there's a couple guys above him. You could have easily slid back 10 spots, 5 slots, got him 15 slots. Everybody's just like, nah, the Titans suck.
I think there's nobody to trade up for, and I think what's crazy, and I'm just gonna be that guy and put myself in the NFL shoes, but like I think the whole NFL saw that there was nobody to trade up for. Why would you trade up for JJ McCarthy? Well, everybody's seen the numbers, everybody's seen how this has gone. There's no reason to be trading assets for him. So
my question is, what did San Francisco see where they were going to unload Debo or Ayuk to move up in this draft? I want to know who they want because I know they pick later and they could move.
It's a good question. We'll see. I mean, I think he is getting traded. One of the I don't know, probably not Debo, but Ayuk might be traded tonight.
Number 20.
I think what Tennessee just did here was they missed out on Alt. They thought he was going to be here, so they just drafted the biggest offensive right tackle that they could get.
It comes down to they like what they like. Yeah, they like what they like. They like Latham. Yeah, no, I don't personally think that like the difference between 10 and 20 for offensive linemen or offensive tackles, you're getting a good offensive tackle. And you like JC Latham, take your guy, man. But at the same time, I just feel like knowing that he could have been mocked later, it's wild that nobody, I guess, would trade up at this point. So maybe we have the no trade. Maybe, I don't know. Are people scared to do the wide receiver for wide receiver trade? Because like AJ Brown, Treylon Burks did not work out. So maybe like this could be a trade for a Dunze, T. Higgins, or, sign and trade deal. T. Higgins, Ayuk. I mean, hypothetically, possibility.
We were talking about that in a pregame show as well, and we are going to go another pick here without a trade because Atlanta's pick is submitted. It is in. Now, the question is whether this is going to be the NFL record. Will this be a defensive player or will it not be, and therefore be the longest stretch without a defensive player taken?
It better not be a wide receiver. That's all I'm saying.
You got bets for Dunze going to the Bears?
I don't want them to get another wide receiver.
He doesn't care.
No, I don't have anything for this. Not for Atlanta anyway.
I would never bet on Atlanta. I honestly,
I wouldn't either.
This could be an edge rusher easily. I think we need to at least talk about it. There is a possibility that is, and I don't know who it is. Like, is it Dallas Turner? Do they like Letu? I mean, maybe it's Jared Verse. That is literally one of those 3 guys is going to be the first guy, and I could not tell you for the life of me who it's going to be. But
I think one of these cornerbacks would.
Can we get to the picks? Too. For the love of God.
Well,
I don't want to be that guy, but like the pick gets in, and then it waits another like 10 minutes to actually make the pick.
Well, we do have a little teaser here from Mr. Santa calling this pick wild.
I know, and I've seen it on Twitter already, but like still, I don't.
I
want
haven't,
to.
so this is going to be quite
I haven't
fun
either.
for us.
So.
Billy, I am
kinda
making a
what wild-
T-shirt that says Twitter Rat for you. So
Oh, well, somebody spoiled
I
it in the
did.
chat, but
What
this
did I
is who I
say?
love,
I
dude.
didn't. All I said
no,
was
Josh
I saw
said
it on
you were our Twitter rat earlier, and I love that.
didn't-
So we're
Fair enough.
replacing
I
the
didn't-
100%.
I have
shirt
not
with
reacted
Twitter rat.
at all.
Rat.
So
No. You're just the Twitter rat. You don't have to rat and tattletale. It's not that kind
that's
of thing.
fair.
It's the
Well,
same
the
concept,
problem is
though.
I have notifications for certain accounts, and that's kind of my biggest issue.
See, that's the difference between me and you. I don't have notifications for anything. I just
Well,
if
you
get me-
have a baby. That
get
baby gives you enough notifications. Real life ones.
No, I was like that before. I can't even say
Oh,
that it's
My
because
dog just saw the dog on the screen.
It's understandable.
he's got that dog in him.
He's got
The
the
dog
on-
in that living room.
Why are we showing Michael Penix on the screen here? The Falcons took Michael
Just in
Penix.
case. You never know.
Oh my god! I hope we knew, but I suppose not. Either way, Santa's on your side, Billy. Here, Team Billy, according to Mr. Santa here in the chat, who we know and love very much. But
I don't even know. I don't know what that's.
Santa,
in,
don't be
but
Team
I
Billy.
appreciate that.
yeah. Sometimes it's just about showing that positivity. Now, Falcons making this pick. We got to think about what the state of this team is very different than where it was a year ago. They have Kirk Cousins now. You imagine Kyle Pitts is about to be unleashed. You got Drake London there, first round pick from a couple of years ago. Now they have to add someone opposite of him potentially. I don't really know where they're going. Genuinely, I've not seen this pick yet. So that is the question. Because Goodell
I have a graphic ready. I'm gonna hold my phone up to the screen once.
I saw it, and it makes no sense. For being completely honest.
Perfect. So we're right on board with usual Atlanta Falcons stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to enjoy the draft like normal people.
Enjoy it.
guys. So.
I was too, but then
I'm with you. I'm with you.
somebody actually spoiled in the chat, which I don't appreciate. We're not doing that kind of stuff, but we'll allow it.
Technically,
Joe?
that was a smoke screen, I think. But
Was it? Okay. To be fair, I don't know.
oh, for real? That's even funnier.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and I don't know. I thought it was.
That's
I thought that
not.
was
That's
a
not
spoiler.
a spoiler. That's not a spoiler.
Oh, okay. Never mind then, because I was sitting here looking, and I was like, "What happened?"
I definitely want the floor first, though, when it happens.
I have seen the pick. Holy crap. I can curse. Holy shit. I don't curse on streams out of
You
policy.
can
even
curse
though
on
we're
our
not-
stream, buddy.
Oh, I know. Nate came in and dropped a bomb 10 seconds into walking on.
I appreciate him being the first too.
Holy hell.
What?
Michael Penix Jr.
They did Penix.
What the hell are we doing
So
here?
I don't know if this is going to come through on the
What the hell
screen.
are we
Oh, I
doing?
wish it could. Look at this. Our first mock draft we had Michael Penix Jr. going to the Falcons. This is not a lie. This is pre-Kirk Cousins, mind you.
Hey man,
But
remember
this-
our fireball bet, dude?
We did this. We literally did this exact thing. We did Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons at 8. That's nuts. That's how this worked out.
Billy, we had a bet on you said IDP Plus's mock draft that they put out was good, and I was like, I don't know, I don't like it. I like our first mock draft better, and it's looking good.
Dude, no joke. You might have been right.
Josh,
It might have been right.
Josh, you should be thrilled by this because he's going to get to sit and learn for a long fucking time, dude.
I don't know about a long time. Kirk
It's not all,
Cousins
it's
is gonna,
it's 2 years.
it's 1
He's
year.
already
1 year.
24, right?
Kirk Cousins is 50, guys.
36.
Well, I think Michael Penix is like nearly the same age. So
Michael
Well,
Penix
he's going to
turns
the
24 in 2 weeks.
Quarterback ages don't matter, guys. This isn't running backs. Joe would be off of him already.
quarterback ages
Oh, yeah.
don't.
Trade
Joe
him.
would draft and trade him.
No.
Draft trade.
Well,
I actually kind of like
That's-
this. All right, time out. All right, everybody's hating on this, and they're saying it's a bad move. I personally think, yeah, you get an edge rusher who's like the number one edge rusher, which nobody can say there's a number one edge rusher in this class. You get another receiver,
Yeah,
you don't need
true.
to. You just paid Mooney way too much. I love Mooney. I want him to do good. You got Rondale Moore, you got London, you got Pitts, you have Bijan, you have everything offensively. An offensive lineman, sure, maybe. A corner, sure, maybe. I don't hate this. I like this. You're shoring up the future. You have some pass catchers and some offensive weapons that now have a solidified future, which you have not had since Matt Ryan 15 years ago, because I don't think Matt Ryan was good. No, I'm just kidding. That's a bit excessive. But no, I do like this. I know it's weird, but
I'm totally gonna flex that we called that.
you can
as he
absolutely
should.
do that.
as he should, and just leave out the date
What
part.
a call!
Yeah,
To be fair, it was pre-Kirk Cousins, so that's what we were thinking. That instead of them trading for Kirk Cousins, we were gonna.
And back to Joe's
signing him.
Back to Joe's point of the sitting behind someone, Penix is a project quarterback. It's not an immediate thing. So like it is good that, and Kirk Cousins is actually a really good guy. I never actually watched quarterback, but I've heard everybody just like even people that don't watch football, like Kirk Cousins seems like a really nice guy. And he is. And he'll be a good coach for that. He knows he's at the end of his career. He's not Aaron Rodgers where he's not going to share the love.
He's almost as old as Cousins. So that's cool.
He's going to share the love. And I actually like this for the Falcons, surprisingly. I know a lot of people are like, this is weird, but I think this makes sense in a way. I mean, I think it was a little early for him, but, they like
I
him.
don't see why they couldn't have traded back on that one. But
yeah, no kidding, right? I could have started our bathroom interview series with the top 10 pick if I had played my cards right at the Senior Bowl.
You should have waited outside the bathroom, dude, or inside the bathroom. You should have done it.
Gotten the urinal next to him and just started interviewing him.
Hey,
So,
listen,
Michael,
an all-time.
I went to the Senior Bowl and Michael Penix Jr. was there, and I followed him out of the conference room because I was going to try to interview him, and he ducks into the bathroom. And so I had that awkward moment of do I wait outside the bathroom for Michael Penix to come out and try to get the interview, or do I just wait to see if he comes this way? Should I go into the bathroom and interview him in the bathroom? Had all these different options floating around in my head. Unfortunately, when he left the bathroom, he went to the NFL team thing, so I didn't get a chance to actually talk to him, but I was this close to
walked away from you and went towards
him.
the NFL team. So you would have
I
thought that.
I want to stress how proud I am of you that you didn't go in the bathroom to try to interview him.
It's like taxi cab confessions, but differently.
A little bit. I would have told him I was recording.
Possums have class.
I have integrity.
At the end of the day,
exactly. I have integrity.
I feel like just record the audio at that point, but not the video. That'd be a little bit more awkward.
I think the audio would be worse, not knowing where we were.
Both are bad. Both are bad.
In the background, we'd be like, what is this audio?
Are they
underwater? Not to get too weird, but this podcast is already here anyway. But what if it was a really irregular stream too? I mean,
oh no.
It's I'm sorry,
here, guys.
I could have given a medical evaluation. Sorry.
You knock his draft stock down a couple picks with that one.
Caleb Williams is a new friend. That's what I'm here to tell you guys. Chicago Bears have taken Rome Odunze.
Let's go.
Washington. That pick is in. We have a happy Bears fan. And before I want to hear that reaction, we also have some news. The Jets have traded out of number 10 with the Minnesota Vikings. I don't exactly know the terms of that deal yet, but the Vikings are now on the clock. But for now, Rome Odunze is a Chicago Bear.
I love that. I didn't think it was going to happen. I really didn't think the Chargers would pass up on Neighbors or Odunze. So the fact that this actually happened, this was one of the two mocks that I think that was in everybody's mock. They're like, yep, Odunze is going to the Bears. I didn't personally believe it because I thought Joe Alt, no way that he's going instead of a wide receiver when they shipped out everybody. But happy for you, Joe. This should be great as long as Caleb Williams isn't a bust.
I am so happy right now. I did not think this was going to happen until I saw the report that Williams was thrown with DJ Moore and Rome Odunze before the trip to Detroit. And then I was like, this is probably going to happen if he's there. So I love this fit. I mean, Odunze does everything. He's absolutely everything you want in a wide receiver. Probably the most complete talent-wise of any of the guys in the top three. With what he can do. So I love having Odunze here. Get Caleb his guy, let him grow. Keenan, Josh, you like the understudy scenario. So he can kind of do what Keenan Allen's done his whole career. And if he can morph into that kind of player, he'll be in Chicago for a long time, hopefully. I love this.
No, honestly, I'm not going to lie. I think this affects DJ Moore's value a tad bit. Caleb Williams is not a hone-in kind of quarterback. He's going to spread the ball around a lot. So I think that while as a total, I think Caleb Williams, 4,000 yards is going to be easy. Josh, you might as well take that L now on the fireball shot. But I think as a whole, this wide receiver core is going to be a tough one to predict week to week, I feel.
Yeah, actually, so this is great for the team, though, is what it comes down to. This is great for the future. This is great for that they're getting a quarterback and they're pairing. This might be arguably the conversation has to be there. This might be one of the best receiving cores in football this year.
Yeah.
DJ Moore,
especially if Higgins hits the road, man. I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean even Higgins, even barring Higgins, Tyreek Hill and Waddle, and they're no third. Adunze, DJ Moore, and Keenan Allen. I mean, that is a stellar three, man. You got one of the best rookie wide receivers in the draft. Like obviously, if Marvin Harrison was there, it'd be even better.
If you throw Kmet and Swift in there too, I mean that's a lot of really good pass catchers.
The Bears actually have a good team now. Let's see if Caleb Williams is real. I just like setting up quarterbacks for actual, success.
No, you're setting yourself up for week 2 of our normal season pod when he has one bad game, and you're going to be like, "Oh, I told you so in our draft."
I was going to do that anyway.
Every year. So
I'm do that anyway.
I'm just saying.
Ricky's of the same mindset about that DJ Moore value. And as a big DJ Moore fan, I do agree with you guys, because I mean, this is he saw every single target that he possibly could last year. He saw overall, I believe it was 32% of the target share. And as much as I love him, and he earns that, targets are earned, you do have to imagine what Keenan Allen will earn, and what Rome Odunze will earn, and what a rookie quarterback struggles could look like as well. Even if he looks great, even if
it comes down to just finding one guy. You know what I mean? He's gonna like someone the most, is what it comes down to. I don't know what that looks like. Is that 6 targets? Is that 7 targets? Like, is that 10? But one guy is going to be the leading target. And honestly, this makes it great for fantasy football. You got dart throws at wide receiver. And I don't think that the stock's going to be super high because there's 3 of them. You know what I mean? I think that in redraft, like 2nd, 3rd round, 4th round, even slipping in, like I'm probably taking whoever's the lowest value, just because I can't burn someone a pick that high, not knowing that he's going to be the dude. But those 3 is going to be kind of like the Leonard Fournette Rojo 9th round, where you're like, which one do we choose? And Fournette turned out to be really good. Like, you know what I mean? That just happens every year. There's always like a team that has 2 or 3 guys that you don't know who's going to be the guy on the team. And this is exactly one of those.
Well, let's move on now to this next pick, with the Vikings trading up just one spot, grabbing, I believe, sending a day. I think it was 158 was sent to move up one pick essentially here. Are we thinking that this is the quarterback pick for Minnesota? Do you think this is the J.J. McCarthy pick, the Bo Nix pick?
I think it is. I mean, I don't know why they needed to trade up one spot. Now, that is an interesting. Was the Raiders really making a better offer, or making an aggressive offer? So that's kind of interesting. Honestly, I'm not going to lie. The Penix pick, I feel like, has probably thrown some of these teams that were drafting later off more than a J.J. McCarthy pick. Like, I think because you thought, okay, well, we can get Penix or Nix or somebody later in this round. We don't really need to worry about it right now. Well, the Falcons just said, nope, you better start worrying about it now. So I think they may have actually triggered this, to be honest.
Oh, 100%.
That's a really good point, because I doubt anyone planned for that.
Nobody.
Penix was not on people's draft boards to think. Maybe they thought
that for us.
JJ McCarthy would have actually made a lot of sense for the Falcons too, but I guess they liked Penix better because JJ McCarthy really could sit behind someone, but Penix also in there. So, but you said it was only one pick, 193 or something like that to move up.
I don't. Let me check the.
It was a 4th and a 5th and 11 to move up to 10 and get the 203, which is a 6th round pick.
That's not a steep price to move up one pick in this early round. I mean, I could have imagined a 2nd or a 3rd even. Like, oh, thanks, Ricky's doing the work for us.
Dog, absolute great guy.
I don't know why he's just come back on the podcast if he's just going to do all this work for it. I'm just kidding, Ricky. Just kidding.
But
I think the Vikings have to make this pick here. I mean, they fumbled so many things. I mean, I guarantee you they thought, oh, Kirk will be back. They weren't anticipating the Falcons being complete wild cards a second time, or I guess initially giving Kirk all that money. And so, they scrambled and got Darnold. So, yeah, I think you have to make this pick and just pray it works out for you, because that whole staff could be gone very soon.
I'm still floored by the Penix pick. I understand that it makes sense from a succession area, but I certainly was not expecting that, and I'm still a little bit real.
I want to know what the odds were in Vegas of Penix going before McCarthy, because that had to be plus 10 or 10 to 1, something like that. There's no way anybody thought that with McCarthy on the board still, somebody was going to pick Penix before him. That's just crazy.
I am shocked honestly, you didn't have a bet in on that, Bill. What's going on?
Yeah, right. Honestly,
I did win. Okay. If we're talking about my best, Joe, thanks for bringing it up. I had J.J. McCarthy at plus money to go over 5.5 to get drafted after that. It was the easiest bet I've ever made in my life. It's nuts that he was favored to go at 5 or before. It's nuts.
Wow. That's free
It's
money.
probably for the best that New York doesn't let me bet on the draft because I could have been wrong on that one. Not that I'm again. Let me clarify as well. I'm not a big McCarthy guy. I just thought the NFL might be.
I would have bet under on McCarthy because I just think it had
for this trick too many times.
Shades of Malik Willis. Like, there's just always one quarterback who gets hyped up who should have been a second-round quarterback, second-round pick. That Will Levis as well. Well, he was hyped up too.
Malik Willis, projected at number 2 based on a Reddit post.
If you or someone like has a gambling problem, dial
188.
It ain't me. I'm winning money tonight, boys. Let's go.
No.
What more can we make?
Just because you're winning doesn't mean you don't have a problem. All right.
Well, fair enough. I have a problem, and that's winning money.
Oh goddamn!
My pockets have a problem. They're too fat.
Oh man, we're gonna have a gambling problem ticker on our podcast now. Thank you, Billy.
Probably so. Hey, I've still got Byron Murphy to be the first defensive player selected, so we're still plenty of chances to get some cash in here.
Yeah, this NFL record is getting smashed right now.
I got to get Mick Brodad in here, which great name, by the way. Bears are more all in than the Cowboys, and not like they were more all in free agency by getting Swift. Like one move. That's all they needed to do to be more.
Hell, they're more all in than the Titans at this point.
No, the Bears. I will say the rebuild is looking pretty amazing, and that Carolina's got to be sitting there like, man, we fucked up.
I think they've been thinking that for a long time.
Is that the greatest trade in NFL history? I mean, I guess it'll play out, but I mean, where it stands right now, that was pretty fantastic.
I mean, DJ Moore being better than he ever was, best year of his career going to the Bears, and then them getting Caleb Williams.
Adding Tyreek Stevenson, who looks pretty awesome and looks like he has a promising career.
Pick is in, people. It is going to be JJ McCarthy out of Michigan. That pick is in. That pick is made, and is not surprising to any of us.
Having JJ on my team, Justin Jefferson, not the other JJ. The JJ to JJ is going to be fun. I'm way more confident than Sam Darnold. So this is good news if you have Justin Jefferson on your team.
This is good news if you have Sam Darnold too. Let's go.
I don't think McCarthy's playing this year. I just don't think that. I think it'll be next season. I think they're going to give Darnold one go, and then they bring in McCarthy next season.
I'm sorry.
Darnold gets 3 starts maximum. Billy, fireball bet.
McCarthy starts 3 games this season?
No, starts by week 4.
Oh.
Because Darnold's going to.
I as much as I love seeing quarterbacks sit, I want to be in on it too. I'm on Joe's side.
Well, that does leave the Jets to be in the clock here. And the report before the draft was that the Brock Bowers will not make it past 10 because the Jets will take him. Well, the Jets are now picking at 11, and Brock Bowers is still here, which again, currently the NFL record is going for the longest stretch without a defensive player taken in the draft. And it doesn't seem likely that the Jets are going to be smashing that record. So looks like that record will keep on going. So for everyone that picked that option on my Twitter poll that I put out the other day, congratulations. You are correct. In terms of
technically we're 2 for 2 on hot takes. I said JJ McCarthy was going to go later. Joe said that the defensive thing. Now we just got Josh's. I mean, it might happen.
Damn, you couldn't even just be positive. You couldn't even just be positive about it.
I said it might happen.
Yeah, you
think
said
they
it.
Took Jonathan Brooks at 11.
Yeah, screw Brees Hall. He's done.
Oh my goodness.
Anyone listening? I'm just kidding. Brees Hall is not done.
While we wait for this Jets pick to come in, Rugru asking where Kool-Aid McKinstry will end up going. Any thoughts there?
Kool-Aid's going to Philly because Howie knows exactly what he's doing, and Kool-Aid's the best cornerback in this class. So get him on Philly, let him cook. That's my vote.
We're actually getting into cornerback season right here. Not with the Jets, but in the next few picks. So I think Quinion Mitchell goes first. And then as it goes at that point, there's a lot of options to go. I personally like Nate Wiggins the best, but Mitchell's probably going first, then Terry and Arnold. I don't know if you count Cooper DeJean as a corner, but they're going to be. I think Kool-Aid
still a corner.
Other than Kool-Aid, having an amazing name, I think he's actually going to be one of the last of those top 5 to go. So I think Packers could be possible. I think DeJean's been mocked there a lot. But also, some of the later rounds, he'll go in the first for sure. And the Eagles could get him depending on what the corner run goes. I really hope the Eagles don't trade up. I heard they were planning on trading up for corners and stuff. I was like, please don't do that. There's 5 of them.
I hope he goes to the Chiefs, to be honest. Kool-Aid.
It's a great name, regardless.
I think he needs a cornerback. I think
Let's stick with the red. Let's stick with the Kool-Aid red. I'll say
there you go.
That could be the Chiefs, but I was thinking Arizona as I said that sentence.
There's so many Kool-Aid colors. To be fair, he can go anywhere.
Oh, but we know there's the one. If we're talking
the red is the Kool-Aid man. You're right.
That is the Kool-Aid man. Oh yeah, But either way, that hurt me.
And Ricky's throwing some hate on my Eagles take here. Bradbury.
Wow, did somebody just back me up
for this? Not long for this here, man.
Rare.
No. Bradbury, the only reason he's on the roster this year is because they can't afford to cut him. So they are going to get a corner. I don't think there's any doubt in my mind they go for corner. Also, is it time? Can we do it? Can we talk about the A.J. Brown extension? Not to mention the Devontae Smith extension that I didn't get to chat about.
I actually appreciate what the Eagles did there because, they let the Lions have a little shine for a few days about Amon-Ra being the highest paid wide receiver. And then they come on in over the top nope, it's now A.J. Brown.
Even
Isn't
worse,
Amon-Ra still higher paid?
I actually didn't see the contract.
I thought he was making 30.
Happened.
I thought it was 4 for 120. So I thought Amon-Ra is still. I just think these teams know what these wide receiver contracts are going to become. And
they really
they're
flexed
just trying
on
to get
him.
on the bottom floor.
Brown's making $32 million a year now, Joe.
Wow.
Yeah, he deserves to be it, dude. Honestly, I just love how we signed Devontae, 2 weeks ago, less than that, a week ago, and then Amon-Ra gets signed, and then they're like, all right, I guess we'll go ahead and get AJ. Honestly, with all the rumors after last year and the fall apart at the end of the year, I was really concerned that AJ, there's more smoke than fire there, or more fire than smoke, I guess I should say. I was a little worried, and I'm happy to see he signed up, and that means we got 4 guys for the next 3 years, and I am looking forward to that core of 4.
Yeah, and you are happy, and we'll see if Jets fans are, because this pick is in. This pick is about to be announced, and it was not a tight end. It is Olu Fashanu, the offensive tackle out of Penn State. The Jets have decided to actually make a smart pick and protect their investments on the offensive line by not relying on old Tyron Smith and old Bargain Moses to stay healthy for 17 games and stay healthy forever. So smart pick by the New York Jets. Josh, you have the hand raised. You can just go for it, my man.
Nailed it. We had a whole conversation about this during our mock draft, and it was Brock Bowers is going to go there. It makes sense, and blah, blah, blah. And it was just like, they have to shore up Aaron Rodgers' health. If this is going to happen, which they put in the money, they put in the work, and he got injured week 1. I don't know if they've worked on the turf at MetLife yet. But
I was about to say, is he going to defend him from the turf? That's what he really needs.
Also, that's the next step. I don't think they can do anything about that during the NFL draft. But at the moment, this is what you do. You go get one of the best.
Draft a new lawn care service.
They've traded for AT&T Stadium. Congratulations.
Dude, there's some guy around me. I get 3 or 4 things in the mail every day because I'm the only person in my neighborhood who doesn't have a lawn service. And I'm like, nah, thank you. I'll just mow it myself. But I can start sending those to MetLife or wherever,
You should send it to them. It would. I'm sure every athlete that plays on those fields would appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help out the teams. But,
you know what's funny? Actually, when the World Cup comes here, I think it's in 2 years, maybe. Whenever they come here, they have to change. They actually have to change out the turf because soccer players refuse to play on that kind of turf. They have to play on their specific stuff. And I'm just like, how about they just leave the grass after the soccer players go? And we can just play on that field because it's better for athletes.
Do you think MetLife gave them a break on the cost to have the event there if they leave the grass afterwards? Or don't even worry about replacing it. You're good. We'll take it.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Speaking of New York, the Sixers are just popping threes right now, and it is just amazing. Lowry and
just fourth quarter.
Let's calm down there, Michael. Can I remove you or you?
He is the host, Josh. You'd be you leaving.
I can do what I want, all right?
Hey,
that's fair.
I will never silence you here. You can talk.
I hate they just showed Bo Nix's family during this Denver pick. Can you imagine we get 6 quarterbacks, that would be insane. Before
that would be wild.
Did you really mute me? Damn,
I muted you.
Oh,
no, that was me. I just wanted to mute you real quick.
I didn't mute you.
If Bo Nix gets drafted here, let's say, which it's pretty likely if we're being completely honest, do we start talking Spencer Rattler by the end of this draft? First round, I should say.
It's hard not to think it. If they go Bo Nix, we have to start thinking that there could be another quarterback here.
These have to be the most overvalued rookie quarterback draft in the entirety of the NFL. But we look at it and honestly, there's 10. There was 10 teams coming into this draft that could use a quarterback, or at least one of the future or of right now. The Jets were one of them, honestly. I mean, it seems like there's all these good quarterbacks now, but in reality, some of these teams have been struggling, i.e. the people who are picking. Sorry, Bomber, if you're still listening.
Well, there's a lot of different directions that Denver can go with this one. They can add someone to that secondary, add another quarterback. I saw some kind of outrageous trade rumors about Pat Surtain getting moved, but regardless of that, they could still use someone opposite him. Could use some help on that defensive line, getting that pass rush. Could use Brock Bowers, who Sean Payton has reportedly been in love with, but who knows about that? And someone I had the Broncos jumping ahead of the Jets to take Brock Bowers, so maybe they get him right here, or maybe they get Bo Nix, and we don't have to deal with a Jarrett Stidham hype train all summer, because there will be such a train. Plus Dallas Turner, Latu still on the board as well, which I believe Rougarou is ahead of the game on and mentioning as well.
Definitely just go BPA. Yeah. This draft has gone wild. The defensive players really did not pass the test, huh? What in the hell happened? I thought everybody loved Latu. I thought everybody liked Dallas Turner. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because some of the pre-draft show stuff we were talking about, the hot takes, was that Dallas Turner would fall. And both Ricky and Joel, who were on the show before, talked about him falling to the 20s. And here we are right now, picking at 11 or picking at 12 now, and they are not on the board yet. So
I actually hate that these edge rushers haven't gone yet, because this sounds like something Howie Roseman would do. Be like, oh, there's still edge rushers out there. We need to shore up 6 more of them.
Get Hassan Reddick out of here, and we'll get one of these guys in.
I knew it all.
I feel like one of the things with this draft is I can't remember a draft where the teams had such glaring needs at the top of the draft. I mean, it's always been they could do 3 or 4 things here, but this one was kind of bing, bang, boom, and none of them were defense. And I think we're going to start seeing those, at least those edge rushers, come off the board pretty quick here.
Yeah, and the closest exception to that might have been the Bears at 9. And when Rome Odunze falls to you, you take Rome Odunze. It's a good pick. We're all happy with that one for the Bears, especially you as a Bears fan. But instead of reaching on a need at that edge rusher opposite Montez Sweat, you get to take the best player on the board pretty much in Rome. So that's not too bad, not too shabby right there. Now, the Broncos.
So Mike Clay just put out his projections for JJ McCarthy, because he does all the ESPN projections. He has 3,500 yards for JJ McCarthy. For 3,500 yards, 19 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, and 2 touchdowns on the ground. That seems steep to me. 3,500 yards. I will take the under, and I will be happy about it.
It's kind of the Malik Neighbors argument. Him going there automatically makes Daniel Jones better. So why wouldn't having the best wide receiver in the league and Jordan Addison and Hockenson once he gets healthy? Plus Aaron Jones is a pretty good pass catcher in his own right. So I think Minnesota is a good spot for JJ McCarthy to land.
Yeah, they had to do something because they have to be competitive in the NFC North. The NFC North is looking like one of the most competitive divisions in NFL right now. All four are good teams potentially. It's hard to say.
We have the pick is in, and someone called. I already forget which one of you guys called it, but it was Josh. Josh called it at Bo Nix, the quarterback going to Broncos. We have 6 quarterbacks.
What is happening?
12 picks.
12 picks. Half of them have been quarterbacks.
I love this fit. First of all, love this fit. And number 2, it is interesting. The Broncos center was Bo Nix's center in college as well. So you get some nice little continuity there, but
it's
also
really great.
Rest in peace to Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson career in Denver.
It was never a thing.
It lasted a proper 3 days.
Never a thing. No, honestly, like I don't know much about Bo Nix. I don't watch college football enough to know much about Bo Nix. I know that he was the 6th best quarterback on the draft, and it's the 12th pick, and they had to get a quarterback. And Ricky, anyone could call 6 quarterbacks in the first round because it seemed like that would happen. Nobody could call in the top 12. Someone in Vegas right now is like, I knew it, and like has this just golden ticket, and they're going to the chocolate factory soon. So
honestly, like if you would have told me not to keep bringing it up, but when I was at the Senior Bowl, there would be 2 top 12 quarterbacks there, I would have called you a liar. I mean, I thought Penix probably played himself into like the back end of the first round, but I would have never guessed that both Penix and Nix. And by the way, this should just let everybody out there know when your favorite analyst is down there and just shit talking the entire QB situation, it's probably not near as bad as you actually think. And I think these NFL teams are kind of agreeing with that.
Ricky also clarifying, he had him in the top 19. They had the Broncos trading up with the Rams. The Rams taking Bowers at 12, and then Broncos taking Nix at 19. So right on board there with the Broncos taking Nix, and all of a sudden, Sean Payton has his quarterback, and they didn't have to.
Ricky, who took Penix in this top 19 scenario?
He had the Raiders at 13, moving up to get him.
Gotcha.
Which now,
so
Raiders on the clock.
Are the Raiders really set with AOC then?
They have to
be. They have to be.
They don't have a choice.
Sadly. Not
Michael Pratt,
really.
number 13.
Oh wow, that would be nuts if they did that.
That would be wild. No, I like the Knicks and the Broncos, man.
Okay,
He's got a little bit of Drew Brees to his game. I mean, they're gonna have to work and get him some weapons, of course. But I got to see, is Bomber still on here? I got to see if he's how he's feeling.
Minshew is still there. My bad, Average Joe's. I actually love me some Minshew personally, but they have said AOC is the starting quarterback, so I guess I've just wrote it off in my mind that they actually want to use Minshew like he should be.
So Bo Nix is kind of a system quarterback a little bit. And Sean Payton clearly has a system that he likes to run. I do think this means good things for the pass catchers there. I mean, we kind of have left him out to dry because it's Cortland Sutton, Mims, and all these land of forgotten toys, and Tim Patrick. I mean, I'd actually think this is quite a good boost for all of them, including Javonte. Like, I think that this could actually be good things for Denver, more than we would have assumed based on them having Zach Wilson and friends.
And friends. Does Zach Wilson have friends after being in Denver for 3 days? That's I think the big question.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. But
he was probably looking to build a house, but he was good. He was
women.
good. Yeah, definitely some cougars, but he was looking to build a house, but he was waiting for today, and then he just canceled all contracts that he had, and he just ripped them all up. So
somebody said cougars in Denver are actually mountain lions. Like that's what they call them.
It's all the same.
I don't know if that's true or not.
No,
I just think that's fantastic.
The NFL record is still going. This pick is in. It is Brock Bowers, tight end.
What?
To the Raiders. Can I get a rip in the chat from Michael Mayer fans out
there?
What
are they doing?
But Brock Bowers is a Las Vegas Raider. Best player on the board, I imagine, is their process.
I mean, to be fair, we haven't had a dual tight end since the Patriots era. Of course, Gronkowski and Hernandez. But Bowers and Mayer, and they only have the 1.5 wide receivers on the team. So, I mean, sorry, Joe. I know that you like the guy, third guy, Trey Tucker. I don't like Jacoby Meyer. I'm sorry. I just never have. But now you have 4 route runners out there with Zamir White. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't get it, but I don't hate it, honestly. I mean, best available.
I just don't trust them. I don't trust them with this. It's like this is like a really nice toy, and you're giving it to some kid that's been breaking things all over the place. And you're just like, just be careful. Like, relax with this one, maybe. Just chill. Don't be too rough on it.
Minshew does know how to throw 2 tight ends. I mean, him and Goddard had a pretty good connection.
And he's got Devontae. I mean, theoretically, this could be a good offense. But still, it's
doesn't Jacoby, Devontae, and Bowers kind of run the same type of strengths here?
100%.
That's what I'm not seeing. So yeah, get Trey Tucker, man. He's going to be open all the time.
Oh my God, Joe.
This is a like like
My Trey
fantasy
Tucker stand.
football. This is a fantasy football draft, is what this is so far. Like we have no corners, we have no defensive players, and everybody hates IDP except for us out here, of course. But so I mean, this is literally a fantasy draft right now. Offensive line, sure up my quarterback. Everything that's benefited offense so far, and it's just wild to not see. I know there wasn't like a true number one on really any of these guys. Like corners, it can be any of those guys. I think Quentin Mitchell's the number one-ish, which I think
we're getting a defensive player here. I think that the slide ends with them. I think they either get an edge rusher or they get D-line or something like that. I think that
cornerback even. They do not have a slot corner.
That's true.
Taylor
I think it's corner personally here, but
we desperately need a tackle.
Edge isn't bad either, though. Too.
Yeah, that's true too. But there's no way they go Fuaga, I think I even saw that in this chat. Somebody's like, I think it was Ricky said they can't go Fuaga here.
What's the record for defensive players not having a defensive player?
It was 8.
Oh, wow.
Blew through it.
We almost doubled it.
I don't think this will ever happen again, by the way. Never, ever will this happen again. Like this way.
Not to this extent. This is remarkable.
Insane.
Yeah. But with that in mind, I mean, the Saints really do have quite a lot of ways they can go here. And Ricky's saying that as well about the Saints needing so much. Because, again, Alontae Taylor was one of the worst graded slot cornerbacks in the league. He's much better outside. You lose Marcus May, who wasn't that good to begin with. You have Tyrann Mathieu getting up in age at safety. There's question marks on every level of the defense. There's question marks on several levels of the offense. But, they're going to have to pick somebody. So who are we thinking here? Josh, I know you're going to be handing out shortly. Who are you thinking is going to be this pick?
I think it's Quinion Mitchell, him or Terry Arnold. I think corner makes sense here a lot for one, but also just that's the mocked best corner on the board. I mean, I think honestly the top 4 are great, and even DeJean is great depending on scheme fits. DeJean actually does fit that slot corner role. He can be that slot corner safety hybrid. So hypothetically, this could be the earliest we see DeJean. There was a lot of hype going into him. He's kind of bounced around the board, I feel like, a little low, a little high. So this would probably be his max. Probably not him, though. I mean, I don't know. Any of these corners that have a little bit more of slot corner in them would be it. But it could be. I agree, Rue. Trade back and get more picks. There's nobody wants anything, but I don't know if anyone's going to trade. There might not be a trade here. Unless you can get T. Higgins.
This is wild.
There's no quarterbacks left to trade up for. So,
the trade value goes less and less at this point too. So, like it's 15. Like we're not. Nobody wants to trade.
Yeah, I mean Ricky adding in, and Brian Thomas Jr. still out here as well.
Yeah, you could bring him home basically.
Sweet
from LSU to New Orleans. That would be cool. I'm still tripping on the Raiders. I'm still tripping on the Raiders, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that was wild. No, just circling back to the Broncos, you think Troy Franklin hurt his stock enough at the combine that he'll be there at 76?
Possible.
That'd be cool.
It's definitely possible.
Just a thought. I just had to talk it out with someone.
No, I like it. I wish I could have given you more there.
I think I think something that's interesting to look at of the quarterbacks that have gone off the board, it really speaks to how far the Senior Bowl has come as well, and the increased stock that I think NFL GMs continue to put in it. We've seen it in recent years with wide receivers and now with quarterbacks and probably receivers as well. Of just seeing them bump up their stock because of it, and it's really awesome to see because I know obviously you guys were able to get down there and that was awesome, and I'm really jealous. I'd love to get there next year, so that's really a nice. It's good to see the Senior Bowl doing as well as they are. But,
yeah,
sorry, I cut you off.
See the Saints pick, but they're taking every minute of it all. So I'm unfortunately gonna have to hop off. I got some fatherly duties I got to take care of. Little man's got to go down soon. But I appreciate Mike. It was actually great having you. Not that I thought it wasn't gonna be, but it's nice. I was
gonna say,
we have a lot of tenacity and argumentative nature between the three of us, and it's a great relationship, but it's also really toxic. And so to have someone happy and just adding a little bit of flair in there instead of just yelling at me was really great. Even though I kind of yelled at you, and then the whole Knicks thing we didn't like, which we'll get over it. We'll see you back in New York. So
yeah. Well, we still got Knicks in 6 anyway, so I'll say that and we'll be fine.
Knicks in 6.
Listen, regardless, Josh, it's been a blast.
The refs have definitely been on your side, so they'll probably continue to be kind of like the Chiefs.
That
in there.
I didn't see any contact on that, game too. I think
that Maxi inbound, like he just got completely obliterated. They're like, what?
They made up for it by giving him most improved. All right, but now we're getting off topic either way. But
the refs
Josh,
most improved today.
Yeah, well, no, they were MVPs, mind you. But no. But no, Josh Hart's MVP. Either way, thank you, Josh, for hopping in. And fortunately, definitely be sure to check out Josh as well. Be sure to check out Offensive Points and the whole crew. Which I should have said multiple times, but I could say that even more now at Offensive Points. Be sure to check these guys out. They make amazing stuff.
Yeah, thanks, Mike and Billy Joe. Go fuck yourselves. Great to see you. See you next week.
See you, buddy.
Fantastic point.
Good to see you, buddy.
The good news here as well is that we could kind of seamlessly bring this in as well. Of the Saints pick is now in, thankfully as well, and we do.
Nope. Kicked him back out. Nope. Continue on with your program, Michael.
Oh yeah, well, I was just saying the pick is in with this Saints team. And as they're going up to make this pick, I didn't even realize that Nick Saban was on here. Mr. Steve Santa, give me a thumbs up in the backstage if you're ready to come on. Yes, we are. Dynasty Santa joining us here. Steve Tomasin, as the Saints go to make their pick, and as Ricky, I'm sure, is going to say some things in the chat. How you doing, Steve? How's it going?
Fellas, what is going on?
Spiraling.
I am a bit disappointed at the lack of adult beverages I've been seeing consumed thus far tonight. All right, good stuff.
I just got whiskey up there. I haven't been drinking it.
Lame, Joe. Lame.
That's where the best takes come from, fueled by alcohol, right?
I know we're an IDP channel, but this is getting kind of ridiculous that we're only talking offense, right? I mean, come on.
Pretty wild.
What are we doing here?
Hey, Billy, guess what? That's not going to change here. I don't know if you've seen it, but not going to be a defensive player with the
Ricky
Saints.
Just
I bet
put
you
it
did.
in there too.
But
yeah, what?
Talis Puaga, offensive tackle, Oregon State.
Steve, now that you're in here, what is your take on why there's no defensive players gone yet? Not even a cornerback, which is what I thought we would for sure see by this point.
Yeah, I don't know if the GMs are just all getting FOMO with all of the offense being taken. It's been said for years the league is transitioning. It's all offense. So maybe this is the pinnacle year where we see that full transition take place, signaled by this draft the way it's going. It is pretty crazy, though.
It's never seen.
Steve, what's your favorite part of this draft so far?
Let me think. I was gonna say the Penix part is the craziest. Favorite? I mean, May's kind of my guy right now for the draft, at least from quarterback. So, and I think people are just assuming that Mayo is going to be a carbon copy of Bill Belichick, and I'm not so sure about that. So I'm actually kind of excited to see the offense in general. Also, I do assume May is going to probably sit for some period of time, but I'm more excited than most about that landing spot, actually.
Well, it is a great landing spot. It'll be fun to see him develop.
It's very odd, but it's kind of like injury insurance too. Like you in case something happens with Kirk, there's a setback for whatever reason. You do have a guy that's kind of experienced, at least, that could come in and play right away if need be. So I don't hate it, but it would be good for him to sit and learn the big boy game for a little bit.
And why are we assuming that Bo Nix is going to walk right into a starting role, by the way?
I have no clue. But
I will. I'll assume it. Assume it. Bo Nix is by far the best quarterback in that room.
He's probably already the oldest quarterback in that room, too.
Well, that's also possibly true. But
he probably could buy beers for Sam Darnold, assuming he's still underage.
God, Sam Darnold's going to be cooking this year still. Either way, Colts are on the clock now. Quinion Mitchell, who a lot of people, including myself, and I think Josh mentioned before, have knocked Quinion Mitchell to the Colts here. But this board, as always, as we always do every year, has not fallen how we expected. So a lot of options for Indy here, and one of them will not be a quarterback for multiple reasons. But Any thoughts on who this Colts pick is going to be? Is it going to be defense? Is it going to be offense? What do we think?
I honestly would love to see Brian Johnson or Brian Thomas go here. I think that would be epic. Pair him with Pittman. Keep the offense rolling for me on this one because I would love to see Richardson's arm with Pittman and Thomas on the field. That would be wild.
That'd be fun.
I think Indy is
defense.
Yeah.
One.
I feel like Indy is a fantasy manager who just got sniped right now though with the Bowers pick a couple picks ago because they're probably like, they just drafted Mayer last year and then the Saints they probably aren't going to take a tight end. Like he's going to fall right into our lap. And then boom, now they are scrambling, being like, fuck, what is the contingency plan?
Ricky says,
let's see.
Ricky put in the chat, said Cousins said he was shocked and disappointed. He wasn't told anything in advance. If that's actually true, what did you think, old man? Like talking to Kirk Cousins, like, what did you think?
No. He was given 2 years guaranteed, coming off a stellar year. He's 36. You know, that's like halfway to Tom Brady. It's either way, but yeah, even rounding up, I understand that. And Ricky adding that it's he says it's a business, and Cousins is as professional as he comes. We're not going to get that's as close to an outburst as we're going to get from Kirk Cousins. Yeah. But not telling him in advance, just that makes it harder for that transition period because you automatically start with some feeling of animosity towards someone that it's not Penix's fault. It's not his fault.
Yeah.
So it's harder to train your replacement when you're not told about it. It's the same. I mean, it worked out for Green Bay, but it was a similar issue originally in Green Bay where Aaron Rodgers wasn't all that keen to tutor Jordan Love when that pick happened for obvious reasons. So it's very interesting, but I can't believe they didn't tell him, honestly.
Yeah, it's wild, but oh well.
Yeah, it's all in the NFC South anyway.
Cousins to the Raiders. Boom.
Plus he's walking out there. So like I don't know how much you can really be. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. If he'd been there, should have told him. Like, okay.
Steve, I do want to hear your take on the Brock Bowers pick, and as you sip that alcoholic beverage, I'm gonna go grab one right here because there's one across. All right, but go on.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. It's theoretically one of the worst landing spots considering the quarterback situation and Mayer being there and a target hog and Devontae Adams being there, at least for year one. So in redraft, I will not have any Brock Bowers this year unless, somehow people, he just falls to a ridiculous value. So in Dynasty, I'm going to try not to overreact too much because as we said, that's beautiful. Things change and situations change quite quickly in this league. So I'm going to try to not super overreact, but I'm trying to think I'm probably going to move at least one or two of the wide receivers that probably go, towards the back end of this round ahead of Bowers in Dynasty, whereas Bowers was hanging around my fifth, player in super flex even. So that's probably going to be the biggest changes from a fantasy standpoint. Yeah, pretty shitty landing spot.
It's about as bad as it could have been, honestly.
Realistically,
only worse would have been like the Lions or something like that, where it's like, oh, thank you for doing that. But this is pretty bad too.
Yeah, because Mayer was splashing at the end of last year, so
they spent a second round pick on him. It's a new GM. Yeah, that's the big thing to always remember with the draft as the Colts go up here to make their pick is if you're not the GM that drafted him. Tom Telesco did not draft Michael Mayer, and that's sometimes all it is. If you're not part of that regime, you're not their pick. Maybe Telesco would have had a day 3 late grade on Michael Mayer, and evidently it's low enough. And oh my goodness, thank you, everybody. Thank you for giving the IDP show here a defensive player to talk about because the pick is in.
I think the issue is you had offensive points on for the first half, so
that is the issue. And then Steve came
on. Kinda only offense related stuff, I guess.
Totally.
Listen, it's an awesome pick here with lot two. coming out here. And it's such this. I'm so happy for him because somebody that overcame, a really brutal injury and just rose to be now the first defensive player picked in this NFL record weight of 15 picks before a defensive player coming off the board. But we'll go to the IDP man himself, which is all of us. But Dynasty Santa, Mr. Latu, is now an Indianapolis Colt.
So I mean, someone that dives a lot deeper into these guys than I do, Mr. Macri from over at PFF there, I believe had Latu as his number 1 ranked edge player, and probably I believe the number 1 defensive rookie overall. So the fact that is the first defensive player, that totally lines up. So yeah, I'm excited. It's gonna be interesting to see. I'm getting kind of like Eagles defensive line vibes, where they're pretty deep. So I'm a little nervous about the snap counts coming up and consistency. And if they don't have a historic run like that Eagles D-line did have 2 years ago, this could be sort of a similar frustrating fantasy player from an IDP perspective to a guy who Kwity Paye has been, or even a Rashawn Gary. I know they've had injuries as well, but like you said, he's got an injury history himself. So it's very exciting that he's the first player off, but I'm also being a little pessimistic just in terms of the landing spot and how many snaps are going to be available and whatnot.
We thought Kwity Paye was going to be that guy last year. I mean, we thought that was the Kwity Paye breakout. We almost saw Deo almost perform better than him. So there's a chance Latu comes in and just pushes both of them aside and says he's our guy. But I do agree with you that rotation is going to be pretty ridiculous to deal with if he does not establish himself.
It really does. Kwity Paye, I don't know if it's called a flop yet, but that really has hurt me because I really thought last year was going to be quite the breakout for him. But yeah, I mean, there's a Gus Bradley defense. We know what to expect from Gus Bradley defenses, and it can be frustrating, but we've also seen a lot of production from when he was with the Chargers, and we've seen some good defensive line production then, but it's certainly questionable in terms of the usage and the snaps because we have seen that rotation as well. But you spend a first-round pick on an edge rusher, you expect him to play a significant role. So that draft capital does help transition out the offset the cost and the scheme limitations potentially.
It definitely feels like a best player available pick, which there's nothing wrong with that at all. It's a great NFL football pick, but from a fantasy standpoint, I'm kind of pumping the brakes a little bit. I'd love to have him on my team at the right price, of course, but I'm definitely not going to, I don't think, be reaching for even in leagues that properly reward sacks and things like that. Because I'm trying to think. I don't think he profiles as a super high tackling defensive lineman, does he?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, so it's kind of a
pass rushing specialist kind of.
Yeah, a Trayvon Walker. It's giving me vibes. It's obviously he's more polished, but he's pretty much a sack specialist guy, and those guys are fun, but you do unfortunately need tackles to go with it in most IDP leagues.
So that'll be interesting to see where he lines up with the rest of these guys. Of once we get some more landing spots for these other ones, of whether this slide in defensive value that could really be such a big thing for Latu, though, is if we don't see a ton of defensive players going even this back half of the first round, Latu got the best capital of the bunch. So that could be the difference maker when we're talking about draft picks. And obviously we don't want to overreact to draft capital. A third round linebacker will probably still go ahead of Latu in most leagues that are, at least tackle dependent leagues. So that'll be fun to talk about. But as Seattle goes on the pick here, and it will be unfortunately the last one with our lovely offensive points pals over here. So Billy and Joe, I want to hear those takes of what Seattle's going to do, because this is another team that can go in a lot of different directions.
I don't know. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought this was a potential Penix destination. They've got the coach in there, the offensive coordinator in there. I thought maybe there's a chance that this could be a landing spot for him, but that's long gone. So, I mean, I don't know. Joe, do you have an idea for this?
I was with you. I mean, we kind of talked about it in past mocks about the Penix going here, or quarterback going here. It seems like a good spot, but I could see him going Byron Murphy here. Get the best guy. Just continue to build out that defensive line. Make that the strength of your team. They're already very stacked there, so I'd take the absolute chaos bowling ball up the middle and move along.
They still need an edge rusher, right? Still with Seattle. Am I?
They've got some depth. They've got some depth there.
I was just thinking Dallas Turner's right there. I mean,
yeah, it would be even more crowd because they got Nwosu coming back. Boy Mafe broke out. They still have Darryl Taylor. And did they sign someone in the offseason? I can't remember.
They brought back.
I feel like
Leonard
there's
Williams.
someone.
They brought back Leonard Williams, but he
I'm
can
thinking
slide inside at this point.
Edge. Yeah, he's more interior at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think they could use that because as good as Boy Mafe did, I'm going to call it an underwhelming breakout because he was wildly inconsistent still.
Yeah, it was a stretch run, and it was over.
Yeah, it was a stretch where he was great, and then there's a stretch where he was literally statless. I mean, they restocked the inside linebacker room. That's really the additions they made of adding Tyrell Dodson, Jerome Baker, and swapping out Bobby Wagner and Jordan Brooks, which is quite the swap. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes on offense. I'm going to say Troy Fontano if I have to guess. I think that'll be a really good pick, and it fits what Mike McDonald would love to do on offense, which is have that good versatile offensive line that can do what they want. So I'm going to say it's Troy Fontano, who I thought could go higher because I think he's a really great player, very versatile. And they have questions at tackle as well. Yeah, exactly. And they got questions at tackle as well. And yeah, I protect Sam Howell. Why not? I love Sam Howell. But if Abraham Lucas and Charles Cross, if they can't stay healthy, which has kind of been the issue the last few years, they can slide Fontano there, or they can play him at guard and be perfectly happy with that. So that pick would make sense to me, but we will have to wait and see.
You're probably going to take a fourth wide receiver and just
that would suck. Please do not announce Brian Thomas Jr. That would suck. Where are all these trades at? That's what I'm trying to figure out. We were supposed to have potentially 6 trades. There's only been 1, and that was only 1 spot.
That's the question, right? And I think it's been like every draft the last 8 years or something like that, where someone's traded up for a quarterback, and with a 1-pick trade up, that stays true this year.
Yeah, technically true.
One trade through the first half of the draft, that is certainly uncommon, especially with 6 quarterbacks going off the board in the first half.
The over-under was 6.5 trades, so we are well under that as of now.
I do think as soon as we leave this watch party, I'm pretty sure the trades. That's when the trades are going to start.
Business will pick up,
and it's going to be chaos after that.
Historically, from hosting the show, it goes steady through 8, and then normally, like it happened this year, except small, is 10 through 15. Stuff gets crazy, and that didn't happen. So, who knows? At some point, I mean, listen,
we're getting into Brandon Ayuk, T. Higgins trade situations.
We're on a wavelength. We're on a wavelength.
It's weird that we haven't heard anything yet. You'd think Adam Schefter would be like, "Hey, there's rumblings, blah blah blah." All right, who's this last pick?
Let's take a look. All that it is on my bucket list to get to the draft because that just looks like such a great environment. It's good for the city of Detroit as well.
We live in St. Louis, so like we're never gonna have anything like this, but it does look like a lot of fun to go to.
It's on the bucket list for sure. Let's see. As I write this one up, a lot of choices.
Battlehawks championship parade, though, so
that's true. I'll be there for that. All 15 of us.
Season ticket holder, man.
I've been to every home game so far. It's electric.
Imagine you can get some good seats, but they are. Let's see. Is this a military announcement pick? Well, what's going on here?
The Seahawks select an A10 Warthog.
If only we knew and could start talking about it.
Yeah. See, but that's what this banner along the bottom is for, and we're hoping it's at least somewhat appreciated. That we're trying our best not to spoil picks because we know a lot of streams do that.
There's a trade that happened.
Oh,
we can start talking about that.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Although actually the pick is about to be in.
Yeah, we'll
they're walking up. let's pull this up right now. Let's put this pick in because this pick is already made. They're going for it. Wait, what was that, Steve?
I didn't see. I missed any trade.
It's
Okay,
on.
well,
Phil Yates tweeted it out, and
Okay.
Ari Metrov or whatever.
Well, right before we get into that, let's talk about this pick because it is a defensive player. It's Byron Murphy, the second defensive tackle out of Texas. And as Billy was saying, that is the trade there. The Jaguars have traded out with the Vikings, who have moved up once again. Interesting.
Don't know who they could be after, honestly. Interesting.
Yeah, before my amazing offensive points comrades here go, I want to hear some feedback on this Byron Murphy pick. Any thoughts?
It feels like another really exciting NFL pick again for fantasy. Not really moving the needle too much here, but I think it's an awesome pick for the Seahawks. Leonard Williams getting up there in age. Draymond Jones kind of stinks on the inside. So Jaron Reed was their best interior player last year from both, I think, real football and an IDP perspective. So this should be a really nice situation. Hey, maybe Byron Murphy can surprise us and walk right in and start contributing for fantasy purposes. I'm probably not going to bet on that, but it's a great NFL pick and real football pick for sure.
And it's
he just
also
brings some nastiness to that line that is going to be very welcome. Some tenacity, some nastiness. So Seattle's going to be a fun team to watch this year.
I can agree with that. As a whole, good move for the defense. Fantasy,
yeah, exactly.
We'll battle the Justin Matabuke, Mike McDonald takes his defensive tackle discussions later or something, because people will be talking about that on the IDP front. But either way, I want to thank my amazing offensive points partners here in Billy Mansell and Joe down there at OP Joe for joining in here and showing off the amazing shirts that they have. And remember as well, offensive points merch is available as well on our site as well. So be sure to check out that merch. Support those amazing guys over there. Thank you guys for joining me. I really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun talking with you.
For sure. I'll see y'all in the chat.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome job, guys.
See y'all. Good luck. Have fun rest of the draft.
Enjoy the draft.
Cheers.
All right. Will do. And with that, let's introduce Sean and our amazing average Joe right here. Looking great. Both of you guys. How are we doing today? Jaguars just traded back. Number 17 to 23. The Vikings move up. I'll let our new guys take it away from right there. What are your thoughts on the draft so far? Let's go with that.
Well, it's a good thing we're IDP plus because there was no IDP until the last couple picks.
Yes.
It's been surprisingly offensive, quarterback heavy. I wasn't expecting 6 in the first 12 or whatever that was. So that was a big shock. I thought we'd already have a few cornerbacks off the board as well. So yeah, it's been interesting to say the least.
Yeah, we're about to make it even more interesting as well with Minnesota announcing right here and right now as soon as ESPN flashes their banner so I can see who this is actually because I can't tell. Does anyone know who the Vikings just picked? Because I am not.
Dallas Turner.
That's Dallas Turner. Oh my God, that is Dallas Turner. That's a fantastic fit with Brian Flores. Oh my goodness. Average Joe, let's start with that one. Everyone make sure to follow, by the way. Joe here at Average Joe, AVG Joe's at _FF, and Sean here at Sean8386. But take it away, my friend. What are you thinking about here of Dallas Turner going to the Minnesota Vikings?
I mean, it's a good move. I know they got Greenard, but I think realistically, this is a great move to replace Daniil Hunter, who they obviously lost. And that's something that, Brian Flores could put some pressure on, offenses get after the quarterback. And that's where it all starts. And having a guy like that. Now, me personally, I like Verse a little bit better, a little bit more when it came to Dallas Turner, but I understand the expectation and what he can bring to this defense. So it's good to see someone like that going into a team like that. I think that's why they traded up, because I think they had some fears that Jacksonville possibly could have gone that route, because I had mocked actually Jacksonville going Dallas Turner. So he went in the same spot, but to a different team. So I can see why Minnesota pulled that move and made that move upward, just solidifying both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a ton of sense with the Daniel Hunter trade that happened, even with the Jonathan Greener signing. And I'll add in another amazing content creator into our call here, and AJ at Apple. Oh, there we go. Now it popped on here. How you doing today, AJ? It's good to have you on. We just had a
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Fantastic pick on the Vikings here, taking Dallas Turner. What are your thoughts on it? I'm throwing you right into the fire as soon as you get in here.
Yeah, definitely. I like the pick. Like you guys said, I think this is a good fit for Flores. Vikings are super aggressive today. It's pretty crazy. It's like, oh man, everybody's drafted stuff that we want to go after. Quick, just trade. We'll get back in. So I like the pick. Yeah, I think Turner's going to be a good fit there.
Yeah, I think this is one of the better draft classes so far of getting, they got their quarterback without having to move up and getting JJ McCarthy, or they moved up a pick, spent a 5th round pick to move up. So they end up getting their quarterback of the future, who they hoped it to be, and getting one of the best defensive linemen in the class in Dallas Turner. So this is, I mean, I'm going to be in love with this fit. I'll be honest. I'm going to just say a spoiler of Dallas Turner with this Brian Flores defense. I'm going to be all about, because it's a player that he likes, and that's a W right there. He doesn't like many people, Brian Flores. Like that's kind of the issue half the time. But as Sean can attest from Miami, so getting a handpicked piece of this defense, of a defensive line that we've seen produce quite a bit. DJ Wonnum walked up the door as well, so that's a lot of snaps gone too. Dallas Turner should have a very early opportunity to succeed in Minnesota. I think it's a great pick.
Yeah.
But
so I guess
as for our new people here, and I'll go back to Sean for this one. Although you mentioned it a little bit, any picks that have surprised you guys so much, and I imagine the Penix pick is going to take the cake on that one. But what are your thoughts on the draft so far? Sean, I think, answered that one. But any of the new guys, I want to hear all of it.
Well, let's add Mr. Joe from Six Pack as well.
Oh, thank you.
I think, yeah, I was like, I think he's hidden
Oh
from
my
Mike
God.
there.
Hey,
what's up, Joe?
Joe, I sincerely
going on, man.
Oh, I am.
You're good. You're good, dude.
That's
I
all right.
run many of these shows. I know how crazy it gets.
I was looking at you, and then I think AJ joined, and then it just took your spot on the bottom, and then pushed you above, and I had scrolled at whatever. I'm losing it clearly.
We were on a separate chat, and then we're like, all right, let's jump onto the other one. And I guess maybe I had a quicker trigger finger, or I guess he did, and then I took it over. Either way.
No, this is not unusual. It's not unusual that once I get 3 hours into this live draft stream, I start losing it a little bit. But either way, Joe, now that you're with us, thoughts on how this draft has gone so far, because it has been quite the ride.
Yeah, I was joking with AJ earlier. So we're doing a recap show tomorrow morning with a couple of fantasy spec writers, and just kind of shooting ideas out. I was like, yeah, we'll just go through the offensive players and just kind of quickly recap that. Did not realize the entire first half of the first round was going to be all offensive players. So we're going to be busy. Yeah, no, it's been wild. The quarterbacks, after Penix went, and you just alluded to it, like the panic set in, and it was mayhem. Now, I mean, of course, the Vikings ended up getting JJ McCarthy, which was great for them. But I the Penix and then the Bo Nix pick was kind of like, I mean, I know go get your quarterback, but nah, not those guys. not there, right? That's a little too early. So
I wholeheartedly agree with the Penix pick. At least I'm a Bo Nix truther. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I'm not proud of it. I'm not.
You're
proud
forgiven.
Of it.
You're forgiven.
Listen. I'm also a Sam Darnold truther, and Sam Darnold's going to be holding it down Minnesota for the rest of the year. All right,
I'll take it back.
Slinging it to Mr. Sammy to JJ. But
I mean, Bo Nix, what? He's like 5 years away from retiring already.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, so is Penix.
Yeah, true.
Granted, yeah, you're right. I know, but all he has to do is beat out Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson. All right, then he gets his chance with Sean Payton, and I'll be on board with that.
Absolutely.
But Bengals on the clock here, and the pick is in for the Bengals. They will make this pick. What average Joe's? I want to hear this one here. What are your thoughts on or who do you think this pick's going to be?
I went back and forth. I was hoping it was Brock Bowers was gonna fall there, which obviously clearly didn't happen. I think they go corner. I mean, they've got obviously I think 20 safeties at this point on their team, but I do think they need to add a defensive back to help. So I mean, Quinyon Mitchell would be a great pick, I think here. Or
I can't believe he's still available.
At this point, maybe they get Verse, and you got to fill in the rumor of Trey Hendrickson possibly retiring. You got to fill that now. So I could see Verse being a great spot and then kind of reset that defensive line with some youth and kind of figure out that situation, during this offseason.
I think you're speaking for the masses here.
Yeah, because Hubbard was having. I just read something about his injury update the other day. Like he's still either just got a surgery recently, which doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, they've got some concerns for sure.
Yeah, so I could definitely see a defensive line pick for sure.
Yeah, the Hendrickson kind of came out of nowhere. So at least to the media. So that really absolutely changed, I think, their 18th pick right now. I think that changes the factor where Verse now falling to them, I think could be a solution. Because I think they could have easily traded out of this spot. I don't think they really need anybody drastically. So I think now Verse would be the best move for them.
He's somebody that I'm so interested to see where he ends up because I think he's a great talent, but you have the age wonders. You wonder if he's just, when is he going to go off the board? Because I've seen him mocked in all different places. The question is, when will it be? Because it's not going to be to the Bengals here because this pick is in. I'm not going to say who it is yet because as our beloved commissioner walks up to the stage, probably being booed that I can't hear. The pick is in. It is not going to be a fantasy relevant pick, but it will be a good one to keep Joe Burrow upright. It is offensive tackle Amarius Mims out of not Oklahoma, but Georgia, because I can't write the right colleges.
How many linemen are they going through to try to protect Burrow at this point?
20,000, I believe.
Roughly the estimate.
Many.
They have to.
People.
Keeps going to hit.
Yeah.
Keeps going to hit.
This is the pick they needed to make. They have to protect Joe Burrow if they stand a chance at all in competing in the AFC. They've got to keep Joe Burrow upright, and it has been a problem keeping him upright. They've got to try anything they can.
Yep. Didn't allow a single sack at over 370 pass blocking reps at right tackle in college this past season. It says pretty good.
This is the guy that only started a handful of games, right? Like he's got there was a limited sample size, but when he's out there, and he's also a right tackle, he's not a left tackle, so you have to wonder whether he can make that transition if you need him to make that transition. But for now, he can play the right tackle, and he can do it as well as anybody. The Rams now on the clock. I want to throw it out there that if the Rams make this pick, it'll be the first Los Angeles Ram pick since Jared Goff when they were still in St. Louis. So, right, they were still in St. Louis when Goff was here, right? So, I think so.
Yeah, the Jeff Fisher. It was Jeff Fisher. Jeff Fisher had to be in St. Louis. So, yeah.
Dude, wait, I want to talk about Burrow then real quick with this offensive line. So, Sean, you're in some of these mock drafts that we're doing. We're seeing people like Joe Burrow. People are scared of Joe Burrow. After a couple years ago, he was in the running as a top 3 dynasty QB, and he just went off. I guess his QB6 is not horrible, but not to the 8th round of a 1 QB startup. People are seemingly afraid of Joe Burrow, and I'm scooping up that value anywhere I can get it.
Yeah, I still have Burrow as my QB 3 in my dynasty still. I'm still high on him, but I understand the factor. You got Higgins' situation. You got the fact that Burrow can't stay healthy in his young career. I think that's probably the biggest issue. And if you're not protecting him, I mean, how many more times can this guy take a hit and actually stay up? So I understand the little bit of the fear. I'm still high on him. I think I just love the way he plays. Yeah, if you're seeing people are putting him up, like I'm actually the opposite. Like I put Herbert out there. I'm not a Herbert fan, so I put him out as fast as I could. Burrow, I will trade you Herbert for Burrow straight up. Like I'll take that all day if it's possible.
As would I. Sean, what do you think about Burrow right now in terms of his fantasy value?
Yeah, I get it. It's the injuries. And if you can't stay on the field, I don't need you on my team. So I get what everybody's saying. And to argue with Steve a little bit, I mean, Herbert, for the most part, has been on the field, up until this last year. So I could see where his value is still higher than Burrow's. But I get it. It's injuries. And that's any player, any position. Injuries scare me off. I'm looking for guys that can stay on the field. Burrow hasn't been one of those guys. So I think it's a great pick, build the line, keep him up, and hope for the best. So this should actually boost his value up a little bit.
I think to also go off what Steve was saying before about him being an 8th round guy in one quarterback leagues and combining that with the fact that he has struggled to be on the field. If I'm picking a quarterback in one QB, I really need someone to just be there for me. If I'm spending capital on a quarterback in one QB, I need him to be out there. I really do. Because otherwise I'll wait. I'll take Kirk Cousins because he'll go so late, especially now. Especially now. You can get Kirk Cousins for even less, which I'm remembering that I traded him in the only dynasty I had him in, which W. Yeah, we'll see about that. By the way, exciting news. The Rams pick is in. They Rams take the pick. Here we go. AJ, I want to hear what you think
trade.
Could be. No trade here for the Rams. Who do you think the Rams could be looking at here? There's a lot of ways they can go.
Man, I feel like they're going to have to go defense. They got to replace Donald. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go defensive line. But like you said, there's a lot of needs there. I feel like they definitely could have, if Bowers would have fell, maybe they would have gone after him. Like he would have been a good fit there, I think, because they have the quarterback. They already have like plenty of receivers there, but tight end is just like a dead zone for this team. And from a fantasy standpoint, I hate looking at this tight end room and being like, this is what I'm left with because I punt a tight end. It's like, no thanks.
Are you saying Davis Allen is not a good stash?
Maybe.
I'm not even sure if he's
but yeah, if I were the Rams, I would look to try to get something on that defensive line. I feel like their defense hurt so bad last year.
Yeah, I mean they were too reliant on Michael Hoyt to be a reliable start of that line because they have Byron Young and that's great on one side. They got Kobe Turner and that's great inside. But the other side, you really have a lot of question marks. And if you have question marks as a starter, that means the depth also is non-existent. So they could really, really definitely use that other man on the defensive line and bookend the talent that is Byron Young. So I think that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, there it goes.
There we go. Roger Goodell speaking it out.
Boo.
And let me write this out. And just like that, AJ on point on the board there. Los Angeles Rams.
And I just saw I was looking at the best available on ESPN's sheet too, and I'm of course thinking ahead for the Birds, and I'm like, okay, yeah, we could use a lot of these guys, and I know Verse was one of the ones that was talked about. But yeah,
I'm okay missing out on
I'm okay with it too. Yeah. I mean, we've already got one Florida State guy in Sweat there, and we'll see what happens with that. But
well, now it's my turn to be nervous as the Steelers go on the clock here. But we don't need to think about that. I don't want to think yet. I want to talk more about Jared Verse because I do like this fit quite a bit because I just want him to go to a place where I thought he can contribute from day one. And I think Los Angeles is that place where he can do that because I'm not impressed with Michael Hoyt. So he does a lot of things well. Like, and I think he does. I think his power moves are really among. Like, I don't know what he does poor, and maybe somebody can tell me because I like he is constantly mocked in this area of this 18 to 30 range, but I don't find many flaws in his game short of the fact that he's 23 years old, right? And how like it's an edge rusher. You know, if I can get 7 good years of an edge rusher, I would be very happy about that. So I'm curious on if anybody has any thoughts about Jared Verse and maybe the reason why he was going a little before. And I know Billy right here is agreeing with me that he was arguably a top 10 pick and the Rams may have gotten a steal here. So any thoughts on Jared Verse?
IDP rankings right off the gut right now is Verse, Turner. Letu for the landing spot. So yeah, I definitely think this was the great landing spot for potential immediate production as well as long term. That line is incredibly young now. They're going to be together hopefully for at least 3-4 years. So yeah, that's a great landing spot.
Yep, and now we're getting the defensive players off the board. We can be happy about that, can't we? But regardless of that, we do have the Steelers coming up.
What do you want?
I want Ayuk, man. So give me Brandon Ayuk.
Maybe you guys get Cooper DeJean.
No, that's for the Eagles.
I've thought about that as well. Of whether Quinton Mitchell's still here.
I thought Colts were going to grab him.
Yeah, I thought so too. Yeah. Terry Arnold's still here as well out of Bama.
Yeah,
there's a lot of Jackson Powers. I had them penciled in for a center. Guard this entire time.
Jackson Powers is going to Dallas. All right, leave it alone.
No. We don't have one on the roster. like, let alone a backup. We don't have one on the roster. But
it is kind of funny though that the NFC East is represented pretty well here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the pick is in. It's not Brandon Ayuk. God damn
it. Keep dreaming, buddy.
Joe, tell me who this is going to be. Tell me this is going to be, Joe.
Steelers need a lot.
This is really a wild card.
I could say
this
they
depends
could go
how
corner.
much I drink this, by the way. Yeah.
I'd say they could go corner, try to protect Russell Wilson or
Fields
or Fields there.
Wide receiver?
They could go receiver.
I'd
rather
I could see receiver too. There's still some very talented receivers on the board. This draft is chock full of receivers, but I wonder, at this point, is there one that really stands out above the rest that you're like, oh, I gotta go get this one now? I feel like no.
Totally. Corner makes the most sense, I think.
If I throw something out here though of how the last few picks have gone as well, at least I think. Well, maybe not with Verse, but the best player available has kind of been starting to go off the board, and the best player available is Troy Fontano. In my opinion, I had him originally mocked number 10 to the Jets, and he goes, he fits what Steeler need as well. If you really don't think about that, he can play guard, probably won't be playing center, but he can play guard and possibly kick out to tackle for Dan Moore to eventually be that succession plan or just take over immediately from Dan Moore. So he would offer them that type of flexibility that they do need on the offensive line because they do have several holes there, and be able to kick Broderick Jones out to the left tackle position if Fontano can play right tackle. So that would make sense to me, but I really don't have any faith. Every time I stream during the Steelers draft, I'm just disappointed. Usually, that's what it feels like. Whatever. I'm not gonna bring down the mood here. I'm just nervous.
Welcome to being an Eagles fan here. Draft day. That's how I feel. Every Eagles draft, I'm like,
okay. I still think corner's the way to go for the Steelers.
I think they need some defense.
Somebody opposite of Porter. That would be a great
They do
move.
need that. Mm-hmm. They do need someone opposite of Porter, but I think right now it depends on how interested they are in Fields. If they want Fields to succeed, they got to protect him. They got to provide him some weapons or something. Right now, this line is not good enough to make Justin Fields work. It's not good enough. It might not be good enough to make Russell Wilson work. And I have no idea what the hell they want from this team. But if they want good football, they need an offensive line, and it'll be good for 2025, even if it's none of these guys. So.
Is Russ Wilson even good enough to make Russ Wilson good anymore?
Good guy. Good point.
Yeah, very good point.
He is no Mason Rudolph.
We mentioned his name too many times. Oh my goodness.
Mason Rudolph, the ultimate
my
system QB.
Yeah, right.
Oh my goodness. Well, the pick is in. I won't lie. I have been. I've just seen who it is. But I'm not going to say until the stream comes through because I'm a chair. I spread the wealth here on this call.
Are you disappointed?
He is a stickler.
I am not disappointed.
He is not disappointed.
I am not disappointed.
The Oracle, Mike, the Oracle Sicoli.
Yeah.
I was hosting this show when they drafted Kenny Pickett 2 years ago, and I threw not these headphones, but these headphones went to the ground. This face went to the ground. It was over for the show at that point. The mood was down. The views went down. It was all ruined. So the rest of the show dictates by Omar Khan and the con artist of what happens here. Now, didn't get Brandon Ayuk, but we can make
getting the goldfish ready then. Here we go.
Yeah, is this a sad pick? Let's see what type of writer's tears I'll be drinking on this one, boys. All right, there we go. This pick is in. Oh, is that Cam Hayward? Oh, they're having Cam Hayward.
Yeah, it is.
What a dapper suit.
Wasn't he disgruntled about something last year? I know
he was hurt.
He was injured, but I feel like something happened.
I think it was just frustration with himself of not being able to be out there because he forced himself back there too soon, and then he got hurt again.
Yeah, he got hurt again. That's right.
Yeah, it was a very rare.
I think Cam.
He got the Man of the Year award. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
He's been playing since Terry Bradshaw, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah. He's been playing since Steelers Mike Vick. Oh, what a time that was. Like
Steelers Mike Vick. Wow, I forgot about that.
That's fair.
Yeah, me too. Holy shit.
Oh my God, yeah.
And oh my goodness. Come on, Cam, bring it home for me. Oh my goodness. Imagine if they were drafting his replacement right now. That would be so sad. I'm glad they're not doing that.
Oh yeah, that'd be pretty.
We're bringing up the man, the legend.
And the pick is in.
Replacement.
There he is. How big of a swig is this going to be? Okay. All right,
I'll let you announce it. I'm just going to have a sip.
You got your guy, Mr. Troy Fontenot.
Listen, this is I had him going for the longest time to the Jets at 10 because I really thought that he did everything they needed, and they end up picking.
Waited this long.
I'm
not waited, but
this is the smart.
Held this long.
It's been so long since they've had David DeCastro. The Steelers when they were at their peak was when they had a dominant offensive line, and they haven't had that in the last 5 years, and that's why the last 5 years has been offensively horrific. So, I mean, he does exactly what Mike Tomlin wants. He's a mauler. I'm all about this, so I'm overjoyed. And someone else is going to have to talk about something else because this is going to ring in my head for like a minute.
All right, Najee Harris, stock up.
Najee Harris stock is up. This is a tremendous upgrade for everyone on this offense.
I know my home group chat of
Eagles
sports radio callers and dads are very jealous of this pick. They all wanted the Birds to maybe get this guy too.
They were talking about him on WIP a lot.
Oh, of course they were.
Just like, oh well, he'll slide over once Lane's gone. It'll be great, this and that. And I'm like, okay,
yeah,
I can get on board with this.
Yeah, I didn't really think he was ever going to make it if we stayed put. This definitely feels like a great value. So
yeah, that's a huge value for Pittsburgh, and yeah, again, I think they need it. Very solid pick.
Yep. That works for me. Anyway, we'll go. The nice thing about this group of people that we got here as well is that our teams are all picking, except for Joe over there. You guys, you've already done your damage. Which I should ask you before we get to our resident Dolphins fan over here, who is now on the clock with Miami. How are you feeling, Jane Daniels? Did you want Jane Daniels? Are you overjoyed? You don't.
I personally wanted May. I thought he was a more polished quarterback. I worry with Daniels in that the flashy type play, The running ability is there, but like, can he make the throws consistently that you're going to need to make in the NFL level? And I'm not sure he can. At least not right now. I mean, like maybe it comes. He did only have a year there. Very limited exposure to like being a starter at LSU, but we'll see. I mean, he's definitely not going to have, that upper echelon of talent, like the difference making talent that they had at LSU against his competition in Washington. They've got decent weapons there, but not fantastic. I'm cautiously optimistic because I want to be optimistic for once with this, but it does scare me, if that makes sense. It's like I just want it to happen.
You
so
want to believe.
Yeah,
I get it.
Especially after you spent a season watching Sam Howell take 1 billion sacks and knowing Jane Daniels' concern
and throwing 1 billion
the frame.
interceptions.
Yeah, well, that
I mean,
Let's
that's
go
not
easy
your,
on Mr. Howell.
it's not
As
your
a
problem
Cowboys
anymore.
Yeah, as a Cowboy fan, I actually wanted you guys to get May. Maybe that's just my opinion. I actually I would rather have seen May twice a year than Daniels. I think Daniels can be the playmaker that I think Washington kind of needs. Think back to RG3 when he came in as a rookie and what he was able to do with what he had. Obviously, he's not polished like May, but I think May is a bust. I mean, what ACC quarterback actually does well in the NFL? Look at the 3 past Tar Heels. Sam Howell, Daniel Jones. Let's call
Trevor
it what
Lawrence.
it is. It's not very common, right? Like you see these guys kind of struggle. So it's
they
just one of those
somehow
things.
always find their way to the NFC East too. It's like what the hell?
They do. They really do.
Well, before we go too far and before the Dolphins make a pick, I do want to hear from Sean what he wants from this pick. Xavier Worthy on the board right now. What everyone wants in the fantasy world, putting the speedster in Miami. You seem skeptical. Talk me through it.
No. If I wanted a receiver, I would take Brian Thomas because I really want to see what Mike McDaniel could do with him. I think he would be a lot of fun for the team. But realistically, we need an offensive line because those guys got banged up all year long. I don't think those guys played very many games together. So we definitely need some depth. Some of these guys are close to retiring or leaving the team after this year. So maybe, I don't know, Jackson Powers Johnson, just to piss Steve off down there. That'd be a great pick.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember, and I don't do this with many teams, how many bad snaps there were with Tua last year as well. Which, some might have been Tua's butterfingers, but they could use an upgrade at center for sure. And I think that interior health, they do have to keep Tua. If they're going to extend him this offseason, got to keep him upright. So offensive line certainly makes a lot of sense.
The starting 5 were pretty solid when they were healthy and in the game. And it seemed like every backup was just trash. So if nothing else, build the depth.
As well.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he got way overpaid.
Yeah, yes, he did. But that's what you have to do to pay people to go to Carolina. That's the
fair.
Carolina tax.
That's fair. But no, either one of those guys, offensive line, or if we take a receiver, I would rather have Brian Thomas.
He would provide something that they don't currently have, and that's size. They would have size and speed in doing so, and they obviously have speed with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. But Brian Thomas would definitely add a different type of build, and maybe the big body that they don't currently have, and they don't have a tight end because they're not using a tight end like that. So that would make a lot of sense to me as well. Any other thoughts on the Miami pick or any other picks at this point? Because we got 21 or 20 picks so far to reflect on. Plenty to pick from. If anyone has any thoughts, I want to open up the floor.
I'm really
a
upset
bit
with the Bowers pick.
Yeah.
I'm
that
so
one
upset
sucks.
with where that went.
That stinks.
Joe and I were talking about that before we got on here, and it didn't make sense. It's like, are they already that down on Michael Mayer? Like, sorry, bro. Like, it's been a fun year, but both the quarterbacks we wanted, we weren't able to move up and grab them because Minnesota did, and then Knicks got taken. So we're just gonna take the best player. I mean,
I think that's I think it's the important lesson of what happens when a new regime comes to town. Of even if the guy was a second rounder the year before, maybe he had a day 3 grade on Tom Telesco's board, and Tom Telesco would have never drafted him in the second round. And so with that in mind, maybe he just down. They all push him down. But I mean, from an investment point, it definitely makes you're definitely on point. Chop Robinson the pick, that is curious for fantasy, but they do need the edge help with Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb coming off major injuries, but that is quite the statement of a pick.
Yikes!
Given that they
I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy with that. Yeah.
Let it out. Let the heat blow.
Yeah. This is a safe space.
This is a safe space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might hit another one. I mean, I get the the injuries with Chubb and Phillips, but I felt like the offensive line was a more crucial point to make, especially with Tua's concussions and all that. If they really want to invest in him, that was the time to get a great lineman. So I'm not a huge Chop Robinson fan either. No, I'm just not sold on him.
What was it? Wait,
I literally wrote
he was 14 pounds when he was born.
Oh shit.
That makes sense.
God.
That adds up.
Yeah. I feel sorry.
That doesn't scream speed at all.
Damn. I mean, like, so I'll be perfectly open here. I know very little about the defensive players. I don't study that side of it. But like from the little bit that I did study up on it, this feels like a bit of a reach. There's better players on the board, even at his own position. And it's not the biggest team need, as was just said. Offensive line is where they needed to go. They got exposed there many times last season, and so they needed to focus on that, and they didn't. It just feels like a really weird pick. I mean, like, we've seen stuff like this happen all the time, and then it works out. But you kind of look. We're not in the boardrooms. We're not in the we're not in the rooms there, the war rooms, whatever it's called. We don't know the grades that these guys have and the evaluations. And look, we're not paid to make them, so it is what it is. But that wouldn't have been my pick.
Yeah,
I do find it funny.
Maybe we should be in the war room. Maybe we should.
That's how we spent the pregame show talking about. But with Robinson, he's such an interesting prospect because he's entirely physicals over metrics, or not even metrics, but stats. He hasn't done much. He hasn't hit the quarterback too much. He's got some good TFLs, but nothing middling for a college level of an elite prospect that you're hoping he is. Like, yes, the first step is unbelievable. He gets fast in a hurry, and that's why he's in the first round. But that's really the only reason why he's in the first round, because the stats have not supported what he could be, and it could work out. And he doesn't have to start from day one behind this edge group if they can get healthy, which Bradley Chubb probably won't be. But it gives them some flexibility to work them in when they need. This is the time to make that pick, I think. But I'm with you, Sean, that it is definitely risky. But with the Eagles on the clock, I do want to get to our two Eagles fans here. Talk about what they want, what they want to see.
Steve was an Eagles fan, and then I was stuck with both of them last year on my show.
Oh, I never forget. I can't forget. He's basically tattooed on his head. Go on, Steve. Mr. Santa, what do you want for Christmas this year?
Well, we got Jalen Carter. I wore my hat. Yeah, I noticed that. I appreciate that. I want Cooper
1,000% corner, right?
Yeah, it's got to be one of them. But I would love Cooper.
Yeah, I think it does.
He's such a ball.
Mitchell, I like Mitchell, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't go after him because it's Toledo, as we've seen with their last, bunch of draft picks. They're all freaking Georgia Bulldogs. They just want to go with the bigger schools now.
Terry Arnold.
I mean, Arnold would fit that bill. And I do like Arnold. They were talking about him on the radio yesterday, I believe. And they're like, Arnold, it's not really a name, like a good name for football. Or it might have been this morning. I'm like, what? Like, what the hell are you talking about?
He's no Kool-Aid.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they were knocking that, and then they're like Arnold. That's not a last name, but there. Quinyon Mitchell. That's a cornerback name. I'm like,
Yeah, but Terrion's pretty
okay.
cool. Terrion's a good
Yeah, I like it.
Weight. You got to say
they're
that.
all going to be good.
I wouldn't hate if we went after Barton here, because I mean he's listed as center, but he's played all over the offensive line. More so at tackle, which again we'll need in a few years when Lane finally calls it quits. But if he can fit in at guard or center, and then they figure out what they want to do with Juergens, it seems like a good fit, but it's not a sexy pick, I guess, because it's an offensive lineman. I mean, they're whatever.
We can't just hit on an all-time great in the 6th round again.
I doubt it. Pick is in, apparently. I haven't looked at the feed to see. So, there's the dude.
I've seen it. It's not terrible.
That guy's awesome.
Oh boy,
He's
here
at, like,
comes
every
Jonathan
game.
Brooks. Here we go. Backs up Saquon Barkley. Oh, how good
Yeah.
is that?
Oh, stop!
It's gonna be Brian Thomas. They're gonna be like, well, we're gonna already pay one receiver. We're getting ready to pay a second. Let's just go get a third here, Brian Thomas.
Yeah,
we lost
quarterback.
our great hope in Quez Watkins. So we need to fill that void.
Where did Quez Watkins end up? Was it Tampa?
Who cares?
Just did the that part.
Jeez.
Carolina.
All right. Oh, so he's the wide receiver 1 for Carolina. Okay.
Don't care.
Yeah, let me pull
Well,
it back
the
up.
pick is in. Here we go. Number 22. Roger Goodell making his very slow walk out to the podium as usual.
Well, he's getting older, so
He is, and apparently he had surgery like a few weeks ago, which I that news got leaked this morning. But
surgery on what?
God.
we're still gonna. I didn't follow up. I'll be honest. It's Roger
Was his
Goodell.
back sore from all that money he's carrying around?
Yeah.
I think
Maybe
so.
I'll give him a
Pockets too
personality.
heavy? Yeah. Poor guy.
What are you doing? Just read the damn pick.
I
You know they
can't
gotta drag
stand
it
him.
out.
I can't stand him.
Where's the booze, Santa?
Oh,
This guy.
Mango Cart. Anybody have Mango Cart?
Mango
It's one of my
Cart.
favorite beers. It's so damn good.
I don't like
What is it?
mango.
What is it?
Ah.
Mango Cart?
Mm-hmm.
Who makes it? Or
Oh,
brews it?
Golden Road.
Golden Road.
Yeah, they're.
Let's check it out.
They're
Well-
either Colorado or California.
The Eagles fans said they were skeptical.
Hey,
I don't want to
I'm-
remotely spoil this if you haven't seen it.
no, we've seen it.
I've seen it.
I haven't.
Sure
I
everyone's
haven't
seen
yet.
it.
I'm now
It's
at
not-
Jordan
Oh,
Mailata in
Yeah,
the middle
that's-
of
that's
some
where-
fucking
what are we
beach.
doing here, man?
Quinn,
Where are you? Oh, you're at home. Okay.
Yeah, it's Mitchell. I'll take it. I'm happy with it. Like the top 3, whichever one.
Who we got?
Hopefully, they're all
Mitchell?
going to be good.
All right,
Yep.
Mitchell. You want an athlete?
like
You
it.
got one at quarterback.
I like it.
Toledo. First cornerback off the board.
Yeah. Yeah, they
I really
definitely
wanted
like it.
Cooper DeJean just for the fun part of him being a resurgence of the white corner.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh, I mean, if he's going anywhere, it would make sense. That would be Philly. I mean, let's be
Oh,
honest.
he would have been embraced big time here.
Oh yeah.
Could have been the Michael Seahorn replacement from the Giants.
That's a name.
Jason.
Jason Sehorn.
Jason
There you
Sehorn,
go.
yeah.
Fun fact.
He was fun to watch.
Adam
actually
Marcelletta.
he lived. Was it him or his relative lived in my wife's grandmother's neighborhood
How
at
nice.
some point? Yeah. I think it was
What?
him.
Who
I don't
was
know.
that?
Jason
Like-
Sehorn.
twice removed something. I don't know.
Yeah, it was like I lost track after you.
It was
said
the 6th degree of the separation.
6 degrees.
Seventh cousin's
Cousin,
third neighbor on the
uncle's
left.
neighbor across the
Exactly.
street around the corner friend. I have no idea what you said.
And there was a church in the neighborhood somewhere, so just throw that in there. Why not?
Well, with this Quinion Mitchell pick, I do want to also echo out to our chat. Hey, thank you all for tuning in here, and thank you all for listening. Be sure to keep on dropping those comments. I know it was awesome early in the stream while everyone was watching in. Be sure to keep on commenting. Tell us how upset or happy you are with these picks that are being made. Anything that surprised you, we'd love to hear about it. And be sure to hit that subscribe if you can. And be sure to follow all this amazing cast here as well, because we got some amazing stars on this group right now. This is quite the panel I'm lucky to be on. So either way, with this pick, Quinion Mitchell, that puts the Jaguars on the clock, who have traded back with Minnesota before. So now they're picking at 23. Any thoughts on where the Jaguars will go with this pick here?
I think
Brian Thomas.
We get
because Brian Thomas would make a lot of sense. That'd be a great fit.
That's who I've been picking for any box or anything. Brian Thomas to the Jaguars was my favorite matchup for those guys. And then we're not close from Dallas probably getting Jackson Powers Johnson. So good job.
I have Jaguars.
Yeah.
I have Jaguars going cornerback.
You think so? After losing
That's what I'm seeing.
Williams?
Yeah, they struggled.
But I was thinking
against
too.
the
We're
pass
going to double
last
dip in
season.
the corner.
Yeah.
I think I had them taking Terry and Arnold at 16 or 17, wherever they were originally, before moving back. So they could end up getting the same exact guy that I thought would be a good fit for them. Quarterback's definitely a need, but I do agree that I've been
Pittsburgh.
trying to get my head around. Wait, what? What's that? What?
Quez went to Pittsburgh. Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were saying that they
So
moved up.
they don't need to draft one. They got
Yeah.
I thought they moved up. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness! I didn't know Quez was on Pittsburgh. Now I'm a bad fan here. But
well,
I
I
need a
didn't
new
until
host
about
soon. AJ, don't do that.
yeah.
I like Thomas, guys. Brian Thomas, he's like my biggest wild card of this draft. I really want to see where he can go. And if he gets in the right system, I don't think he goes that far.
Buffalo could be interesting. Yeah.
I liked him for the Jaguars pretty much all along. It was kind of selfish when I said that for the Dolphins, just because I like him as a player. I find him very intriguing. So I do think
Jags
he's
don't
better.
take him. Brian Thomas could fall to Buffalo.
I don't think he'll go that far.
At
I
this
really don't.
point,
And that's where I had him mocked, because I do put some stock into the recent report about the medicals. Whenever that stuff comes out the week of the draft, you have to ask whether it's a smokescreen or whether it's news that finally got leaked, because we've seen a bit of both. Like we saw that with Nakobe Dean last year or 2 years ago now. God, it feels like Jesus. But where Nakobe Dean, we were all mocking, and then the week of we got that news of maybe he might slide a bit, and he fell, as we all know and remember. So maybe the same is happening here for Brian Thomas, and maybe that ends with the Buffalo. Maybe it ends right now with the Jaguars. So,
I mean, the cornerbacks, you guys say that. I mean, that makes sense because they did lose Darius Williams. They still have Tyson Campbell and all that, but
Darius Williams was brutal last year.
Tyson Campbell is a great IDP corner.
when he's healthy,
he had some trouble.
Last year, but before that, he was solid tackler. Tackler. Very underrated for IDP.
I do get Sean's point though. Thomas here, you're doing everything in your power to make sure Trevor Lawrence looks as good as he possibly can be.
I'm not sold on Gabriel Davis. So
no,
I get that.
Davis stinks.
So Kirk is obviously. I still think Christian Kirk is obviously really a great fantasy player. But
I do like Kirk. Yeah, I think Brian Thomas would give them a bit of that deep threat with potential to earn some more routes they didn't run in college, because he was kind of limited, but you had Malik Neighbors on the other side, so he wasn't really asked to do a whole lot. So I would like to see his tree grow quite a bit on the routes.
Yeah,
I think that would be a good fit
here. And
Sean?
the answer is awfully similar to what we've just been talking about.
Sean the Oracle.
They get it
on the Oracle. It's Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver out of LSU. And that is a
man.
Now I have to see what Buffalo does.
Fantasy six-pack wide receiver depth chart is now updated with Brian Thomas as wide receiver 3. Head of Zay Jones, who's never healthy. Devin Duvernay is in their depth. Elijah Cooks. Yeah, I mean, I actually have Kirk listed as wide receiver 1 ahead of Davis. I agree.
Yeah.
I
would
don't think
100%.
Yeah, I don't think
Thomas
Davis
becomes
is
the
a
2
one.
on that team right away. I think.
I think he
Right.
will. I was tempted to actually put him there at Gabe Davis now, but
I mean, yeah,
I'll
what they
give
needed
Gabe
was
a
field
week or
stretcher.
two.
Yeah, they
Well-
desperately struggled to stretch the field last year, so they've went out and added Gabe Davis, and they went out and added Brian Thomas. It's 2 people that do that exceptionally well, and that should only open up Evan Ingram and Christian Kirk in the middle of the field even more. So, like, what this does for the offense, well, it might even supersede what it does for fantasy. You know, it still could be very good for fantasy. Joe, what do you think about this pick? I know I caught you in the middle of eating possibly popcorn, and I'm
Popcorn,
jealous.
yes.
Yeah, good choice.
Sorry, I've been doing that all
Good
night.
stuff, good
Sorry.
stuff. No, you're
Um,
good. I'm expecting to get an ice cream delivery any minute now. So
No,
you're
we
good.
I like it. I mean, probably better landing spots for fantasy, but in true NFL, if you're just looking at true NFL value, this is a great pick for them. They needed receiver help. I mean, come on, we all know Gabe Davis literally takes games off. So they're gonna need Brian Thomas for at least half the games this season to step up. And but no, I mean, he's a playmaker. He's fast. He's big. If they can, like you guys said, if they can teach him to run some more routes, then I mean, he could really be a big time player in this league.
Yeah.
The
That's
athleticism
what
is off the
That's what I
charts.
want to see. Yeah.
Huge
Yeah.
ceiling.
And with Brian Thomas as well, it's rare company that he's in. Of LSU has had only 3 duos that have gone over 1,000 yards in the same season for each of them, and that was OBJ and Jarvis Landry. It's Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, some Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr. It's pretty good company. Now that is as high of a bar as you could possibly ask of a receiver.
Yeah.
No one's quite expecting that, but Dallas on the clock now, so I do want to hear from Average Jew at some point. But Brian Thomas Jr. off the board. That's questionable.
I would love Dallas to just get a new owner, but I mean, the draft goes.
Who would they draft? Who would you draft as a new owner?
So glad I don't have to worry about that anymore.
Because he is absolutely the worst.
Yeah,
we all
nice.
Jerry Jones right up to the podium in the
Just push him
the
off.
Silence of the Lambs.
The worst
suit.
part is his son isn't any better. He is
No.
just he's just as bad. But for me, you guys obviously heard me talk about it. Jackson Powers Johnson is the one guy I would love for them to go. Barton actually, Graham Barton's another one because he can move. He can be interior, outerior. I would love to have gotten a tackle because I want Tyler Smith to stay on the inside. I think that's his best role, but they're going to kick him out like they did when Tyron Smith was hurt. So I think Tyler Smith goes outside. They get their center here, which is what I'm hoping they do. But being a Cowboy fan, and as long as I've been doing this, unfortunately, I could see them doing something stupid like Xavier Worthy here, just to screw me over, you know. But I'm hoping
a
it's
realistic
Jackson Powers
Cowboys fan. I like it.
Yeah.
They're receiving trade interest.
Yeah, I'm hoping they flop this season to possibly get, a top pick. Dak leaves, Dak wins a Super Bowl somewhere else, and then I can laugh at every other Cowboy fan in the face. So that's my dream scenario.
Well, there you go. You might end up getting it.
Do you like Dak or you don't like
Oh, I'm a huge Dak fan. I've seen, I remember quarterbacks like Quincy Carter, Chad Hutchinson. I've seen it all. Okay. I'm tired of this bad mouth of Dak when he is not the sole problem of this team. There are a lot of other issues. And the fact that you're letting a second vote MVP, second all-year pro work out his contract, that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And that's why Spencer Rattler is the pick here. And
just do it. Just pull the Band-Aid.
If that
Just pull the Band-Aid. Just
that
trade
would-
Dak at that point. Put him in there, and let's call it it is.
I want to take a second and also, again,
That
thank
was
everyone for
me.
watching. We have over 300 people watching on our IDP Plus Twitter alone right now, over 400 in general. So thank you all so much for tuning in. We're still going to be going. And also to see that as late as pick 24 right now is just so awesome to see. So thank you guys for tuning in. And we're going to keep on going for you guys to the rest of this day one and a little bit with winners and losers afterwards. So we can keep it going now. Average Joe, I don't want to concern you here, but we are down to inside 40 seconds here, and this pick has not been submitted yet.
Because Jerry Jones doesn't know what he's doing.
Great.
I'm sure he can walk. Maybe he can't get the
gotta be a trade, right?
the slip there. Maybe he can't get
He's
the
just
slip.
going off on some rant about like the time that he walked through a Piggly Wiggly or something and got lost.
His recent
He's factoring in the pick.
He was
He's
just
factoring
talking
in the pick.
about. He was just talking about how he does negotiations as like a QB option, like he's an option quarterback. Like, what does that have to do with you not signing your players?
Gentlemen, we have a reason. Gentlemen, we have a reason. The Detroit Lions have moved up.
We're gonna be interested to see what they do with it.
I'm telling you,
Like,
Dallas
why
does
do they
not know what they're
even
doing right now.
Where you at, Nate?
See, now I can see Detroit getting a receiver here.
I could see Detroit doing quite a lot of
trade.
I don't think they needed to move up to do it though.
Shit, Dallas could have used
feels
a
odd.
receiver too. Come to think about it.
Cooper
This feels
DeJean
really odd.
Still
to be honest with
quite
you.
a few needs for Detroit.
Yeah,
Terry and Arnold would be a good
Aaron Arnold
move.
good as well.
That's good.
Cowboys
Yeah.
trade
Ooh.
23. What? How's it? This is
Yeah, they're 20.
whatever
this
weird
is the
tweet this
23rd.
is horribly like it's
Number-
impossible to read. Like the formatting is just like nah.
They get
They're
Next,
they
I'll
get
have to wait for the
Detroit
next one.
trading and a 25 7th for Detroit's 29
in 73,
and a 73.
which is
what I'm
why.
saying.
73 to move up just a few picks is substantial.
Remember, Dallas is the 24th best
Yeah.
team. That's what Jerry Jones said.
That Detroit wants this guy bad. This is-
Ooh,
I could be Terry and
There's some
Arnold.
hugging.
nailed it.
I'm just gonna keep saying Spencer Rattler until.
Did,
I get
did
the joke
anyone
out.
pick up
I love
my
it.
lunch
I love it, Michael.
order
Go with it.
from the deli kiosk? Is someone, I need my bologna. Jared needs his bologna.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to start becoming a Detroit
Good order
Lions fan
hole.
at this
It's not a
point.
bad idea. I'm thinking about
It's
converting
like-
myself.
Yeah, I think I'm a Dan Campbell
I have
fan
now
anyways.
suffered enough as a Dallas fan.
Dan Campbell, I think former Cowboy and
Yeah.
Dolphin.
He was a Cowboy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say I love Dan Campbell. I think he
Yeah.
is such an
Right.
awesome coach.
Him and Jason Witten in the tight end room. It was awesome.
Yeah, that was a great tight end for him.
Damn,
I
that's
hated seeing
awesome.
that
I
every
forgot about that.
twice a year.
The hair of
good
Dan
s-
Campbell.
I
They
think he
remember
was
the
the-
hair.
Such flowing locks, man.
Yeah.
Right. Big golden
Beautiful
locks.
hair that guy had.
Maybe they get Adonai Mitchell here. That'd be a great move.
I'd love that. I'd love that.
Some
I do have a
Yeah,
confession to make about Detroit's pick. In the final mock I put out there, I may or may not have put Marshawn Kneeland in there partially because of the Kneeland part and just the kneecap connection. I mean,
Nice.
It's it was right there. It fills a team
Oh.
need. I think it makes sense. And if somehow
mean,
that was
are
the pick
they-
here, I would lose it. But
Yeah, they pick.
They
we do
did
have Nathan
lose,
entering the chat for our Detroit Lion pick here.
Yeah, he is the original 016.
Damn.
I think Terry and Arnold is their best pick.
Yeah.
They've got to go defensive back.
Nailed it.
And I'll add
Is
in
it
a
in?
tweet as well that Josh Hall
Mm-hmm.
just said as well. Our
Yeah.
lovely offensive points buddy that was in on this call earlier. Cowboys could be looking at running back at 29 now, moving back
Oh
to
my
possibly
gosh.
get Jonathan Brooks.
I will officially become a Lions fan.
In the first? No way.
Oh, I don't know if the Lions Nation will accept fans at this point. in the
I
journey.
technically am supposed to be a Patriots fan, but I have held off. So maybe I'll convert to New
I
England.
appreciate
Okay.
it.
Between Dallas and New England, you're picking quite the two French.
All my teams are Boston except for the football aspect.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, let's get some final predictions in for this Detroit pick. Steve, what do you think? We're going to go around the horn here as the pick comes in.
I think it's Terrion Arnold.
I'm gonna go
Cheater.
Cooper DeJean. Sean, go.
I've already seen it. I've already seen
No,
it.
everyone's already
Cheater.
You know that thing where like you're the last one in on the joke? That's what it feels like right now, guys.
I really thought it was going to be a receiver just for fun, because I don't think James
That would
Can
be
that-
cool.
Can that guy in the
answer.
number 9 jersey just drag
hell.
Goodell off the stage after this pick is in?
You're
Body
talking to the
slam.
number
Big boy.
32 pick by the Kansas City Chiefs right there. All right.
Yeah.
So, oh my God.
CEH?
Well, that's really quite a lot to spend on to move up for a corner, honestly, with a few on the board. But
If they,
There are a lot of good corners still.
I feel like they
It
may
feels
have-
odd.
you got
It really
you got
does.
to spend like
Oh,
if
they
it was a
overpaid. And they gave up the
They paid-
73.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
That's what I'm saying. They paid far more
Yeah.
than what Minnesota did to move up with the Jets. Granted, one pick, but that was 11 to 10, and this is 29 to
Yeah.
24. It's kind of a
See,
similar
Lions
game.
are all in though.
You had
Yeah, but if you look at all the
Arnold,
teams in between
Regine,
that,
you still had Wiggins there. You still had McKinstry. Yeah, I don't know if I would have made that
I don't-
move.
maybe
That's
the
where you
Bucks
throw
take
the
us
ball.
corner, but nobody else. Like I figured there's a couple more offensive linemen to go here,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
they
I mean,
probably
Green-
could have got
Green
him
Bay-
where they were.
Green
Yeah,
Bay-
the-
Arizona
Going
could have
up first.
possibly gone corner, maybe.
I
I
could
think
see-
Arizona goes corner, but
Mm.
either
Yeah,
way,
they already got
the pick's in is
receiver.
Terry Arnold out of
Yeah.
Alabama, which I mean,
I
they
like that
they
jacket,
desperately
man.
needed
I
a
like
corner
that.
with all the stuff that happened with Cameron Sutton this
Light-
offseason, and in general, they needed a corner.
Light pale pink
Yeah.
with some silver accents.
It's a nice
pretty-
outfit.
it's
Yeah,
good.
it's you-
I like it.
Is he
Okay, I'm back on
tricked
board
out?
with the
I
trade
could
now.
pull it off.
I like that.
Glad I got a laugh from somebody. So I'm
Yeah,
glad
put
somebody
your
caught
money
that.
where your mouth. Put your
Yeah.
money where your mouth is. I want to see
Did,
that.
did you
I
see
wanna
me
get
at the
that.
expo 2 years ago? I mean,
No.
it was almost
Wait,
like this. No,
Did
not
I?
really.
I could never look as I could.
Are we
never
going to have an
pull off any of those
expo
suits.
walkway now?
Oh
We
my
should.
God.
We
That
That'd be
should.
was
awesome.
legendary.
Best
Oh,
dressed.
Bust
I
out
will
my Pac-Man
continue to
suit
grow
again.
my beard until the expo and see how it looks.
All right,
Very
Just
nice.
let it ride.
Nate's saying, well, so much he was mentioning before how he wanted the Kool-Aid man on his team. He will not have the red on the blue jerseys and with the Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Nate, feel
Oh,
free to
no.
hop on the stream if you want to talk about your Lions here. They just moved
Yeah.
up, made a big move to get Terry and Arnold, but would welcome you. You know, we miss you. Always do.
What do you guys
But,
think Green Bay does?
The
A lot
offensive
of
line.
Cooper DeJean. Cooper DeJean is who I've been mocking with them to him, but I
They have
think
a
it's
lot
great.
of corners already, though.
Yeah.
Jerry Alexander doesn't even want to be there. Like
Wow.
I had
they
Jason
can-
Lathan
Gene-
falling.
they
That's
play
such a
DeJean
weird
at safety.
situation.
It is a weird
Yeah.
situation.
The Alexander thing, like that's so weird. With them benching him last year and all that.
Yeah.
That is a weird situation.
Yeah.
We do have a little
mean-
bit before this goes on the clock, so
Maybe
Yeah,
they just go
speculation.
out and get themselves, a kicker now and just open the floodgates.
For sure.
I think it's more of a second round thing.
Yeah.
But
True.
I mean,
Right,
they could get
now's
they could
when
get
they
Graham
take the
Barton here.
quarterback, so they can
Graham
stash
Barton
him
would make
for
sense.
4 more years until Jordan Love's no more good, no good
That's
anymore.
true. It is about time for
Or
them.
we 2
to-
years early on that. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Is that Danny Glover? Look at this guy.
Danny Glover.
Oh
That
God,
is not Danny Glover.
that would be a random.
So,
That would be
so
very
how excited
random.
were
No,
we
I know.
about? Because I wasn't on the show. I wanted to get other people's opinion on this. Neighbors,
It's like a
like,
lethal weapon. Danny
everybody
Glover.
loved him coming into the draft. The landing spot for him is atrocious, though, right?
Year
I mean,
one.
Allow me to take over and quench all concerns. All right. It's the day like I've learned my lesson the hard way about overreacting to landing spots when it comes to elite talents. I'm not going to do it anymore. I think Malik Neighbors is like again, if Marvin Harrison Jr. is on this class, we were talking about Malik Neighbors as that next great wide receiver, and we still are talking about him like that. So I'm not going to panic off of landing spot. And even if I look at the landing spot, I don't think it's atrocious. Where it's such an open target field. He will see more targets than any other rookie in this class. I really believe that. I think he'll out-target Marvin Harrison Jr. And that can offset poor offenses early in the run.
Mhm.
Volume can do a lot to save us in terms of just being a wide receiver too. Maybe we don't get wide receiver 1 value for a little bit. Maybe we don't get top 15 for a little bit. But if we get 22 to 30 until, a big breakout happens of like Terry McLaurin type of production, and hopefully that quarterback comes that never came for Terry McLaurin, that would be what I'm hoping for from Malik Neighbors. And I think, again, I could talk for hours about how much I love him as a prospect. So I'm not panicking, and I'm hoping that the Giants landing spot pushes him down draft boards for me.
See, I agree with you. I'm on your side. I think the spot scares people now, and I think you now have him at a cheaper rate than you thought you could have.
Which is
like
good.
Instead of him being the 104, 105, depending on, obviously super flex and what teams need, I think you could get him now the 107 to 109 range, possibly. And I'm okay with that.
Yeah. So I don't play in a ton of dynasty. So I was just thinking more like, if we're just talking like redraft, like this year, I mean, I'm out. Like we may not
They're
even
out
get
for
Jones
sure.
at first. Like I just, we talked about Drew Lock for half the season. Like gross.
That would
No
actually
thanks.
be an
No.
upgrade.
That would
I
actually
mean,
be
Neighbors could,
I will spend
Neighbors
a
could
late.
still be a wide receiver 3, possibly. If you get him late, maybe.
Yeah,
I just
he
believe
won't cost too much in redraft. Like I'll spend a 9th or 10th round pick on him in a redraft, and I like maybe 8th. Maybe I don't think he goes much higher than that. You think? Does anyone think? I mean,
That's right there.
Yeah, if he goes like in the back of the 7th, I could talk myself into it. It's a little bit rich. That gets a little bit rich, but
I
8th,
just
I could
believe
talk
in
to.
Daniel Jones so much that I'm out on Malik Neighbors in redraft.
And I believe it so much. I'm the exact opposite, but with belief in Malik Neighbors. Because I'm over the moon with him though. I really am, because he does a lot with a little, and I think he's going to see a lot. That's my whole thing. But
I think
then again, if they throw the entire defense at him, there's not much he can do. So
all they get double team him. Daniel Jones ain't going to beat that. He's going to take off running, and you don't have Saquon no more. So yeah, that's sure.
Here,
Sorry,
let me throw out.
Wait, tears talking.
Let me throw out a couple either ors. So Malik Neighbors or in redraft. We'll do redraft. Malik Neighbors or Nico Collins.
Nico Collins.
Oh, okay.
Nico easily.
Oh, where's the targets coming from with Diggs and Dell there?
Where's
Dell's out.
Diggs is not claiming the ball like he used to.
Dell's wide receiver 3 easily on the fantasy 6-pack depth chart. Neighbors, I will say, is receiver 1 on the Giants for the depth chart.
So
wait,
he's going to get double
Darius
teamed.
Slayton, who's holding out for a contract, might not be the one.
I'm
Maybe
I'm
in
going out on a
PPR
limb
he
with
might
that
be
one,
okay.
but yeah. I do like Slayton. I'm a sucker for Slayton. I don't know why, but well.
I somehow get that.
I think Dell does.
I feel like I do know.
Dell's
why.
also coming off the injury too.
That was a nasty injury on his leg.
Yeah,
and
He's
him
already
being so
around.
undersized, that bothers me too.
Let me think if I can pull another one that might have a little more.
Sleeper is spoiling picks for the next for the Bucks.
Jordan Morgan.
All
right.
Okay, well, that's a boring pick, but all right.
Yeah, the Packers pick sucks. That's what I'm trying to think of. Better comparisons.
Here we go, Tampa.
Yeah, I like the either or game that you got going there. I will.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a better
Tampa picks already in.
Green Bay Packers select Jordan Morgan of Tackle Arizona, and the pick is in for Tampa Bay.
I got one for you.
Thanks,
Sam.
Green Bay.
Okay,
we knew you'd come through.
Neighbors or Christian Watson?
That's what I was just gonna say.
That wasn't really
Neighbors all day.
That's a good one.
Neighbors,
I might
for
take
sure.
Neighbors in that scenario because I do not believe in
like
Watson
Neighbors
at all.
Watson's so overrated.
Neighbors or Marquise Brown?
Neighbors.
Yeah, I'll take Neighbors on that one.
That's tough for me because I love both.
Redraft will take a Neighbor.
And
Neighbors
I
is
don't
gonna be
like Marquise Brown.
Neighbors is going to be Deontay Johnson force-fed 140 targets.
Marquise
you don't
Brown.
Have to be,
I think I go Malik Neighbors, and I like Marquise Brown. I love that fit as well.
Yeah, but Marquise Brown is going to be catching balls from Pat Mahomes.
Yeah. I think
That's
need
Daniel.
I could
Patrick-
literally-
It's going to be
if I
dropping
You're right.
balls from Patrick
Daniel
Patrick
Jones.
Mahomes also doesn't
Patrick
need
Mahomes.
a good
I don't
receiver.
know. It's a
It's the Travis Kelce show there. That's
a perfect. I could literally have
true.
Marquise Brown and then Malik Neighbors like in redraft rankings, like literally back to back, and depending on my mood and how drunk I am, they would flip flop.
Steve's going.
Put me in that league, and I will be beating you.
He's like, I'm taking all the 12 picks.
Give me the rookie. No, give me the Patrick Mahomes target.
For whoever has not seen this pick yet, do we have? And I haven't seen this pick yet. For whoever hasn't seen this Bucks pick,
Tampa's
any
yet.
predictions on who Tampa will go with here? Because
I haven't
either.
looked, so.
I always have them getting chopped.
Corner or offensive line. It's got to be one of the.
I think they're going to go. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go Barton. Just to get
Wilson
fit there.
And I'll throw this out here as we wait for the pick to. As we wait for the pick to actually be announced, I want to also note that correct me if I'm wrong, but through 26 picks now, maybe you could say Jordan. Like no one's that much of a surprise. We haven't had too many. We haven't had our Alex Leatherwood pick. We haven't had our Damon Arnett pick. I'm just going to say all the Raiders.
That's very true.
Henry Ruggs pick.
Yeah, all these 26
and no longer in the league.
All these 26 picks, with the exception of maybe Jordan Morgan, and even then, people had him in the back of the first round.
Yeah,
all these guys were here in some order. We just haven't exactly picked the order.
But it's also an offensive lineman that was
outside of Bo Nix, I guess.
I mean, Nix and Bowers. Although
Bowers
is right.
Yeah.
Just
the spots are all over the place. Like I'm not saying spots, but I'm saying the town.
Raiders pick Bowers. Thanks.
Raiders.
I really hope. They better not ruin Bowers.
So then I'll ask you guys: do you think we should have Christian Watson as our wide receiver 1 ahead of Jaden Reed?
Ooh,
no, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Give me some Dobbs all day.
Right? Yeah, that was one that I was like. I kind of left that one just checking names, and I was like, okay, yeah, name, and then I was getting through the rest of it. I was like,
it's tough because
I think Watson's their third.
I don't know,
honestly.
Yeah,
that goes back to if you can't stay healthy, then I don't need you on my team.
And wide receiver with hammies, and he needs to go to a specialist. People are like, "Oh, he's going to see a specialist," as if that's a good.
That means there's a problem. That means it's a very serious problem.
Like, what? That is so.
So you're saying you can't run and you're a receiver by trade?
Yeah. And his entire thing is running long strides downfield.
Exactly.
So he's the sketch of the NFL.
I'll give you one.
So does it hurt when you do the little shimmy step?
Neighbors or Jackson Smith and Jigba?
I'm taking Neighbors.
I think Neighbors.
I'll take Jackson Smith on that.
JSN won't see targets for years.
I think I want.
I'll take JSN.
Love JSN coming out. I think Neighbors was a better prospect.
I actually saw someone tweet out that JSN and Dunze are going to be the same thing. Dunze won't get the targets.
Year one
actually. I don't hate that.
There's not. Yeah, Joe and I were talking about that before we chopped on too, because you got freaking DJ Moore and Keenan Allen in front of you. You're not getting many targets.
I think what's going to set them apart.
Granted,
Keenan Allen is a good
usually injured
blocker. Like he can block, so he's going to get some playing time. Because I do think he's probably one of the better blockers in the receiving class. So I do think that gets him on the field more than like JSN will. Potentially more targets.
But does Chicago use Everett and Cole Kmet and not put Odunze in?
That's the question. And that's the same question that we kind of knew the answer to in Seattle, that they wouldn't be running 11 personnel at the degree you need from JSN. And that kind of seems like the same situation in Chicago because of the tight ends they've added and how they've run the offense, in recent years. So I think we have those same question marks. I think it's fair to say, but you never know with injuries. DK and Lockett were on the field consistently, which thankfully, but that also always plays a role. You have you have an aging Keaton Williams who has been Iron Man, but has missed time in last year and the year before. So.
Totally.
It'll be interesting. This Bucks pick has been in for at least 30 years.
They got to drag out. They got to fill the time slot.
I've already got the Arizona pick on top of it. So.
I got the Arizona pick. I haven't got a.
Who said Bart?
You
Was it
you
AJ?
gotta follow the right. You gotta follow the right people.
I didn't see the thing. So
AJ the Oracle on that one.
Was it Barden?
Another
Nice.
kind of boring pick there. It's
not a bad
11
move, though,
o'clock.
for them.
I don't think people are
That's a good
getting
one.
super
I
upset
don't-
about
I
spoiling
mean,
the.
They need to give
they
Rashad White
needed
some lanes.
but yeah, like they definitely needed something up front.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
you got to put some guys in
Like
that
receiver wise,
because what Trey Palmer's not good enough.
no, I like Palmer.
I like Trey Palmer.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, all right.
real
It's
dynasty
kind of-
players like
I kind of.
I like Graham Martin.
I mean, I do like this pick for them. I could
fine.
receiver. I think they can fill that, with one of their next couple picks, and worry about it then because Evans is still what does he get, like 1,000 yards and 800 receptions every freaking year? So
Yep.
Yeah, so he's fine.
It's got to end sometime.
Automatic.
Godwin.
Yeah,
is,
well, he'll slide down draft boards again, just like he does every single year. Because
He'll be wide receiver 30 somehow.
he was my wide receiver for my wide receiver 1 in Skyfish last year, and I was stoked. It's like, yeah, I'm waiting till eighth round.
This Barton pick makes a lot of sense. I think it's great for Baker Mayfield, where the way we see quarterbacks who have that perceived flukier breakout, we see them fall is when all of a sudden they get under pressure. Things don't work the same way it did last year when the offensive line was working. And adding someone like Graham Barton, plays a role in helping that out, especially, if it helps an injury concern that might happen. They have at least they have a first round talent to slide in there if they're not starting from day one, which they probably will. So it's a boring but good pick. I think it's kind of the consensus. I think most people are going to come out with that, like a solid B grade.
It helps the run game too.
Oh, we got
Oh,
the
yeah,
Cardinals
struggled.
pick like back to back here. They're trying to make up time somehow.
Oh, cards.
Yeah, that's why I was like,
again for
I don't
another
know
one.
why that Bucks pick took so long for him to freaking announce. Like
Robinson.
They're trying to find
Darius
Graham Barton
Robinson.
film.
They couldn't get the guy on the phone to let him know he got
Yeah.
picked.
Yeah.
Gone fishing.
Is anybody still sitting
Very
around?
fun.
Is there any lonely
Wow.
people still sitting in the green room or whatever?
Oh God. I hope
Darius
not.
Robinson was.
Yeah, I really thought Darius Robinson was going to be a 49er, but now he's a Cardinal, and that's
Okay.
I think that's a really good fit with Jonathan Gannon.
Huh.
I think that's a really good fit.
Let's hope so.
I do like that actually. Yeah.
They've been striking out for years on defensive linemen and pass rushers. So
Are you saying Zach Allen was a strikeout? Stop.
yeah, they let him go.
Yeah, they
So do
let
you
him
guys
go,
think-
and then I think he was terrible in Denver.
You guys think Buffalo takes a wide receiver, or do they go corner?
They pretty much have to take a wide receiver here.
Their fan base
I'm
is
pretty.
I don't think they have to.
This is the
Andy Mitchell-
ideal fit
Well-
for the white corner. Cooper
Yeah.
Jean screams.
I know we're
Buffalo
the no spoiler show, but you guys might want to check the news
Great.
on what
Yeah,
Buffalo
go
might have
ahead.
done.
I don't know. Do you have the details or
Yeah, here,
I only
private
know
chat
nothing.
us. Private chat us. We don't want
They-
to spoil for
they-
the stream.
it's not a pick? It's just a
It's not a pick. It's
They
just
trade
a-
for Ayuk.
yeah. No, they
That'd be funny.
What?
they
The
trade.
hell is happening?
Bills are no longer on the clock.
Okay. See, yeah. Okay. Well, I'll clarify the stream rules.
Come on, Philly.
Trade news. Hit us with it. That's all good.
All right.
Yeah. You're good. You're good. I appreciate the.
Who'd they
caution,
trade with?
You know,
I'm
that's-
trying to find the
I didn't
details.
think that.
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
see
the
details.
Chiefs traded with the Bills. Now
Ooh,
that's
really?
interesting.
For
That can't
what?
be a
What do
deep
we
wrong.
think?
Can't be.
That's
Corner.
interesting.
They're going corner.
Corner,
They've got to.
They
yeah.
gotta go corner.
Replace need.
Yeah.
It's got to be DeJean.
Another one.
Oh,
Yeah,
Kool-Aid.
they need corner.
The rich get
Yeah.
richer.
Right.
Yeah, they need corner.
It's got to be right.
Unless they go receiver. And
Who else?
I mean, maybe
They
they could be
got a
eyeing one of
receiver
these
staying where they were.
receivers. Because
Because Buffalo needs a receiver.
I agree.
It can't be a receiver because then Buffalo wouldn't move back.
They don't. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, they
you don't know.
Kansas.
Maybe the receiver they think they can still get.
They're gonna go after a Donnie Mitchell.
AD Mitchell would be a nice move.
That would be crazy.
Cooper DeJean
I think
or
he
Nate
could have
Wiggins.
fallen to
New Honey
them.
Badger?
Yeah, they could have stayed there and got that.
I think they could have, but
I think so.
I think DG is a perfect freaking fit there.
That's who I think they would have jumped up for.
That's what I have to think it is because I mean, they've also had plenty of lapses at safety in recent years. Like they have had game-losing plays because of their safeties at times, and DeJean could fill that if they want him to do. They could slide him in the slot if they want for where Snead used to thrive. They can do a lot of things with him. So I mean, with Steve Spagnuolo, I can't imagine a more perfect fit of someone they can move around in that defensive scheme. And as I talk about it, I'm sure that means that they're going to take again Spencer Rattler. But I'll stop. I have to stop with that. It's such a dead joke.
That'd be QB1 for years.
That's so curious though to see Buffalo. It's so
the Bills traded pick 28, 133, 248. The Chiefs traded pick 32, 95, and 221.
Huh.
So they moved up about
50 picks.
40 spots.
It does make sense because
the first one and then 20 spots in the second one.
So on ESPN here, Matt Miller's pro comp is former Chief L'Jarius Sneed.
Weird.
For Cooper DeJean.
Weird.
So
it's like they knew that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yikes! I guess the Lions should.
I guess it makes sense because Baltimore could have gone corner as well.
Yeah, they're definitely.
Maybe they're moving up to grab their guy.
Baltimore always gets so lucky in the draft. They get like some random dude to fall. I was so mad when they got the dude from Hamilton.
Yeah.
I remember seeing it and being like,
talk about it.
"Oh my god, they're really gonna get Hamilton." This is crazy.
I won't lie if I can just say this. This is the most excited I've been to announce a pick tonight.
Oh,
because I am so curious to see the reactions to this. Because
Spencer Rattler.
Spencer Rattler. Spoiler-free show. It's a spoiler-free show. But
yeah, the Lions got to take notes on how to move up.
Maybe it's Joe Milton.
That'd be
I
fun.
see him going in the second to someone desperate.
Milton and Mahomes could see who throws the farthest.
Can I just say it now? I'm not going to say who it is, but there is going to be a lot of lazy analysis out there with
there is
for this player.
Because that's probably going to give it away. But
oh my gosh, yes.
Okay.
We've been down this road as well.
Maybe not. They may not give it away.
Yeah, hopefully not, but it'll be fine anyway. But either way, this pick is going to be a fun one. But as we wait for it to officially become announced on the stage,
let's go, Goodell.
A few more picks left in this round. We got Dallas coming up next. At Average Joe, I do want to hear what do you think it's going to be? Jackson Powers-Johnson's still here.
I mean, if Dallas gives Jackson Powers-Johnson and they gain that late second round for that trade, that's actually a win in my books. I mean, that they got the guy they wanted and they gained a pick.
Very true.
They can still get Tyler Guyton as well. He's an offensive tackle that's still here. That you'd be able to sit him for a year and move him in.
No, we need to, with Biotish gone, they need to put an anchor in the middle of that team.
Mm-hmm.
They can now use that late second to get Blake Corum. Maybe Jonathan Brooks.
The Chargers aren't trading the farm to get Blake Corum.
I'm surprised he didn't get JJ McCarthy.
They had the opportunity. Oh my goodness!
I think that's a good sign for Harbaugh, though, that he didn't. He went with a smart pick. He knows. He knows what he's got in Herbert.
221.
And yet he's still staying true to his. And he's still staying true to his scheme as well. Mm-hmm. That this is still what he wants to do, but he's also not going to just throw talent to the wind because of it. And Joel also, you could make the argument he was the best player on the board. You could make the argument he wasn't, but either way, he is the best offensive lineman in the class and a ferocious run blocker, which is exactly what Harbaugh wants.
And then Gus Edwards steals 10 touchdowns this year.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yep. 10 touchdowns. That means
J.K. Dobbins gets hurt.
J.K.
No.
that poor guy,
Yeah.
man.
I'm rooting for him.
One
There's no
year,
way.
1 year.
He
I'd
gets
give
hurt.
anything.
He gets hurt walking away from the camp
Practice.
after they cut him.
Just let him play one good season. Just give him one chance.
Such a talented player. Such a talented player.
Yeah.
Whatever. All we gotta do now is wait for this Chiefs pick to come in because, oh my goodness! Let me get a raise of hands here. Who does not know who it is? Everyone knows who it is. All right, we're good. We're all on the same page here. If we all know who it is, while we're also multitasking on a stream, I feel like most of the viewers will. But I do want to stay honest.
You could also guess it too. I mean, you kind of can.
It makes sense. It's just so exciting, and I feel like we're edging on to our viewers here, honestly. But,
once it gets released, I can tell you, I'm actually kind. I think there were better options. Let's just say that.
And why
I agree.
did you trade up to get this guy?
Yeah.
Like
who were
what?
Yeah.
Who
were they
was
worried about
taking
Dallas?
him?
I mean,
Well,
we mentioned before. We joked about Dallas.
we did. I did say that would be something they would do.
You guys low key need a better wide receiver too.
No way, dude.
All right,
they got
let's
Martavis Bryant coming back.
And Brandon
Come on.
Cooks. What are you talking about?
Oh,
Leave Brandon
yeah.
Cooks alone.
Brandon Cooks was great last year.
Go trade back for Noah Brown. Okay. Well,
Is that
all the
Herm
notifications
Edwards?
coming out.
What
Everyone's
is
made the
going on?
pick. I believe everything's gone through. Let's just go with it. We all know Xavier Worthy is a chief. People. Xavier Worthy is a chief.
Woo!
That's who I meant.
Need-
That's the guy I meant, not Mitchell. I was reading
and
them
I don't
both,
think
and I'm
Buffalo
like,
would've-
oh wait, they're both
Buffalo
fast as
wouldn't
hell.
have God now.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, that's
So I
gonna
don't
be the discussion.
understand.
This
Once
is
again.
who they were talking about him on the radio about, like, oh, this is the perfect Andy Reid guy. He's going to get this receiver at the end of the draft. I'm like, shit. Yeah, I can see that.
Huh.
Maybe
I mean-
Buffalo wants Mitchell.
Him and Marquise Brown, like,
And Rasheed Rice.
For
wow.
8 games.
Maybe
Assuming,
later in the year.
I wonder if they know
TBD.
something.
I don't think Rasheed
And
is that big of a
there
suspension.
Kadarius Tony. And Kadarius
Oh,
Tony, who they called
yeah,
the most
they're-
talented
Yeah.
receiver.
They're most
That's
talented, yeah. Yeah,
Why
they
did-
really,
why would they say
really
that after
believe
signing-
in him.
But what happened to Hollywood? Why would they say that? Like, whatever. Not my problem. But either way, Xavier Worthy. Let's talk that one through because this is going to be this might be the talk of the draft outside of all the. I mean, we have all the early stuff, but this is going to be the exciting one. People were excited about Mecole Hardman. Mecole Hardman was a terrible prospect. Now Xavier Worthy is a real prospect, and
Also
Tyreek
a
Hill is actually
touchdown.
gone.
Super Bowl hero. So
Yes,
there is that.
He did
Oh,
bring. He
God.
did earn them a Super
As
Bowl.
is freaking Kadarius Tony.
So the problem that I
Yeah.
have with Worthy is his size, and I get it. There's small
Yeah.
receivers have been successful
Yeah.
as of late,
165 though.
but are they just sold on the 4-2-1 and that's it?
It's got to be. It's got to be. Because look at Tank Dell, man. As small as he is, he got hurt. There's no way this guy doesn't
That was
get
a
hurt.
fluke
And all-
injury.
You're crazy. At that size, all it takes is one
He was
injury to lose all
blocking
that
on the
speed.
goal
And do what?
line.
That's football,
was a
man.
dumb
I mean,
move,
what do you
by the
want me
way.
to tell you?
He should
the
have
mango
been
talk.
there.
Hey, that's the mango
I
talking,
agree with
Steve.
you.
All right, that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you talk about my mango
Fluke.
cart?
Yeah.
Fluke
That's
injury.
angry fruit
did.
all day.
I mean, depending on what happens with Rasheed Rice, I still think if I'm putting this lineup, I have Rasheed Rice as my 1, Brown as my 2, and Xavier Worthy as my 3.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with that.
Still passing to Kelsey.
Oh, yeah, I guess I should.
Oh no, it's
I think
Kelsey.
obviously
one,
Kelsey,
and then
yeah.
everybody.
Yeah,
I mean,
true,
he's
true.
he's still the guy, right?
Yeah.
Worthy is just going to be. He's got to be just a gadget guy that comes in a few plays a game.
I mean,
You spent a
we
first
even
on that?
saw. I mean, Tyreek was a special teamer in year 1 under. You know, like I wouldn't be totally shocked to see that with like a few plays
So punt
designed
returner?
for him.
Yeah.
Utilize that speed, get him out in space, let him punt return, that kind of stuff, and then do some plays where you can kind of like script him to get open deep, and if it's there, take it. Mahomes. If not, dump it to your other weapons. but I don't think he's not going to be reliable this year for sure.
I think I think you're most likely right on that. But the only thing I'll point out is the big difference is that Tyreek was day 3 value and this is round 1. But I mean,
Tyreek's
we've
such
also
a
seen
unicorn.
And Tyreek is a unicorn. Yeah, I think everyone's on the same page with that. But Worthy's definitely going to provide more real life value than fantasy value, at least in year 1. But I mean, Marcus Brown's on a 1-year contract. Rasheed Rice's future is incredibly questionable. Kadarius Toney is terrible. Mecole Hardman is terrible. So
why trade up for
it's
him?
wide open.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah. Why trade up for him? You could have gotten him at the 32nd.
Yeah, that made no sense
because he doesn't meet Buffalo's scheme. Buffalo wouldn't have drafted him.
Right.
So the Cowboys pick is in. Nobody cares.
San Fran wouldn't have unless they're trading away Ayuk.
Yeah, like I just felt like that was an easy fall for them without giving up anything.
I feel like I'm gonna have at least one of the receivers that gets taken in the 2nd round ahead of Worthy in dynasty rankings upcoming. At least one.
Give me Keon Coleman.
I want to point out that Roger Goodell dropped the draft card.
I just put 10-year curse on Dallas. That's
the old switcheroo.
That's yeah.
Old
Tyler
Goodell.
Tyler Guyton.
Oh, that's not your guy.
That's what I was saying.
That's not my guy. I mean, don't get me wrong. Here's my quick. I'm okay with it.
Like, I think I just got picked. Yeah,
to put Tyler Smith back on the inside, but I would love to have gotten a center. But there's still Zach Frazier. Maybe we move up and get him.
Yeah, there's a lot of good interior guys on day 2 that I think is partly why Powers Johnson might be falling, although Barton obviously went off the board. But yeah, I mean, Guyton's got
a
unbelievable
big man.
size.
Whoa.
I think he's 6'7". So like,
I
mean, in terms of what Dallas looks for, that
6'8", 322.
Yeah, this is what Jerry Jones looks at and goes like, "Oh."
I'm just curious because he's a right tackle and we have our right tackle.
Maybe they slide him to I mean,
maybe right tackle good.
Our right tackle's good, yeah. I mean, last season he wasn't great. He didn't play as good as he was.
That was a great question.
But in general, typically he is pretty good. Last season he had some issues.
Fair enough. How about the left tackle?
Well, Tyron Smith is gone. That's who we needed.
Yeah,
was a left tackle.
Sounds like they're probably going to shift one.
Is he in Buffalo?
Who is Dallas's right tackle right now? Tyron Smith's on the Jets, by the way.
Yeah, Tyron Smith went to the New York Jets. Well, we briefly had Lyle Collins fill in when our guy got hurt last season, but they ended up. Man, why can't I think of his name right now? I'm literally staring at his jersey.
I'll look it up. Don't you worry. Got it.
I'm like literally staring at his jersey right now. I could see it because he gave up 3 sacks in one game, and I wanted to throw my remote.
Ouch.
Oh, Terrence Steele. Yes.
Yes, Steele.
Right?
That's what.
Terrence Steele.
Oh,
what a legendary game that was.
Yes.
Oh, I remember.
I would have thrown my remote.
Was that against the Falcons? Like Adrian Claiborne?
It was
yeah. I remember that. That was.
I think Claiborne had like 10 sacks against him that game or something. It was something stupid.
It was. I think it was literally.
But he is a good right tackle. He did have a bad game for sure.
Yeah. He was also thrust in a very difficult situation he was thrust into at the time because of the injuries. I remember that. But
they signed him for a good length.
They must view Guyton as a left tackle. I suppose they're willing to try him out left tackle because I can't imagine they slide Steele over there.
No, but I could still see them put Tyler Smith on the left tackle and have. I mean, I think it's a little.
Guyton can't play inside. He's too big to play inside.
Guyton would have to play back and forth, or they move Steele to the inside.
Or they work Guyton next year, I guess. But yeah, maybe they move Steele. How big is Steele? Whatever. I'll look that up.
Because we still have Zach Martin, our only great,
he's
still guard. Tyler Smith was a Pro Bowler, so you got 2 guards that are amazing. That's why.
Yeah.
There you go. Ravens pick is in here. Any thoughts on who this is before it comes through? I haven't seen who it is.
I haven't. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
I had them going. I had actually them going Guyton. I had Guyton falling to Baltimore
as well.
Right position, Sean.
Oh, so not Dejean?
No.
I can only
Really?
think of one other.
Kool-Aid?
You got Nate Wiggins still. He's out
Yeah,
there.
that's the only other one I can think of.
Man, Nate Wiggins is such an interesting prospect. I go back and forth because I really worry about that frame. It's so skinny. It's so skinny. But
Yeah, well,
Good
Baltimore
run
always
defender,
gets
though.
good players. Somehow, every year they pick at the end of the draft and they just get handed good players. It's insane.
I mean,
I don't understand.
I feel like Kool-Aid is like a Baltimore pick. Like I haven't seen it. I have no idea
He's
what
got
they're
a
going.
he's got a
after,
Baltimore name for sure.
but yeah.
Corner makes sense as well.
Do I hear Goodell
Yeah.
up there?
He's walking.
I mean,
Oh, okay.
he's making a run for it.
Hopefully he falls again or something. Or drops
It
the
would be
car.
good.
What an idiot.
I don't know. I
Then-
really don't
Maybe
know
gets
what
a
they're going to get.
scooter next
Then
year.
Buffalo gets AD Mitchell.
I mean,
Come on, let's go.
Wiggins could be a good pick.
It's just Adam Silver announcing the final 2 picks and stuff.
Oh, we still got the Niners there, right?
Is it? Oh, there you go. All right, Wiggins.
Yeah, Wiggins.
That on the
that.
board there. Taking Nate Wiggins, pair him with Marlon Humphrey. That begins the very needed defensive influx of talent.
With Marlon Humphrey, with Brandon Stevens, yo.
Yeah, but
He was the
too,
CB1 last year for the.
That's because Humphrey was hurt. I mean,
He was killing it.
Yes, yeah. Like, let's put some respect on Marlon Humphrey, man. Let's settle.
He's been living off all those forced fumbles from like 4 years ago.
Yeah, and he's
Yeah, they
Asian
were
football
fun. They were
years.
awesome. They were nice peanut punches.
It was
man.
4
It was
years
awesome.
ago.
Yeah, 4 years ago. 4 years is what's 4
I do
years?
like I like his height. I don't like his weight, but he can gain some muscle.
Yeah,
That's my big worry. Is he's so skinny, he's so lean that can he?
He plays
will
the
it
run
work
well, though,
against?
right?
He's what 6'1", right?
High
Why
effort,
can't
yeah,
he build out that frame?
Yeah, he's 6'1",
Yeah.
like 170. Like
If anyone will get him,
I'm
right,
5'11" and pushing 225 on a good day, so there's plenty of room for that frame.
5'9", 205. You're speaking to the Hart brother here.
Yeah.
So understandable.
And
But,
I don't really have room for muscle anymore because I've overtaken it with fat. So,
well, the
yeah.
muscle's underneath.
Shake it off.
The
Yeah.
The ratio has shifted.
It's there. It's just hiding.
Yeah.
AJ makes the show go off the rails again. It's not even ours.
I will say I'm a little disappointed.
failed.
There's no great memes going on in the green rooms. You know, there's
Yeah,
no
the
CD
only thing
lamps,
I
no
saw-
phone. Like, there's nothing really that stands out this year.
Yeah, with,
I saw a clip of
Levis
the.
last year.
Oh yeah, the
With those,
Atlanta GM was sort of explaining, I think, their pick to Arthur Blank. That was kind of funny, but it was like a
Yeah, it really looked like he was mansplaining, right? It was like, what is going on over here?
Blank's like, what are you
He was like-
doing? Yeah,
Like-
he was
like
like he was like, like, what's that? I would love to know what he actually said.
Probably what happened to Jerry Jones. Probably to sit him down and say, "Look, we're drafting this guy." That
All I
is the
can think of
move.
is the meme from Sunny in Philadelphia where the guy's just like, and all this stuff is behind him with all like
Pepe
the
Sylvia,
red
yeah.
strings and stuff. He's
Pepe
like, "Well, see,
Sylvia.
all this and that. And
Do you know how long it took me to understand the Pepe Sylvia reference? Like what that's actually like?
Yeah,
reference?
I didn't really get it
A long
until they delivered the punchline when I first saw it.
I think I saw him like an Instagram comment. I might not even got it then, but either way, 49ers on the clock here.
With the Atlanta thing, Kirk Cousins, real quick, like, why is he
Yeah.
getting so bent out of shape? Like, it's pretty obvious. Like, I'm pretty sure they're gonna tell him at least, and they would be
They
smart to do this.
They
that
didn't tell
he's
him.
not.
That's-
No. Saying
Yeah.
right now to tell him that, like, it's not like he's coming in to challenge you day one. He's here to be like Jordan Love and sit behind you and learn
Yeah.
for at least the 2 years that you're guaranteed, which at your age, you should be thankful that you got 2 years with that sort of guaranteed money, especially coming off your injury. Like, relax. We didn't draft him to fucking come for your job in year one, especially. Like, I don't get the whole, they didn't say anything to us. Like, shut up. Who
Allow me to
cares?
counter. Allow me to count.
Okay.
Is there an RG3 reference in there?
You're waiting there, and you're
Just one.
expecting the team. It's and I hate to take Aaron Rodgers' side on anything, but Aaron Rodgers, when Jordan Love was picked, they were coming off. They're trying to win. The Falcons are in win now. They are trying to do this, and you're Kirk Cousins. You're going there. They're saying, "Hey, we're going to give you the bag, and we're going to try to win with you right now, and we're going to do this together. We got this, you and me." And then they go out and draft his replacement instead of drafting someone that would help them do just that in the win now.
Like Jared Verse.
So I have a rebuttal for that.
Please.
If Kirk went to Atlanta to try to win, why did he leave Minnesota? What makes
Minnesota
Atlanta
wasn't
any
winning.
better
Cap?
than Minnesota?
Was it Cap?
Cap. I mean,
Yeah.
Minnesota, the defense, and also, I don't think Minnesota was willing to go all in. I think that's what it came
Well, I
down to.
agree. Minnesota was done with Kirk, but I mean,
But if Minnesota's done with Kirk, he can't stay in Minnesota.
Yeah, but you're taking
what if
Aaron Rodgers.
What if Kirk's Achilles actually isn't fully 100%? Like maybe there's more to it.
I seen
That-
him
that's
dancing on
possible.
stage.
Yeah. If the Achilles is the problem, then that's access I don't have.
So
You know, I
dancing
don't
on
know.
the piles of money that he's got.
Yeah, I would too, man.
Mostly to Washington and their 15 franchise tags that they gave him, which just increased his salary every freaking year.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna guarantee you all of this money, Kirk. Just please, just work with us here.
But I do get
Okay.
his frustration. You know,
Yeah.
You took Aaron
a
Rodgers'
first
side,
round
but
pick. You put in a quarterback.
Yeah.
ultimately Green Bay did the right thing, though.
Yeah, oh,
for their
it's not
franchise.
about. I'm not.
So,
yeah,
like,
I'm not talking about the franchise. Like
You have to
Atlanta-
understand.
Rodgers
Yeah.
is a mental case. Like,
Yes, I should have even brought up the name.
Love
he is
Love
mental. I
looked
don't wanna-
really phenomenal towards the end of last year. And
Oh yeah.
you know, I think that Rodgers, I mean, he's stupid to have not seen this coming. It's like, hey, we did this with you, remember? So
Right,
it was
exactly.
going
Yeah.
to happen.
Yeah, to clarify as well, my what I was trying to do was explain why Kirk Cousins feels the way he did. Not that it's a
Yeah.
bad move for Atlanta, because if Penix turns
Right.
out to be the next Matt Ryan and they get a starter for 10 years, they're thrilled. The pick was worth it. Same thing with
Yeah.
Jordan Love with Green Bay. But from Kirk Cousins' perspective, from Aaron Rodgers' perspective in Green Bay, that those picks did nothing for their chances to win a ring that they were told they're here to win. Like we're
Was
telling
Kirk's-
you we're going to win with.
No, no.
Is
I
Kirk's
get that.
contract
it's-
3
it's-
years?
They're running out of time.
Huh.
I think it was
Two
It's
guaranteed,
not-
right?
it was
Super
4 with 2
interesting.
guaranteed. Yeah.
Two
Okay,
guaranteed,
so
yeah.
4. So realistically, you have Penix who you got to deal with a 5th-year option.
It's really
Say Kirk
two.
is there for 4 of it.
Yeah.
And
There's
you
no
know-
chance he's there for
Oh, I
4
don't think he
years.
will be, but
I
you
think
know.
everyone, even Kirk,
This is an interesting pick from the Niners right now.
Uh-oh.
I haven't seen it yet.
I'm not- I
Oh,
haven't
I
even-
just
haven't
saw it
seen
and
it.
I love it.
Oh, I do see it.
Love it. Makes
Wait,
so
I
mean,
much
this-
sense.
Oh,
Wow. No way.
So is Ayuk-
Yes.
Ayuk's
it's
leaving.
I'm all about it.
Ayuk is gone.
He's leaving. This guy's not
but
a
is
replacement
but
for
is this
Ayuk.
the guy that they think
Yeah,
can replace him?
no.
Like,
Listen,
no.
can I explain this pick though? Can I explain this pick?
I don't hate it. I
One-
just think it's way early.
The reason why he's
gonna
on
get
the
my popcorn
49ers,
I think it's
and it
early.
has nothing to do with anything else, he is a phenomenal run blocker. Phenomenal run
Oh
blocker.
yeah, let's spend a first round pick for a
I'm not
run blocking
justifying
wide
it.
receiver.
I'm not justifying it.
Great idea.
I'm not justifying. I didn't make the
Great
pick. Don't
idea.
shoot the messenger.
So
I
is
didn't make
Debo
the pick.
Samuel.
Yes, and that's why they like Debo Samuel.
When he's not injured.
But you
Niners,
need,
Niners.
but you need more than just Debo's on the field. Like, you can't have all your players like do all the same thing.
So maybe
You
they
gotta
trade
got
Debo.
this guy. Like
This is
we have a
terrible.
trade.
I can
This
see
is
them
a
trading
terrible
Debo
pick.
Samuel.
Yeah, I would imagine one of them's got to go. At
I
this
mean,
point.
Debo is the one who can't stay on the field. At least Ayuk
Yeah.
plays his games.
Yeah,
oh,
Yeah,
I would
Those are
actually
out
love
again.
to see Debo get out of there
I,
and have Ayuk get more targets available to him for sure.
Maybe Dallas trades for Debo.
Oh, that would be
They don't have the
So-
cap space. Let's be real.
yeah.
They don't want to spend a
Panthers-
dollar on anybody.
True.
Panthers have moved
what
up
if
here.
the Eagles go after Debo? Like, because he talks
They're
so
not-
much
they're not.
smack. I know they're not.
they're not
like
that
this.
smart.
Yeah, he would have a lot of backtracking to do.
So does Buffalo not want a
Ronnie's not
receiver?
that smart.
Hey,
There's no way.
CJ GJ did it. Why not
Buffalo's-
Tebow?
It's
Buffalo
only
did
one
it back
spot for
again.
Buffalo. Yeah, it's only one spot for Buffalo moving back to 33. They
Yeah,
obviously
that's
lose that fifth year
interesting.
option.
They
They
just
lose the
traded
fifth year
out.
option, but
Why
they
can't-
can. I mean, they might lose a receiver here with Carolina.
Why can't
yeah.
Buffalo grab a receiver here?
mean,
Get AD
Carolina didn't
Mitchell
have their
opposite
first,
of Deontay.
I like Franklin the most out of who's left in the wide receivers. Franklin and McConkey. I would have loved to see.
I'm a little
I'm
scared
wanting
of Franklin,
Keon
to be
Coleman
honest
to
with you.
fall to Dallas.
Oh, I like Coleman a
Yeah.
little bit. Not as much
I
as
like Coleman.
everyone else, but
And I think you guys just answered
Coleman's
why they might have
very
moved
good.
back because we just named off
Yeah.
3 guys right there.
yeah.
that we can all make the argument for them to be the next one on the board. I think I have AD Mitchell remarkably high on my board at least. I think he's my wide receiver. I think he's my
Not a football
he's
guy.
my 5. He's my 5 right now.
Not a football guy.
Not a football guy.
Buffalo's just going to
Quiet
continue to
you.
move back.
The mango.
This guy is a
They're like,
mango.
we can still get somebody. We
Awesome.
can still get somebody.
Now, Lad McConkey, that is a football guy.
Now that's a football guy.
That's
That guy-
that's a
that
football
guy
name
bleeds
right
turf. Guy, he's a blue
He-
collar, hardworking guy.
there. He's
Yeah.
the
All
the
the intangibles.
Nigel
Panthers
McGruff.
pick is in.
Oozes grit.
The final pick of day 1, the Mr. Irrelevant of day 1. Any final predictions? Because I
Jackson
agree that
Powers
it's going to be
Johnson. Watch.
I have no
No.
idea.
That would make a
Nah,
lot of
nobody's
sense.
trading up for that. It's
Yeah.
got to be a
Uh,
No,
Or
they're not trading up for that.
impactful position.
What do we got left
Here
to
comes
say
play?
it.
Spencer
Kool-Aid?
Rattler.
You got
Yeah.
Kool-Aid here?
It's the last one of the night. It's the last one of the night.
God damn it.
Yeah, I really don't quite
Peyton
know who
Wilson.
this could be, but
Edgerrin Cooper.
they can't trade up a pick.
Yeah,
for
they're
Peyton
not
Wilson?
trading up for.
They want a
positions
5th year
like that.
option on Peyton Wilson.
no.
It's
Get
gonna
Who
be.
do
Peyton
they want the
Wilson.
5th year option on? That's
It's
what
ugly
comes
on
out. Who
Peyton
they want the
Wilson.
5th year option on?
It's got to be receiver, corner, or offensive line. That's the only thing you would trade up.
I have to mention it's receiver. I can't like it's so wild that Buffalo keeps moving back, but
I-
Well,
Yeah,
so
well,
apparently somebody put a tweet out that like the GM didn't even have 28 first round grades or something like that. So they just, I guess, don't believe in the player class that much. So
I mean,
they're having-
universally,
The
got a lot of
GM
holes.
totally forgot it was draft day.
that's just
Sometimes
what
you get
I
high and
remember
forget.
earlier.
Wait,
Sometimes
what
you
are we
get high
doing
and
tonight?
Did he have his pancakes?
Yeah.
Oh,
Why didn't
boy.
anybody tell me about this?
forget. Is this every year?
We've been talking about this for the past 3 months.
Maybe they draft Joe Milton
Oh, Milton.
and they somehow try to combine Milton and Bryce Young into one.
So they
Milton's
moved back
going to
one
have-
Let 'em
round
both
now
out wide.
up around. That's not, I mean, it's not a bad deal for them, I guess.
I will say
I'll
I
take
have
Troy
been.
Franklin. I feel like this is gonna be Troy Franklin, even though I wouldn't pick Troy Franklin here.
I have been buying a lot of Bryce Young stock though.
It's
I
got to
love
be cheap.
this offseason.
Oh, it's so cheap,
It's
and I love
so
it.
dirt cheap.
I love it
Yeah.
because I think
that's-
he give him some
think-
weapons, give it some time. He might turn out.
Pretty solid.
The
And
Panthers
if I only
just
gave up
need
a third, I'm
mean,
okay with it.
They just got Deontay.
I really like Ricky Pearsall, guys. I like if I like I'm a little bit ashamed of it, but you know
I
I
like the
know he's
pick.
old. I know it took a
Terrible
bit to
pick.
break out, but every time I watched him, he creates some. I
I think you
overvalue
like him because you
separation.
want Ayuk to Pittsburgh.
No,
Yeah.
that ship has sailed in my book. That ship's gone in my book. I feel like, but
I hope it's Tez Walker. That's what it is.
Oh, I don't want that to be.
That would make me happy. That would be hilarious. That'd be for Carolina.
I mean, they could also sit Pearsall for a year of Ayuk on the last year of his deal, Debo on 2 years, Jawan Jennings on the last year of his deal, which I all grabbed from a Schefter tweet just now. As someone
Xavier Leggett.
Yeah, I was waiting for,
We
you,
all
waiting for you all to catch up to that one.
Doing?
I was thinking
Wow.
that. I mean, he was
I
the
was
highest.
not.
That's who they signaled that they
Okay.
wanted him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they could have got
They
him.
already- They already had
Absolutely.
LaVisca. They already
Yeah, I
had
don't know
LaVisca.
They could have got him tomorrow.
Yeah, they had
first
LaVisca.
No, LaVisca is in Seattle, I think now.
But he was in
LaVisca-
Carolina.
Yeah.
He was in
Yeah.
Carolina.
LaVisca is in Seattle, yes.
That's an interesting
That was a
pick.
I like Leggett, but
stupid
not
move.
this early.
Stupid move. That was a very good one.
I think
Yeah,
he
he's a
could have.
tough one.
He could have been there tomorrow.
I'm not a big Leggett guy.
He probably could have been there at the end of tomorrow.
I just love that Buffalo keeps trading out of picks, and then that
And then
team
receivers
just
going.
gets receivers. They're like, damn it happened again.
I don't
Yeah,
think
but
we gonna
Buffalo's looking
learn?
at it going like, but we didn't want any of those receivers.
Yeah, I
So
feel
we're
like
good.
Buffalo would have grabbed any of these receivers
Buffalo's
anyway.
like,
So
yeah,
they're still
we're
winning.
fine.
Possibly. They're holding out for Lad
You think they're still
McConkey.
going for like Mitchell?
I think AD Mitchell's their best bet.
Yeah.
I think AD Mitchell's a first round talent. I really can't believe, but I mean, it has to be the stuff we can't hear.
Mhm.
Yeah, it has to be that football intangible stuff. That's whatever. Either way, I want to quickly run through some of these last few picks of the receivers that have gone off the board. Let's Xavier Worthy, Ricky Pearsall, Xavier Leggett. What's the order that you're drafting them right now in rookie draft, Steve?
Oh,
In that order? Is the order they're drafted? You want to take a Leggett ahead of Pearsall, probably, I imagine?
Yeah, I probably would even. Well, if those are the only options, I'm still probably going to have multiple second rounders ahead of some of these back end of the first guys because I just don't.
I don't have the other names.
Worthy, Leggett, Pearsall, sure.
Sean, what about you?
It feels wrong to take any of these guys. To be honest with you, I don't see a lot of value in any of these guys as a rookie. Maybe Leggett would be my top guy out of these.
All right, Average Joe.
Yeah, if we're talking rookie dynasty, none of these guys would be first round picks. And it would be Leggett, Worthy, then Pearsall.
Keep going, AJ.
This is gross.
Yeah. Ones that just hit. Yeah, I like Worthy the best just because of the Pat Mahomes factor. I think I'd like them in the order that they're in. Worthy, Pearsall, Leggett.
And Joe.
Yeah, I mean, for this year, I'm more of a redraft guy, so I'm gonna say this year I'm not really interested in any of them.
Yeah.
Dynasty, I guess fine. You know, take your chances with Mahomes and take Worthy. You're probably gonna have to wait a year, and that maybe even a little bit more for him to really carve out a role there. Probably Leggett and then Pearsall for me.
In redraft, I think Leggett's got the highest ceiling right now.
Oh, for sure. It's the most open opportunity.
Unless one of the San Fran guys gets moved, obviously, then Pearsall maybe, sure.
Yeah.
Even then, I don't know.
Yeah, even that's kind of. I mean, we've seen it with San Fran where any of those guys, even as good as they are, I mean, aren't always the most consistent because the offense has so many weapons and it's obviously very run game heavy. It's big pass plays downfield and very run game heavy with Christian McCaffrey and Debo, but maybe not anymore. We don't know. So we'll see.
Yeah. And I mean that rounds out the first round here, and that almost rounds out our show. I just want to quickly run through and give everyone a chance to point out some winners and losers, as well to tout your own stuff. I want to give everyone a chance to say where they can find your content, say where they can find your handles, because this has been an absolute blast. I want to make sure you guys get the credit you have absolutely deserved. 23 offensive players taken in the first round. That's an NFL record. That is an NFL record. That's 6 quarterbacks, 7 receivers, 9 offensive linemen, and 1 tight end off the board there. So yeah, quite the record-breaking night. But Steve, winner and loser for you from day one of the draft. I know it's a quick reaction, but we are in a world of quick reaction wars and so forth. So,
give me Brian Thomas as a winner. Loser's tough. I guess on the IDP side, give me Latu as a loser for fantasy.
Fair enough. Yeah, I like that. Sean?
Winner, I'll go with Jared Verse. I thought that was a really good landing spot, and I thought the Rams got great value on that pick.
Good call.
Loser's from
tough.
his own words, Kirk Cousins. From his own words. I don't see anybody really losing out? Maybe Bowers probably lost some value.
Ooh.
Yeah. All right.
That was
let's
mine.
go right below Sean here.
Yeah.
So my winner, maybe it's just boring. I'm going Caleb Williams. He's in the best position ever for a 101 pick.
Yep.
And loser has to be for me, Brock Bowers.
Bowers Johnson.
Yeah.
Brock Bowers Johnson. Let's just combine them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the Williams. I mean, I was leaning more towards like the tandem with Chicago and Arizona, really just going Williams and Dunze. It's solid offensive firepower. Again, like you said, Williams lands in a perfect spot to start off. Harrison Jr., filling in, he's again immediately becomes the receiver one in that room in my mind. And then going out later and getting the edge rusher with Robinson. Like you mentioned, he's going to be a great fit for Jonathan Gannon. Big dude, quick. So I think that's a nice fit there. Losers.
It's okay to say Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go Bowers. I mean, I honestly might actually go with the
Michael
Jets.
Mayer?
I think Olu. Like I don't hate the pick of Olu, but I think they could have just sat. I don't know, or they could have probably fallen farther back and still got him. But I just don't like the Jets. So whatever.
I'm gonna go a little different route here. I'm
with you. I don't like Jets
winner
either.
here. I'm going with the Vikings as the draft winner for day one. I mean, they were able to sit there and get JJ McCarthy in number 10, and then able to pair that up with Dallas Turner there. Like that's fantastic for them. Loser, obviously, we've already said it. Brock Bowers. I'm still on a little bit, at least for this year. Malik Neighbors is not as sexy as we all hoped he would be. 2024 is not going to be as great as we all hoped, but he's still going to be fantastic in Dynasty. So don't let him slide. I'll ask, like, you guys are the IDP guys here. What the hell happened to the big corner that was like way up the top of the boards? The guy from Iowa.
Yeah, the Gene. I don't know, man.
He's white.
Isn't that the biggest loser the whole day? Like, he didn't even pass the first round. He had first round everywhere I looked.
He's literally trending on Twitter.
Where'd he go? Who picked him? Oh, wait, nobody.
Yeah, that's really weird because some of these trades here at the end, I'm sure they were trading up to get.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, this has to be him. It never was. Like, okay,
unless that was just pre-draft smoke that everybody was blowing up like he's the guy hoping to scare some of these trades in for Mitchell or whoever. They're really weird.
I think that's another winner is the teams that were able to just wait on defense in general and corner.
Stay put.
I'm glad. I'm so happy that the Eagles didn't trade up to get something. If they were going to trade up, I feel like they would have had to go after an O lineman.
Sure.
I just mentioned Fashion now, but hell, if he was in Philly, I think I would like his landing spot a lot better. Latham was getting talked up a lot, but there was no way he was falling into the teens, I felt, and rightfully so. He didn't, so I think
Latham went a little higher than I thought he would.
Yeah,
like I know he was getting talked up, but I really wasn't expecting him to go that high, and that may have just been Tennessee's reaction to missing out on Alt.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think it was a knee-jerk reaction for them. They're like, "Oh, all right, we got to do something." So,
right.
Yeah, I'm right there with you there. I think it was such a panic pick of just I'm going to go to the next one on my position board, and I never liked that approach because it never works out for me for fantasy. So, you know.
Yeah.
The other loser I'm going to throw out here, and it's probably a little bit harsh considering the Joe Alt pick helps, but Justin Herbert. They were in prime position for take Malik Neighbors, and instead they don't, and they watch 7 receivers go off the board in the first round. Now, they still have second-round capital. They could take one at the top of the second round and be totally fine, but they play the risk, and they lost 7 receivers on the board as a result. So it's a little bit rough there. But
I am a Josh Palmer fan, so I do expect big things out of him.
Yeah,
have fun with
I
that.
do like Palmer, so
you can.
But
he's fine.
I think this team shifts into more run heavy, like we've seen, Harbaugh do in Michigan, and we're going to take the ball away from Herbert a little more here, and maybe they take a wreck next round.
I 100% agree.
Yeah,
I could also see them trading up with Buffalo to take a receiver away from Buffalo. That seems to be the Buffalo thing to do.
See, and as usual, Brittany ahead of everybody else, just in the game of trading away Herbert. And I agree with you, Sean, wholeheartedly that I think it's good for the Chargers. I just don't think it's good for Justin Herbert in fantasy, where they are really they're committing to this run first team that we thought they would transition to, and being very dominant on the ground, dominant with that line and hitting with play action. But if you're turning Justin Herbert into JJ McCarthy, we're not loving that for fantasy football.
You think Jim's sold on Justin Herbert?
What's that?
You think Jim Harbaugh's sold on Justin Herbert? Like, are we even sure he is?
Yeah, we don't know for sure. I mean, there was a report coming out that they weren't, like, people, Patriots and Vikings asked about Justin Herbert, and they were told no way.
Shut him down quick.
It's also financially almost impossible to trade him right now. So it's one of those chicken or egg, I guess. And as a winner, to end on a positive note, I mean, I feel like I have to say Xavier Worthy. I know it's more of a long-term play, but he got first-round capital, and he got to play with Patrick Mahomes for the next possibly 5 years and beyond. So that's, I mean, you can't make a better pairing, and he's also on a team that has a ton of question marks about the future of this receiving core. Of how long will Kelsey go? How long will Rashee Rice be suspended? How long will Kadarius Toney have a job? And how long will Marquise Brown be able to stay on the field? And he's on a 1-year deal. So I'll say Xavier Worthy is one of the biggest winners of tonight. But I 100% agree with every single winner and loser that you guys said. I think you're dead on with that. But
there's a lot of chatter that the Bills need to package all these picks that they just got and go get Ayuk.
Yeah, that's what I've seen too.
It'll be cross conference.
Be interesting. Yeah.
Not
the 49ers just busted the door wide open for sure to trade one of these guys.
Oh, that's a signal.
They basically like smoke signal to the entire league. Hey, we definitely traded one of these guys.
Yeah, come get who you want.
By getting Purcell though, like obviously it confirms that they're going to trade a receiver, whether it be Ayuk or Debo. Do you think now the trade value is lessened because they know you got your third receiver? It's like now I don't have to spend as much because I know you got to get rid of one of them.
That's a good point.
I think
they don't have to give up a first either now.
I mean, they're not getting I doubt they're getting a first for
right.
Ayuk or Debo. I don't care how good they are. But the Bills, I don't even know how many picks they have now. It feels like
a third or fourth, I think, is what makes sense for one of those guys.
They definitely just pulled in a bunch of second round and third round picks, right?
I mean, they already have the 28th in the second, and now they have the first. So, I mean,
they've got the first pick tomorrow, so they can use that.
They could use that and then be like, "Hey, we'll give you a second."
Yeah, and there's a lot of value to having the first pick of the second round because they have the next day to evaluate how they want to go about this.
Yeah,
and
I think
that's
a
just
really valuable pick.
It's just as attractive to San Francisco for that point. If San Francisco has one guy they really want right now,
they've got two second round picks, a third round pick, 2 fourths, 4 fifths, and a 6th and a 7th. They got a lot of picks they can package up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of if San Fran wants all that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, they might.
Well, if they do trade one of them away, then San Fran can basically just double dip on these rookie receivers.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what the best part is? That we still have 2 more days. Oh, it's this is just day 1. This is 1 round of 7. Oh, what a fun time! But either way, I want to thank all you guys for joining me on this amazing ride that we've been on tonight. It feels like it's been going forever because it has been. I've been on this thing for over 5 hours, and I almost made the whole thing without a bathroom break, but lost the last 15 minutes. But either way, thank you guys for joining me, and thank you all for listening in and tuning in. I want to quickly go around. Everyone shout out where people can find your work, where people can tune in, because obviously this has been a total blast for me, so people should be checking out your work. Let's go in reverse here. Joe, shout yourself out first.
Yeah, Joe Bond, founder of fantasy6pack.net. You can follow me on Twitter at F6P_Joe. Come over here, fantasy6pack.net. You can find all our football stuff. We do baseball, basketball, hockey, DFS, golf, you name it. We do it. So jump on over there and come check us out.
Dude, I won the membership at the Expo, and I'm only in one fantasy baseball. I only took it up the past couple of years. Already, I've sucked the past 2 years. Use your guys' rankings for baseball, and number 1 so far in April.
Nice, man. Nice. All right. Thank you for that.
I should have done that. I drafted Judge. It sucks.
He'll come around, dude. He's too good.
It's still only April.
It's silly early, man.
Off to a really great
I know it doesn't
start.
feel like it, but it is. It's stupid early. There's so many guys that finished like just in the top like 15 overall, and it started off horribly last year. It's a long season.
I got Gossman and Judge, so I feel you right now. It's been a rough start.
Yep.
Yeah. AJ.
I'm right there with Joe. I'm at fantasy6pack.net. Co-host the Fantasy 6-Pack Hour with Joe podcast, and we focus mostly on football and baseball. Still pumping out some baseball stuff. Obviously took tonight off. We usually air on Thursdays, but we took tonight off for the draft. And thanks for having me on. I will be doing the depth charts, as I've already mentioned a little bit throughout the show. Receiver and running back depth charts will be updated for Fantasy 6-Pack each week. And I don't know, maybe Joe can convince me to write an article again at some point, but typically those are my main 2. We'll see. He's like, we got enough writers. I don't need your 4-hour diatribes of nonsense stuff.
AJ will write a book. It's a little different
but
with him.
It will be a good article. Grammatically sound.
Oh my God.
Thanks again for having me.
Yeah, no, thanks for having us on, guys. It was a blast. Steve, thanks for inviting me, man.
Absolutely.
I know we can do our show this year that we usually do, so glad to be hanging out with you again.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
It's been an absolute blast having you guys. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
And I'll the same opportunity for the rest of our IDP Plus team over here as well. Let's go. Keep it going in terms of the shout out.
So Steve from Average Joe's Fantasy Football. You can find me on X at AVGJoes_FF. I co-host on IDP Plus Trends and also write for IDP Plus. And then of course I have my own content I have for YouTube focusing on the offensive side. And on YouTube you can find me on, like I said, Average Joe's Fantasy Football.
Yes, sir. And Sean, keep going.
Yeah, at Sean8386 on the X, Twitter, whichever we're still going with. I'm sure I'll get back into doing some writing for IDP Plus here and probably jump on some of these various pods wherever the wind takes me. So I'll be floating around.
And Mr. Dynasty Santa.
Yeah, Dynasty Santa on Twitter. DM's open. Happy to help manage your Dynasty teams, give advice and whatnot. My favorite place to do that is over in our Discord. So subscribers only, get that access to the full team and everything. So really excited and proud of what we've been doing here with the IDP Plus crew. So yeah, excited to get, this is kind of like the kick, free agency is fun, right, in March, but like the draft is really the signal of the fantasy football season to really, shoot that gun off and start sprinting towards August and September. So can't wait.
Dynasty rookie drafts coming up, spring
Oh,
camp coming up, training camp coming up, OTAs. Oh my goodness. And all that means that we're going to have even more amazing content coming for you guys from IDP Plus. So for myself, for Steve, for Sean, for Steve again, thank you guys for tuning in. This has been an incredible night. Incredible. We've had almost 500 viewers at peaking at. So this has just been great. A ton on Twitter as well. So thank you guys for tuning in. It's been so great, as I keep saying. Have a good night. Stay healthy, stay safe, and be sure to return for day 2. That won't be myself, but I believe we're still doing some day 2 stuff, as well as a wrap-up show on Monday that I may or may not be a part of as well, depending on my work schedule, which I haven't looked at yet because I haven't got it. So thank you guys for being here. Have a good night. Stay healthy, stay safe.
Good night, brother.